Chapter 978. Sovereign Ling's answer to Gu Chang'e made him very satisfied, especially since he knew that there were 8 other expanse cosmoses on the ancient warship. The expanse cosmoses were equivalent to the Dao Chang True World's upper realm, immortal region, and foreign expanse cosmoses. If one were to truly calculate, there were only 2 expanse cosmoses in the Dao Chang True World. The upper realm and the immortal region were originally on the same side, but due to the Forbidden Era, they had to be separated. As for the foreign expanse cosmoses, it was a world that was created when the world was born. It was on the same level as the original immortal region. Each expanse cosmos meant that there were countless universes that overlapped with one another. Roughly speaking, they could be called multiverses. Only expanse cosmoses had the right to give birth to a power that surpassed a single universe, which was the power of immortal kings and above. Only expanse cosmoses contained countless possibilities and opportunities. There might even be some existences that could escape fate and karma. The strongest existences that could be born in an expanse cosmoses were not only closely related to that expanse cosmoses, but also to the level and quality of that expanse cosmos. The limits of power that a multiverse could contain were naturally many times greater than a single universe. The 8 expanse cosmoses of the spiritual ruins could definitely help Gu Chang'e cultivate many powerful warriors that could be used to fight in the coming years. Sovereign Ling had also vaguely guessed Gu Chang'e's intentions. Her eyes flickered slightly. The progenitors did not tell her anything about Gu Chang'e's origins. However, since he had asked about the current size of the spiritual ruins army, did it not mean that they were about to embark on the path of war? The spiritual ruins' original plan was to find a new true world and receive the true world behind them, so that they could survive the disaster of the true world's decline. She guessed that it was because of Gu Chang'e's arrival that the progenitors changed their previous decision and gave up on the grand plan that the spiritual ruins' true world had been planning for so many years. Now that they were mobilizing the power of their race to conquer the other true worlds, it was a good idea for the spiritual ruins royal family. The only thing they did not know was Gu Chang'e's goal for doing this. Gu Chang'e did not care about the weird thoughts of the people here. He then asked Wan Yanxiu and the rest to gather the 260 experts under the command of the spiritual ruins to prepare for the battle. Orders flew out from the ancestral hall and quickly spread to the various great 1,000 domains under the rule of the spiritual ruins royal family. Back then, a few Dao realm patriarchs of the mystical ruins royal family had taken action to condense these 8 boundless worlds into their internal space. Apart from that, the mystical ruins royal family also raised hundreds of millions of tribes. These tribes weren't considered strong, but they had enough numbers to provide the mystical ruins royal family with plenty of resources. When these orders pierced through the sky, tore through space and time, and landed in the depths of the greater 1,000 worlds, many ancient existences who were either resting with their eyes closed or meditating in seclusion were awakened. Their auras weren't weak. The weakest was still at the immortal king realm. They each had their own Dao right and many disciples. This is the conscription order of the spiritual ruins royal family. This time, they are actually gathering all existences above the immortal realm. Could it be that a war is about to happen? We can't refuse such a big matter. These immortal kings were all shocked, but no one dared to disobey. Although they were immortal kings and could control the life and death of hundreds of millions of living beings, in the eyes of immortal emperors and those above the Dao realm, they could destroy them with a flick of their fingers. Each greater 1,000 world was formed by the overlapping of many universes. The galaxy was vast and boundless. In each universe, there was at least one immortal king overseeing it, and the number of true immortal realm cultivators under them was even greater. They were also divided into territories, and everything was orderly. In some of the worlds, there were hundreds of millions of living beings praying day and night to provide the immortal kings with the power of will, wish, power of faith, and other things they needed to cultivate. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of the ancient true world's foundation. For a period of time, the 8 greater 1,000 worlds and 32 middle 1,000 worlds were all stirred up. Rays of divine light stepped through the universe, and a door condensed in the void. Armies in armor and murderous auras that surged into the sky walked out. Wanyan Xiao and the other progenitors of the spiritual ruins also appeared and wrote down orders to summon existences older than immortal kings. Existences like quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors were hidden in even more profound dimensions of time and space. Perhaps no one would be able to find them in the current era. Only ancient Dao realm cultivators could determine their location and whereabouts. Guchanga did not stay in the ancestral hall. He followed Emperor Ling to the central universe controlled by the spiritual ruins. The 8 greater thousand worlds were vaguely centered around this universe. This was also the most important land of the spiritual ruins imperial family. Many of the spiritual ruins imperial family's most powerful figures were sleeping in the depths. Their strength might not be comparable to the ancestors, but they were extremely profound and unfathomable. Of course, from Wanyan Xiao, Guchanga also knew that the woman before him was called Ling Huang. She was the only prodigy of the spiritual ruins who had reached the Dao realm in so many eras. In the eyes of the spiritual ruins, she was Emperor Ling Huang, and Huang were the same words. And it also meant that she was the empress of a generation. There was no need to talk about her talent. Anyone who could reach this step was someone with great luck and fortune. At the same time, Ling Huang was also the current empress of the spiritual ruins. She was in charge of ruling the entire world, including the various universes and spacetime. She was in charge of many of the complicated matters of the spiritual ruins royal family. From the attitude of Wanyan Xiao and the other progenitors, they had the intention of letting Ling Huang follow him temporarily. Guchanga and Ling Huang were very clear about their intentions. Beside Guchanga, ancestor King Whitebone followed. However, he transformed into a hunched old man in black robes, looking like an old servant. At ancestor King Whitebone's level, his size was the same, and he could gather and disperse at will. Not to mention transforming into a black-robed old man. Even if he transformed into 36 different species and living beings, it would be a matter of a thought. In the eyes of such an existence, his appearance was nothing more than a skeleton. There was no difference. As the empress of the spiritual ruins, Ling Huang did not become more natural after leaving the ancestral hall. Instead, she became more reserved. Only when Guchanga asked her some questions would she carefully choose her words and answer. She was very clear about the intentions of the progenitors when they asked her to follow Guchanga. Ling Huang could not help but curse in her heart. These old fogies, seeing that they could not please Guchanga, they changed their plan to make her appear. After all, she was the empress of the mystical ruins, and her cultivation had reached the Dao realm. In the entire vast expanse, she was considered one of the heaven's favored daughters. Compared to the other patriarchs, she was a very young junior. It was difficult to find a woman who could compare to her. She was pure and beautiful. In the eyes of those Dao realm old fogies, she was the most suitable cauldron and plaything. They would definitely want her to be valued by Guchanga. It would be best if she was taken in as a concubine or something. At that thought, Ling Huang's heart turned colder. She had always known that the progenitors were cold-blooded and cruel, and only cared about benefits. However, they could even abandon a girl like her, who had a bright future, and was already at the Dao realm. In the eyes of those progenitors, was there anything that they could not abandon or tolerate? Although Guchanga could vaguely sense Ling Huang's emotions, he could not be bothered to pry. He had sensed the enmity between this woman and the progenitors of the spiritual ruins from the start. I'm not a scourge. You don't have to be so afraid of me. I'm not interested in you at all, Guchanga said casually. When she heard that, Ling Huang's emotions were in a mess, and she was stunned for a moment. She did not understand what he meant. However, an unnatural expression appeared on her face very soon. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, sir. She didn't expect that she would reveal her thoughts and let Guchanga notice the abnormality just by thinking about it. Dao realm cultivators had already abandoned the so-called spirit will. They only had themselves, not to mention the thoughts in their hearts. Even their existence, past, future, or present, could not be deduced or probed by others. Even the life of a quasi-immortal emperor was shrouded in fog and was difficult to pry into, let alone a Dao realm existence. However, Gu Chang'e said it so directly, causing Ling Huang's expression to turn slightly unnatural. Of course, it also eased her vigilant and tense state of mind, making her less nervous than before. Ling Huang resisted this not because she thought that Gu Chang'e was good. On the contrary, Gu Chang'e was young and handsome. In terms of appearance, he was naturally the best choice for a husband. However, once she became a concubine, it would mean that her future would stop there. She would be dependent on others, and would not be able to advance any further. The proud and arrogant Ling Huang set the end of the Dao realm as her goal. How could she be willing to rely on others and become a subordinate? Moreover, she had made some progress in scheming for the rare treasure on that variable. Once she obtained it, it would definitely allow her to undergo a tremendous change, and she would no longer be restrained by the ancestors. It's not a joke. It's just that I've never been interested in being a concubine. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. A trace of awkwardness appeared in Ling Huang's heart again, and she could not help but blush. She felt ashamed when the matter of being a concubine was mentioned in front of others, especially when there were many confidants she had nurtured in the past. However, since Gu Chang'e had said so, it completely dispelled her worries. Sir, with your cultivation level, I'm sure you naturally look down on my willowy appearance. Just now, I had no choice but to feel sorry for myself. I definitely did not mean to offend you, sir, Ling Huang said. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, and did not continue to scold her. He had come to the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins, because he wanted to see how the kismet of the royal family of mystical ruins was, and compare it to the Daochang true world. The 8 expanse cosmoses were like layers of nebulas that rotated around the central universe. Each expanse cosmos was piled up with layers of universes. From the outside, it looked like a life planet that was shrouded in layers of fog. Within the fog were many ribbon-shaped nebulas. Within each nebula were many universes and worlds. They were either grouped together or scattered. The thick kismet was like a surging river that continuously floated and evaporated from these universes and worlds, and gathered towards the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins. Such a huge expenditure could only be created by many Dao realm existences refining and maintaining it day and night. The weather has changed. The moon has disappeared and the stars have sunk. This is a sign that the royal family of mystical ruins is about to make a big move. Thanks to the noble ball, I have a hint of the ability to see the truth. Looks like the royal family of mystical ruins can no longer hold themselves back after so many years of planning. Even though it's understandable for them to do this for the sake of the continuation of the true mystical ruins world, they shouldn't use such a method to kill all living beings and cause all the races under the royal family of mystical ruins world to cry out and complain. The Ghost Axe clan and the Heavenly Works clan have fallen from being one of the 10 great clans of the true mystical ruins world to our current pathetic state. I must make the royal family of mystical ruins world pay with blood for this grudge. At that moment, in a certain place in the central universe of the royal family of mystical ruins world, Chu Lian stood alone on a desolate mountain peak, calmly looking up at the sky. Many strange phenomena appeared. The stars dimmed, and a shocking blood-red light shot into the sky in the distance. To him, this was the beginning of the decline of the royal family of mystical ruins world's kismet. During this period of time, he had used the noble ball to check in everywhere, allowing him to obtain many benefits. There were also some nature-defying serendipity that allowed his cultivation base to increase greatly. Also due to the noble ball, no one could see the changes in his cultivation base clearly. Even if those immortal Tao existences appeared before him, they could only see that he was an ordinary living being without much strength. This was once the ancient saint's ruins. It's said that the ancient saint's cave abode is buried here. If I can find the exact location of the cave abode and check in, I can obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit and the ancient saint's 36 sacred weapons. If I obtain the ancient saint's Tao fruit, I can reach the immortal realm in the shortest time possible. I can also activate the other possibilities of the noble ball and refine the power of wish to gather kismet for my use. Chu Lian mumbled to himself. With a flash, he disappeared from the mountain and began his search. The ancient saints he spoke of were not cultivators in the saint realm. Instead, they were ancient cultivators in the true mystical ruins world who had great serendipity, great blessings, and were greatly indebted to the people. These ancient saints were nourished by the power of wish of the people. Their strength was unfathomable, and they could move freely in various dimensions. Their strength was about the same as that of a Tao realm ancient cultivator. Chapter 979. The ancient sage's cultivation was unfathomable. At the very least, they were existences comparable to the Tao realm. As far as Chu Lian knew, there was actually an even more ancient civilization before the spiritual ruins royal family. The spiritual ruins royal family was actually an outsider. They were once known as the otherworldly demons. They attacked and occupied the world that originally belonged to that civilization. However, he had only seen such rumors in some incomplete ancient books. He wasn't sure if they were true or false. The ancient sage mentioned in the Noble Ball was an existence that belonged to another civilization. They were worshipped by the heavens and supported by the wishes of the masses. They carried the philosophy of the heavenly Tao. If they complied with the will of the heavens, they would be rewarded. If they disobeyed the will of the heavens, they would be punished. Now, Chu Lian wanted to find the cave abode left behind by the ancient sage and sign in there. He didn't know what method the Noble Ball used to bestow the ancient sage Tao fruit and the 36 ancient sage weapons to him. This was not something he could consider or think about clearly right now. To him, as long as he could become stronger, he could do whatever he wanted. Why would he care about the reason? Right now, Chu Lian was looking forward to the other function of the Noble Ball. It was to refine the power of will and the power of providence, condensing a power that could allow him to transform into a powerful force. This was much faster than him simply becoming stronger through signing in. Time passed very quickly. Next, Wuxia temporarily stayed in the palace of the spiritual ruins royal family. At the same time, he absorbed the power of providence accumulated by the spiritual ruins royal family over countless years and condensed two substances called immortality and creation. The power of providence itself was a near-omnipotent power. Its origin could not be explained clearly. At the same time, it could form all kinds of opportunities and creations. The reign of creation that Wuxia had bestowed in the Daochang true world was also condensed through the power of providence. Creation substance and immortality substance were two extremely special substances. One could evolve into opportunities, while the other could transform the level of life. Just from the literal meaning, the substance of creation was changing at every moment. There was no particular structure of a certain level, which meant that it was infinite. The immortal substance represented the true meaning of immortality. It could not be destroyed, could not be changed, and was eternal. It was the general principle of all substances in the world. It was that the immortal substance and the creation substance could be understood as the endless changes that extended from the general principle of matter. This change naturally included all tangible and intangible substances, including space-time, time, latitude, nothingness, concepts, and so on. Even those who had transcended beyond the 8th decay, or even the 9th decay, would not be able to truly understand these two substances. Because of the difference in life levels and dimensions, it was destined that they would never be able to truly understand it. They could only try their best to get closer to it. The Tao realm. What was the Tao realm? It was the process of ceaselessly understanding the essence of the Tao. It was the process of birth, nurturing, and existence. Be it the heavenly Tao or the great Tao, they were all restricted within the scope of the Tao. Wuxia's life form was destined to be different from these creatures. Therefore, he could easily condense these two substances, which pointed to the end, starting, and essence of the Tao. He was born with the knowledge and grasp of the things countless cultivators searched for in their entire lives. Those in the Tao realm had to use various methods such as comprehension, cultivation, condensation, and so on before they could make even the slightest bit of progress in this Tao. Wuxia could use this substance to strengthen himself and return to his peak. However, the condensation process was rather boring and long. It was also a process that required a lot of time. Fortunately, Guchanga did not have anything to do at that moment. At the same time, the ancient warship from the True Spirit Ruins world moved through the vast expanse and descended towards the Daochang True Worlds region. In the depths of the vast galaxy, a round warship that looked like a shuttle appeared. It was so huge that it was boundless. It crushed through the vast expanse and continuously approached the Daochang True World. It had already landed at the outermost layer surrounded by nebulas. In the depths of the warship, many profound and ancient runic symbols shone brightly. Lightning, flames, and rain of light danced in the air. It was a dazzling sight, as if it was condensing some sort of door. The female figure called Zhuoyu was standing in front of the door devoutly at that moment. She seemed to be chanting and explaining something with her mind. Behind this door, a strange scene gradually appeared. In the end, an enormous ball of light flickered incessantly, as if it had a life of its own. It surged, contracted, and collapsed. Faintly, the profundities of the birth of life appeared. Who dares disturb my long slumber? A cold and merciless thought tumbled about in the ball of light. The other members of the immortal spirit civilization around the door were all waiting solemnly. Their expressions were also respectful and devout. In the distance were living beings in silver armor and shining all over. They were guarding the door sternly to prevent anyone from disturbing them. Grandfather. Zhuoyu looked at the ball of light and also communicated with her mind to send her voice. The immortal spirit civilization behind her was hundreds of millions of light years away from this place. Even if they had the coordinates of the vast expanse, they would still need a long time to reach it. That was why Zhuoyu could not ask the family behind her to help her when the war was about to start in the Daochang True World. She remembered the vague sense of fear and uneasiness she had felt previously. In the end, she decided to use the power of her mind to cast a communication technique and contact her grandfather. She wanted to ask him to perform a divination for her and see whether she could capture the vague power of destiny to predict whether her trip would be successful or not. Her grandfather was one of the oldest existences in the family behind her. His strength was unfathomable, and he was skilled in many deductions and divination techniques. He had once captured a river of destiny and created the true substance of destiny from it. Then he placed his mind in the substance of destiny and was known as the Master of Destiny. During the process of contacting her grandfather, she exhausted a lot of her power of the mind. At the same time, she also needed to use an essence. Even Zhuoyu felt her heart ache, but she had to do this to ensure her safety. So it's my most beloved descendant. Little Zhuoyu, I didn't expect that you would be about to undergo your third soul metamorphosis. The last time I saw you, you were just a small ball of light not even the size of a fist. Once the Master of Destiny learned that Zhuoyu was the one who had awakened him, his tone became much gentler. However, it was difficult to hide his callousness. He was like an indescribable existence that stood above the clouds and looked down on the fate of all living things. Thanks to you, grandfather, this time I left the family, I obtained a lot of benefits. I traveled through the vast expanse and accidentally found a true world with the seed of the immortal Tao civilization. I can refine immortal substance and essence from it to help me undergo my fourth soul metamorphosis. At that time, I will be comparable to the true Tao realm existences of the immortal Tao civilization. Zhuoyu replied respectfully. Although the vast ball of light in front of her belonged to her grandfather's will, she knew that the existence within was not her grandfather, who had a blood connection to her. Instead, it was an even more ancient elder of the family. She couldn't even call out his name and didn't know who he was. Her grandfather was a famous genius of their family. He was born with a terrifying power of the mind that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. His future was limitless. As long as he followed the cultivation method of the immortal Tao civilization, he would definitely be able to undergo a soul metamorphosis in the future and be comparable to the true Tao realm existences of the immortal Tao civilization. And on the day her grandfather came of age, he received the gift of his ancestor. His strength underwent an inconceivable leap, and he directly underwent his first soul metamorphosis. This was the inheritance method of the immortal Tao civilization. Every member of the family, including Zhuoyu, could suddenly experience an explosive increase in strength one day, reaching an inconceivable level. Although this was called accepting the legacy and gift of their ancestor, in reality, it was the ancestor entrusting his spirit to the younger generation, changing the vessel, and realizing the true meaning of immortality. This was something Zhuoyu only understood after undergoing his first soul metamorphosis. Ordinary people would only feel proud of it. In order to obtain the legacy and gift of their ancestor, they would continuously work hard to fight for that precious spot. The seed of the immortal Tao civilization? Hearing Zhuoyu's words, the will of the vast ball of light in the resplendent door clearly became more intense. Even though it was separated by endless space and time, a trace of a terrifying soul storm could still be felt. All the members of the immortal Tao civilization, including Zhuoyu, couldn't help but take a few steps back. They felt as if their heads were about to split open and explode. And this was only a trace of the soul storm that leaked out and weakened countless times. Zhuoyu's respect for his grandfather grew even deeper. With his grandfather's strength, the soul storm he unleashed could easily destroy endless spaces and universes. All living beings would instantly die, their souls withered, and they would be reduced to dust. Yes, I won't hide it from you, grandfather. I suspect that a very terrifying existence once stopped by in that newborn true world and bestowed the seed of the immortal Tao. That's why I'm worried that he might have left something behind. So I would like to ask you to perform a divination for me and predict my future, Zhuoyu said respectfully. This was the shortcoming of the immortal Tao civilization. They could not be like the cultivators of the immortal Tao civilization, who could grasp karma in the unseen world to predict good fortune, and seek luck to avoid disaster. According to what Zhuoyu knew, there was an ancient and powerful civilization that upheld the laws of heaven and developed the Tao of fate to the extreme. The cycle of the Tao of heaven had its own destiny, and that civilization and the Tao of heaven complemented each other. They carried on the cycle of the Tao of heaven and never encountered any disasters. The powerful warriors of that civilization could sense all sorts of changes in the world with a single thought. They could even communicate with the Tao of heaven and receive all sorts of thoughts sent to them by the Tao of heaven. Knowing one's destiny and knowing one's calamity, one could easily calculate and avoid all kinds of calamities and become a true immortal. The immortal Tao civilization had once tried to capture the powerful warriors of that civilization to understand and analyze their abilities, but they failed in the end and paid a heavy price for it. So that's how it is. An existence that can leave behind the seed of the immortal Tao is not someone you can deal with. He might have even noticed you when you were unaware. If he wanted to kill you and completely destroy your soul, it would only take a single thought. The tumbling waves of the vast ball of light behind the door slowly calmed down, as if it was also thinking. Zhuoyu naturally knew that the seed of the immortal Tao civilization was the true origin of the immortal Tao. It contained many mysteries of the immortal Tao, and could allow a weak civilization to develop and multiply into an immortal Tao civilization. The seed of the immortal Tao civilization could perfect the laws of heaven and earth, the environment of heaven and earth, and the great Tao of heaven and earth. In short, it could perfect everything that was not suitable for the cultivation of the immortal Tao, and evolve a suitable cultivation system, a suitable path and medium for the propagation of the immortal Tao. In the vast expanse, the immortal Tao civilization was without a doubt the most powerful civilization. There was no comparison. If it is a complete civilization of the immortal Tao, then even if I have to pay any price, I must obtain it. It can help me capture and perfect the power of the immortal Tao. If I can extract the true essence of the immortal Tao and refine it into the source of the immortal Tao, then I can transform once more. This will was filled with unconcealable greed and ambition. Zhuoyu also understood, but this true world only had the true seed of the immortal Tao. It could not be complete. At most it was a wisp of ash. However, even if it was just a wisp of ash, it was worth it for her to obtain it at all costs. After a long time, the will behind the door slowly calmed down and said, "You will not be able to find the true seed of the immortal Tao. However, even if it is just a wisp of ash, it is still a great opportunity for you. I have already divined for you just now. That true world is very weak, and does not have any power that can threaten you. You can go without worry. Do not disturb my slumber. After this wave was transmitted, the dazzling light behind the door slowly disappeared. Then, the door quickly closed, and the terrifying pressure that enveloped this place completely dissipated. Everyone from the immortal spirit civilization, including Zhuoyu, sighed in relief, the pressure in their hearts disappearing. Men, gather the army. Prepare to follow me into battle at any time. With her grandfather's accurate answer, the doubt in Zhuoyu's heart was completely dispelled. She immediately ordered her people to gather the army. This round, ancient warship belonged to the immortal spirit civilization. Its interior was made of rare spatial mother gold, and there were large and small concave walls carved into it. Inside each concave wall was a boundless world that housed many battle tribes that could be used by the immortal spirit civilization. After the orders were passed down, they quickly fell into these worlds. Immediately, the roars of billions of terrifying beings could be heard. There were heart demons who looked like humans, and ancient demons who looked like alien races. They had excellent armor, and their steeds roared at the sky. Murderous auras surged into the sky. These beings appeared in the air and gathered in that world. Banners fluttered in the wind, and their fighting spirits surged into the sky. Once Zhuoyu gave the order, a shadow appeared on the crystal wall before her. The Daochang true world in front of her grew closer. It was like an oval-shaped egg lying in the vast expanse. It was surrounded by endless fog, and it seemed to be filled with an astonishing amount of life force and kismet. Looks like you haven't noticed? But even if you did, what can you change? A cruel, cold smile appeared on Zhuoyu's flat, featureless face. Chapter 980. The area of Peach Village was not considered large. It only covered an area of a few dozen miles. All along, there were less than 100 families. The oldest children in the village were 7 or 8 years old. The younger ones were still drinking beast milk and learning simple qi cultivation techniques from the adults in the village. Even if they did not become cultivators in the future, they could still strengthen their bodies and enter the mountains and forests to hunt. They would all sit cross-legged on a square of bluestone and face the sunrise, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow. The current environment here was extremely good. The mountains were clear, the water was clear, and the green grass was fragrant. The lake in the distance was emerald green. Many spiritual birds were drinking by the lake. There were also some Pegasus with snow-white hair. They appeared in groups and lowered their heads to drink from the lake. It was a peaceful scene of a paradise. Gu Xian'er changed her clothes. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was very otherworldly, like a fairy who was not tainted by the mortal world. Although she liked the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that Gu Chang'e bought with her very much and always wore it, she had put it away now. During the time in the heavenly tomb, she had grown a little taller. The wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress that was originally suitable for her no longer fit her. This bluestone is still here. Gu Xian'er found a bluestone that was almost half the size of a person by the lake. She jumped lightly and jumped on it. Then she lightly bounced. A hint of joy appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. When she was cultivating as a child, she often sat on this bluestone, inhaling and exhaling the morning glow of the sun and moon. She would sit there for several days. To Gu Xian'er, this was like an old friend. She did not expect that after so many years, this bluestone was still here, majestic and unmoving. Yao Yao was like a little adult. She put her hands behind her back and followed behind Gu Xian'er. Seeing her like this, she wrinkled her little nose and said, "Big sister Xian'er, you are always like this. No wonder master always says that you are like a little girl who never grows up." Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of softness. However, she had the air of an elder as she scolded Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er giggled. She didn't care about her fairy-like temperament. She took off her jade boots, and her small, sparkling, translucent and small feet swayed into the lake. There she played with the lake, and her feet rippled. Seeing that Yao Yao was about to scold her again, she immediately rolled up her sleeves, grabbed the little girl, and held her in her arms. "You're clearly just a little girl, yet you're always lecturing me. I'm your older sister." Gu Xian'er pinched her nose and smiled. After returning to Peach Village, she reminisced about old times with the group of teachers and villagers. She also talked about the things that had happened in the past few years. She told them about her experiences, so that they could relax. Later on, he also gave some small toys to some of the children in the village. As if he was still a child, he played with them for a long time. Gu Xian'er didn't show the slightest bit of worry. She was still as optimistic and cheerful as before. She also didn't talk about the many dangers she had experienced in the heavenly tomb this time. She didn't want the villagers and teachers to worry. It was as if these years in the outside world were really endless training and tempering. Now that she finally had some free time, Gu Xian'er also wanted to ask the question she was most concerned about. Where did big sister Tao Yao go? Why couldn't she sense any aura or fluctuations related to her? It was as if she had suddenly evaporated from this world. To her, Tao Yao was like a senior sister to her. She was one of the people who treated her the best in this world. Big sister Xian'er, you don't want to be my sister. You want to be my master's wife. I can see that. Although Gu Xian'er pinched Yao Yao's nose, she still acted like an elder. Then, she directly and mercilessly exposed Gu Xian'er's thoughts. Gu Xian'er suddenly panicked when she heard her words. She stuttered and hurriedly said, You little girl, what nonsense are you saying? Be careful that I don't beat you up. Let me tell you, even your master doesn't dare to provoke me. If he dares to provoke me, I'll beat him up too. You can't beat master. It's obvious that master always bullies you. I see it all the time. Yao Yao mercilessly exposed her again. Gu Xian'er was angry and embarrassed. She lightly knocked Yao Yao's head. This little girl looked so cute just now. Why was she not cute at all and not honest at all now? She looked like an adult. Not only did she act like an elder, but she was also sentimental. However, when she thought of how this little girl sat alone at the entrance of Peach Village, as if she was waiting for someone, she felt a little heartache. That irresponsible master of yours left you in the village and didn't care about you anymore. What a heartless person. She began to criticize Gu Chang'e. Of course, Gu Xian'er also knew that Yao Yao was like this because of her past experience. She belonged to the other half of Tao Yao's Dao fruit, after Tao Yao's nirvana. She was flawless, and did not have any karma with Tao Yao. She could also be understood as Tao Yao's biological sister. It was also because of this that Yao Yao did not grow up or age. It was as if her age was forever frozen at this moment. The children who used to play with her had all grown up and started their own careers. They had grandchildren and granddaughters, and they had a house full of grandchildren. However, she was still the same as before. She was only a few years old and could never change. Although Yao Yao looked very young, she was actually very mature and sensible. This made Gu Xian'er feel a little heartache. Originally, she had an elder sister who could take care of and accompany her. However, even that elder sister had completely disappeared. There was no trace of her. As for Yao Yao's master Gu Chang'e, there was not even a shadow of him. It was as if he had long forgotten about this little girl. Sister Xian'er, you can't say that about master. Master is just very busy. He doesn't have time to visit Yao Yao. He must have a lot of things to do every day. He can't cope. Yao Yao saw that Gu Xian'er was criticizing Gu Chang'e. She could not help but defend Gu Chang'e. Although she said this, there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes. Gu Xian'er could not bear to say harsh words to this little girl, who was so sensible that it made her heart ache. She reached out and patted her head. Sister will take you to your master. I will also pull his ear and ask him why he hasn't come to visit Yao Yao for so long. Sister Xian'er, you are so impatient and clumsy. Master will not like it. He only likes mature and steady girls like me. Yao Yao said in the tone of a little adult. Gu Xian'er suddenly felt an itch in her teeth. She really wanted to pick her up and give her a good beating. However, after thinking about it, she decided against it. She hugged Yao Yao and gently swayed her slender ankles in the lake water. Yao Yao, do you know where Sister Tao Yao is now? She looked into the distance at the mountain range in the distance, and couldn't help but ask softly. Hearing this question, Yao Yao could not help but look puzzled and confused. She shook her little head and said, I don't know where she went either. It seems that one day, a beautiful big sister in red came to find her, but she suddenly disappeared. She didn't say anything to all of us. I only heard that beautiful big sister in red say something like the truth. A beautiful big sister in red? The truth. Gu Xian'er was also confused. She had never heard of Sister Tao Yao having a friend. Moreover, it was a beautiful big sister in red. A hint of sadness appeared on Yao Yao's face. She raised her eyes and turned her head to ask, Big Sister Xian'er, do you think Big Sister has really disappeared from this world? I can't even sense her aura, as if she has really been erased from my memories. Many people in the village, for some reason, seem to have gradually forgotten about Big Sister. Even Grandpa Village Chief is the same. One day, I went to ask him if Sister would come back. He only thought that I was asking about Sister Xian'er's whereabouts. He did not seem to remember that I have a sister at all. Even some of the villagers began to feel that the withered peach tree at the entrance of the village was blocking the road. They wanted to cut it down and widen the road at the entrance of the village. Why is it like this? I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day, even I will forget about Sister's existence. Then, all traces of her existence will really disappear. As if she had never existed. As if she really did not exist. Whoa, why is Sister also disappearing? Master also did not come to see me. Do they not want Yao Yao anymore? Yao Yao has always been very sensible and obedient. A string of tears rolled down the little girl's face like pearls from a broken necklace. She sobbed and her eyes were red. It was as if she wanted to vent all the fear and grievances she had been feeling during this period of time. Hearing these words, Gu Xian'er was stunned. She did not expect such a thing to happen during this period of time. At this time, she also realized that when she returned to Peach Village, many villagers seemed to be silent about Tao Yao. She originally thought that it was because they did not want to be sad. However, she really did not expect that it would be for such a reason. Why would Tao Yao's existence gradually disappear from everyone's minds? Did that mean that all traces of her existence would also disappear from this world? At this moment, Gu Xian'er suddenly thought of the most likely possibility. Dao assimilation. Tao Yao was very likely in a dangerous situation. Transforming her body into Dao would not only erase her cultivation, but also erase all of her karma, traces, and traces. It was equivalent to truly disappearing. Even the traces of her existence would be dissolved. It was as if she did not exist in this world. She had never appeared, whether in the past, present, or future. It was no wonder that with her current cultivation, she could not detect or sense Tao Yao's aura. It was because Tao Yao's aura no longer existed. Why did this happen? What happened? Gu Xian'er's face was a little pale. At this moment she suddenly thought of many things. Could that red-robed woman be the red-robed female demon who gave Gu Chang'e an immortal corpse as a congratulatory gift on the day of Gu Chang'e's wedding? Could she be Gu Chang'e's former disciple? In fact, although Tao Yao had never mentioned it, Gu Xian'er knew that Tao Yao and Gu Chang'e definitely had some relationship before. If that red-robed woman was Chan Hongyi, then it seemed normal that she knew Tao Yao. Demon Mountain. I have to go to the Demon Mountain. Gu Xian'er thought of the faction that the red-robed female demon had established. If the red-robed female demon was still around, then perhaps she could ask about Tao Yao's whereabouts. Without explaining too much to Yao Yao, Gu Xian'er waved her hand. The void in front of her blurred, and a path appeared. She did not bother to put on her jade boots. Taking Yao Yao with her, she stepped into the path. The Demon Mountain was billions of miles away from here, and there were many spatial barriers. However, with Gu Xian'er's current strength, she arrived in a flash. Why? There's no more aura in the Demon Mountain. She seems to have completely disappeared. Gu Xian'er appeared in the sky. Looking at the area covered in endless demonic qi, she was completely stunned. The truth. The truth. Is the truth that they are talking about going to the past to find the truth of the Forbidden Era? If this is a kind of obsession, then they will not give up until they reach their goal. 3. Zero can return to the past and cross the river of time. What kind of terrible karma and backlash would one have to bear? At this moment, Gu Xian'er seemed to have thought of the two's ending. She was a little lost. Even with her current cultivation, she dared not say that she could really cross the river of time and return to the past. Moreover, the forbidden era had long been shattered and blurred. Even the river of time had collapsed, buried in the chaos of nothingness. Even if they could cross the river of time, they would probably be lost in the boundless darkness, unable to find the era they were looking for. Suddenly, she thought of something, as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw. Guchanga. Yes, Guchanga must have a way. He can definitely save them. After all, the red-robed she-devil was his former disciple. Although he is cold to outsiders, he is only cold on the outside and warm on the inside. He can't leave them in the lurch. Gu Xian'er really did not want to see Tao Yao, whom she saw as family, disintegrate into the Tao and completely disappear from the world. After returning to Peach Village with Yao Yao, she planned to bid farewell to her master and the villagers. She also told them not to touch the peach tree at the entrance of the village. She was going to take Yao Yao to find Guchanga. However, Yao Yao seemed to know what she was going to do. She did not want to trouble her, so she insisted on staying in the village. Gu Xian'er could only give up. After bidding farewell to the others, she turned into a ray of light and headed to the immortal region with the big red bird. She was going to the Heaven Crusher Alliance to find Guchanga. At the same time, something big was happening in the palace where the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance was located. Chapter 981. There were many people standing in the vast hall of Heaven Crusher Alliance's headquarters. Some of them were shocked, and some of them were puzzled. Some of the leaders of the various races who had come to discuss their plans were alarmed by the actions of the current Vice Alliance Masters of Heaven Crusher Alliance, Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal. They were forced to stop and see what was going on. Wang Wushang, the Tao disciple of Heaven Crusher Alliance, had his hands placed behind his back. His presence was as deep as the ocean, and there was a terrifying presence that could not be hidden. He stood before his many followers, and was also looking outside the hall. He might have felt slightly uneasy in his heart, but he still calmed down and did not show any signs of abnormality. Looks like there are unexpected guests who have descended in the current Dao Chang True world. The three seniors must have noticed them, which is why they rushed over beforehand. We should just wait here quietly for the three seniors. If we can't even handle them, then there's no point for us to rush over, he said slowly. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared in his eyes. It was as if there were stars rumbling and the sun and moon rotating, showing off his mighty presence that was above all living beings. It was as if once the three ancient cultivators in Tao realm left, he had become the person in charge and the backbone of this place. Sun Shuang frowned and stood behind Uncle Yi. She was also quite displeased with the current Wang Wushang. Ao Tung, Ao Ling, Shen Xian'er, and the others were naturally not an exception. They were all frowning slightly. However, they did not say anything at that moment. They did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Gu Wuwang, Abyss, and Wine Sword Immortal had long since left through the air. They seemed to be heading to the world beyond. Their actions had long since stirred up the emotions of the people in the hall. The younger generation and the middle-aged generation were all slightly uneasy, and they were whispering to each other. When they heard Anai Chen's words, many of them were shocked, and they could not help but start worrying. When the three ancient cultivators left through the air, it was as if they had disappeared into thin air. They did not even have the time to ask what had happened. Based on Wang Wushang's words, it seemed that some powerful existence had suddenly descended in the Dao Chang True world. It would be great if the leaders of the 16 alliances were here. With them here, we would be at ease. A leader of an ancient race couldn't help whispering. Once he said those words, quite a number of people in the area agreed with him. They all believed that no matter what, Guchanga could be considered the strongest person in Dao Chang True world. His level of cultivation was unfathomable, and he was above the three existences in Dao realm. With Guchanga around, even if Dao Chang True world ran into a powerful enemy it could not hope to fight against, it would still have a way to deal with it. Because from the beginning to the end, Guchanga gave everyone a feeling that no matter what it was, she could easily do it. When Guchanga was around, many people lived under his shadow in fear. However, this also had its benefits. They did not need to worry or fear other external existences. Didn't you hear what the Vice Alliance leader said? Right now, the Dao Chang true world needs to be tempered. Perhaps all of this is under the Alliance leader's control. What is there for you to worry about? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to deal with this situation? Do you really want to rely on the Tall One for everything? However, there were also leaders of races who were wary of danger in times of peace. They did not think that such thoughts were right. After all, Gu Chang'e always gave them the feeling that he could wash his hands of everything at any moment. It was as if all the lives in the world had nothing to do with him. If they always wanted to rely on Gu Chang'e for this sort of thing, could it be that they had forgotten the origin of the taboo era? Did they forget about the change in the upper world? How many Tao orthodoxies and ancient universes were destroyed because of him and turned into dust? The number of living beings who died during that time numbered in the billions. Right then, since Gu Chang'e controlled the Heaven Punishing Alliance and controlled the Dao Chang true world, the environment in the world had changed, and it was more suitable for cultivation. All races were peacefully reproducing and showing signs of becoming stronger. Many people forgot about all of that and became deeply grateful to Gu Chang'e, as if they had completely forgotten who he was. He was the demon lord. In the hall, the leaders of the various races started discussing in low voices. Some of them had worried looks in their eyes and felt uneasy in their hearts. There were also some who were very calm and did not panic at all as they waited for the three Dao realm ancient cultivators to return. Wang Wuxiang placed his hands behind his back and slowly paced back and forth in the hall, as if he was also thinking about this. Then, he slowly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. As a Dao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance, if anything happens, I will definitely think of a way to protect all of you. Since all the Dao orthodoxies have joined the Heaven Punishing Alliance, then you are a part of the Heaven Punishing Alliance. Right now, I am only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal emperor. Even if I am in the Dao realm, I can still reach it. All of you have seen my talent. In a few years, I will be able to reach your level. I will cross the vast expanse and head to the outer world. When he spoke, he put on the attitude of a superior and tried to buy people's hearts. Aside from Gu Wuwang, the other two Dao realm existences were the greatest obstacles to his future plans in the Dao Chang true world. That was why Enaichen planned to use the absence of the three Dao realm existences to recruit the leaders of the various races and Dao orthodoxies to pave the way for his next plan. Enaichen had also thought about it seriously. The abyss-defying true world he had been in had been destroyed during the invasion of the outer world, and there were not many of his people left. Unless he reached the level of Gu Chang'e, it would be very difficult for him to revive all his people. He could only do this step by step. Once he possessed the Dao Chang true world, he would revive his family at the first instant. Then, he would let the people living in the small worlds come here and live. With his status as a Dao disciple of the Heaven Punishing Alliance as support, the abyss-defying race would only become more prosperous. It was not impossible for them to return to their former glory. With the support of this true world's kismet and sufficient resources to cultivate, his speed of breakthrough would only become faster. Once he had enough power, he could completely suppress the Dao Chang true world and change its name to the abyss-defying true world. That was why during this process, he had to possess and control the Dao Chang true world. There was no lack of leaders of large races among the followers behind Wang Wuxiang. At that moment they all agreed. Everyone, you must have seen the Dao disciple's talent. With that terrifying speed of his breakthrough, he will soon catch up to the three seniors. His future is limitless. Also, the Dao disciple is highly regarded by the Alliance Master and has been bestowed with a supreme treasure, the root of primordial chaos. That is a supreme divine item with all sorts of inconceivable uses. The Alliance Master will definitely hand the Heaven Punishing Alliance to the Dao disciple in the future. Everyone, I advise you to look further into the future. Don't give up on the future just because of these short-term benefits. There was enmity between the Dao disciple Wang Wuxiang and the two Dao realm existences, the Wine Sword Immortal and Abyss. This was something the entire Heaven Punishing Alliance knew. Some of the leaders of the various races did not want to offend either side, so they tried their best to remain neutral. However, the Wine-Sword Immortal, Abyss, and the others had left the hall, and the meaning behind Wang Wuxiang's words was self-evident. When they heard this, the expressions of quite a number of people in the hall changed slightly. The whispers of discussion also stopped. The battle between the forces of power in the Heaven-Punishing Alliance was becoming more intense. Even though the Vice Alliance Master, Gu Wuwang, was keeping them in check, he could not solve the root of the problem. After all, the Heaven-Punishing Alliance was simply too big. It included all the ancient forces of power and races in the Daochang True World. There were also countless universes and worlds involved in it. The benefits involved in this were simply too great. Even those in Dao Realm would not be able to turn a blind eye to it and not be bothered by it. Due to the root of primordial chaos, Abyss and the others had gotten into a conflict with the Dao disciple Wang Wuxiang, causing the forces behind the three of them to view each other as enemies. They were in a competitive relationship. This sort of thing might not be beneficial to the stability of the Heaven-Punishing Alliance in the long run, but it was beneficial to their development and growth. I'm not saying these words to ask you to quickly make a decision. I just want to tell you that there is still a long way to go. You must learn to look forward. Chen placed his hands behind his back and smiled faintly, giving off the air of a superior. Many people saw a hint of Gu Chang's shadow in him. This caused some of the people who originally did not want to participate in the battle between the forces of power and wanted to remain neutral to waver. After all, Chen had Gu Chang'e standing behind him. Even if he could not win against the two ancient cultivators in Dao Realm, the Wine-Sword Immortal and Abyss would not dare to do anything to him. He was already in an invincible position. Besides, Wang Wuxiang, who was a variable, was the hope of the Daochang True World. Sun Shuang, Ao Tung, and the others looked at him coldly and did not say much. At this moment, it was useless for them to say anything. Wang Wuxiang's wings were growing, and even Uncle Yi, the immortal emperor from Immortal Ancient, was not in his eyes. Wang Wuxiang, don't think that you can do whatever you want. Aren't you afraid that cousin will be displeased by what you're doing? He built the Heaven-Punishing Alliance with his own hands, but you've turned it into a mess. Do you really think that he won't care? Cousin can let you have your current position, but he can also make you fall into an abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. However, at that moment, only Shen Xian'er stood up and spoke coldly. She was not afraid of Wang Wuxiang, even if he had an astonishing might. When she said those words, many people's expressions changed. This was a person with a background, and they did not dare provoke him. Chen did not dare to do anything to Shen Xian'er. He turned around, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said flatly, Miss Shen, you don't have to worry about these things. The Alliance leader's foresight is not something you can fathom. In the future, Daochang True World will need someone to stand up and support it. Besides, do you really think that the Lord Alliance leader will care about these things? To the Lord Alliance Master, perhaps Heaven-Punishing Alliance is just a toy he can play with on a whim. If I make Heaven-Punishing Alliance become stronger, and the Lord Alliance Master learns about it, do you think he will blame me or punish me? No matter what, Chen had lived for a long time, and he believed that he had a good grasp of Gu Chang's thoughts. As long as he did not touch Gu Chang's bottom line, Heaven-Punishing Alliance would be under his control. Besides, Gu Chang'e was no longer in the Daochang True World, so he might not care about Heaven-Punishing Alliance anymore. This answer made Shen Xian'er speechless for a while, and there was a hint of unwillingness on her face. Her master was being looked down upon by Wang Wuxiang, and as his disciple, she could do nothing about it. If only my sister was here. When she thought of this, Shen Xian'er became even more dejected. The people in the hall were as silent as cicadas in winter when they saw this. They did not dare say anything, including the people chasing after Wang Wuxiang. They did not dare offend Shen Xian'er. In their eyes, Shen Xian'er was Gu Chang's direct descendant, and Wang Wuxiang was something like a successor. At that moment, ripples of power came from outside the hall again. The air seemed to tremble slightly, and many terrifying presences collided before they calmed down, causing the environment to become unstable. Senior, they're back. When they sensed the familiar presences, Joy appeared on many people's faces, and they let out long sighs of relief. Wang Wuxiang did not say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the hall. The laws in the air continued tumbling about, and a golden path seemed to have appeared in the distant sky. It stretched across many universes, as if a bridge had been built between several worlds. Gu Wuwang, Ming and Winesword Immortal stood on the golden path. Beside them was a white-browed old ape in a monk's robe. He had a kind face and a dignified face. There were quite a number of people following behind the golden path. There were both men and women, and their faces were very blurry. They were either surrounded by chaotic fog or thick miasma that covered the sky and earth. Senior brother Qing Feng. Sun Shuang saw a familiar figure on the golden path and could not help but cry out. There was some unconcealable joy and excitement on her face. The other immortal ancient descendants beside her had lived in the city of no return since they were young. At this moment, they also recognized that figure. They all became excited and said, "It's Lord Qingfeng. It really is Lord Qingfeng. I never thought that Lord Qingfeng would still be alive, and he really did come back." The silver-robed man beside Sun Shuang, who was also Uncle Yi, revealed a bit of astonishment. He naturally did not recognize Qingfeng. Uncle Yi, senior brother Qingfeng, is a disciple my grandfather took in. He drifted here from the sea of no return and lost his memories. Later on, he also lived in the city of no return, and we call each other senior brother and sister. Before the blue sea realm shattered, senior brother Qingfeng stepped on the path to search for the 9 heavens. He wanted to find the predecessors of Immortal Palace who had gone to the 9 heavens and have them come back to help us get through this crisis. Sun Shuang began to explain, feeling happy for Qingfeng's safe return. Chapter 982. The golden path charged down from the sky. Qingfeng stood behind ancient monk Ape Zen and saw his junior sister, Sun Shuang, with just one glance. He could not help but show some excitement. The huge rock in his heart had finally been lifted. As long as his junior sister was safe and sound, he could be at ease. His heart had been tense all along the way, afraid that he would see something tragic. Senior brother Qingfeng, looks like this is the junior sister you've been talking about all this while. Funhua noticed Qingfeng's expression and could not help but say with a faint smile, "Junior sister's personality is really worrying. I was worried that she would do something foolish when I wasn't around. Now that I see her, I'm at ease," Qingfeng said with a wry smile. Ancient monk Ape Zen's other disciples stood by the side and did not say anything. There was some slight disdain towards the living beings in this true world. They had all walked out of the 9 heavens, so their views were naturally different from the native living beings in the Daochang true world. Besides the rulers of each expanse heaven, there were plenty of powerful warriors in the 9 heavens. There was no lack of Dao realm existences who lived in seclusion and sought Dao, not bothering themselves with the affairs of the world. The Daochang true world might be slightly unique, but it was just a new true world. Its foundation was not enough to catch their attention. Gu Wuwang, Abyss and Winesword Immortal already knew why ancient monk Ape Zen had come, but they did not let down their guard. After all, he was also a Dao realm existence. Gu Wuwang could sense that ancient monk Ape Zen's strength was only slightly weaker than his. Ancient monk Ape Zen placed his palms together. His face was solemn, and there was a Buddhist air about him as he spoke with compassion. "Fellow Taoists, you don't have to worry. I was asked by my disciple to come to this true world with him to solve this disaster. If I knew that there were 3 fellow Taoists here, I would be much more at ease. Many years ago, I also walked out of the immortal region and arrived in the 9 heavens by accident. After a few twists and turns, I finally obtained my current cultivation base and serendipity." He was indeed very surprised. He originally thought that there would at most be existences half a step into Dao realm in this new true world. It was the terrifying demon lord that his disciple Qingfeng spoke of. His eldest disciple, Funhua, was completely capable of suppressing existences half a step into Dao realm. There was no need for him to do anything. However, when he got closer, he discovered that there were 3 Dao realm experts. One of them was even slightly stronger than him. This made ancient monk Ape Zen very surprised. No wonder the eternal Tao Lord took notice of it. It was indeed somewhat special. Now that we have you helping us, Dao Chang True World's chances of winning will be much higher. Gu Wuwang nodded slightly. After all, they were Dao realm existences. During the process of contact just now, they already knew each other's origins. He really was surprised, not expecting this ancient monk Ape Zen to actually come from the Nine Heavens. One had to know that back then, he also left the Nine Heavens, receiving orders to establish his own faction in the outside world. He wondered if this ancient monk Ape Zen knew about the Gu clan of the Nine Heavens. Soon, everyone landed in the middle of the hall. The leaders of the various races had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Their faces were filled with shock and doubt. Whether it was Ape Zen ancient monk or the disciples behind him, they were all unfamiliar faces. A few of them had terrifying auras, as if they didn't exist in this world. They were actually immortal emperors. Who knew how many epics they had cultivated? Senior, may I know who these people are? Wang Wushang's heart jumped. He didn't know where these people had come from, but he still calmly asked. Gu Wuwang cast him a glance, then swept his gaze past the people in the hall. This is ancient monk Ape Zen. He came from the Nine Heavens, and this time, he descended to Dao Chang True World to help us fend off the foreign enemies and stop the disaster. The people behind him are all ancient monk Ape Zen's disciples. They're extremely powerful. Among the disciples of Ape Zen ancient monk, apart from the eldest disciple Fen Chun, who was close to the threshold of Dao realm, there was no one else. The others were all immortal emperors or quasi-immortal emperors. In the current Dao Chang True World, they were considered to be the strongest. Greetings, my name is Ape Zen. Ancient monk Ape Zen put his palms together and said with a faint smile. There was an astonishing Buddhist aura around him, making others feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The people standing around him seemed to be converted by his words, and converted to Buddhism along with him. Hearing those words, the various leaders in the palace hall were all shocked. Many of them revealed expressions of disbelief. From the Nine Heavens? Wang Wushang was also incredibly shocked. He truly did not expect that these people would have such a great background. When he was still in the abyss-defying True World, the Nine Heavens had already existed. It was the legendary source of the immortal Tao, and it contained the secrets of the immortal Tao. There were as many powerful warriors there as there were clouds in the sky, and their power was so great that it was unimaginable. Even a supreme True World would not be able to compare to a place that transcended the Nine Heavens. Ancient monk Ape Zen's arrival had greatly exceeded Wang Wushang's expectations. It made him feel as if things were starting to spiral out of his control. The leaders of the various forces of power in the palace were also incredibly shocked. They had yet to recover from the shocking news. Even Ao Tung, Ao Ling and the other people who came from the era of legends were shocked and shocked. Ancient monk Ape Zen did not put on the airs of someone in Dao realm. He was very easygoing, and began explaining his origins in the immortal region. Qing Feng also stood up at that moment, and told them about how he found the Nine Heavens, based on the clues left behind by the predecessor of Immortal Palace, after he left the immortal region, and how he became ancient monk Ape Zen's disciple. Once he finished speaking, the crowd no longer had any doubts. They began to feel delighted and excited. After all, ancient monk Ape Zen was the same as Gu Wuwang and the others. He was also in Dao realm, and he had many disciples with unfathomable strength. This time, the chances of the Dao Chang True World successfully defending against the invasion of foreign enemies were much higher. Ancient monk Ape Zen was only following orders, so he did not really care about it. However, when he heard the words Heaven Attacking Alliance, he could not help but frown. His originally kind expression instantly turned solemn, and fear filled his heart. The expressions of his disciples behind him also changed, as if they were in disbelief. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to panic. We didn't come up with this name. Lord Alliance leader came up with it himself. Gu Wuwang seemed to have seen ancient monk Ape Zen's fear at that instant, and could not help but explain. He knew what the words Heaven Attacking Alliance meant. Forget ancient monk Ape Zen. Even he had been shocked when he first heard Gu Changa's decision. He felt that he could not bear this terrifying karma. What great courage! He actually dared to come up with this name. And he actually managed to establish it and create such a scene. This mysterious alliance leader is truly not a simple person. Ancient monk Ape Zen's eldest disciple, Fun Yen, could not help but exclaim in shock. Based on what she knew, the Tao tradition Eternal Life Tao Lord had established in the 9 heavens was called Heaven Attacking Sect. He had used the name Heaven Attacking Sect to invite many powerful warriors in the vast universe to plan for the War of Heaven. As for Eternal Life Tao Lord, it could be heard from his name that he was in existence who had lived for an unknown number of eons, and whose level of cultivation was unknown. Only an existence like him had the right and courage to bear this terrifying karma without being afraid of the backlash, the collapse of his Tao, or the obstruction of the heavens. Heaven Attacking Sect's name resounded through the 9 heavens, and it was also spread among many powerful true worlds. It was an intimidating name. At that moment, there was actually someone in this new true world who had the guts to come up with such a name, and there were no signs of any backlash. Aside from the mysterious alliance leader, Fun Chi could not think of any other possibility. A hint of curiosity rose in her heart. By the looks of it, the demon lord Qing Feng had been talking about was definitely not someone who was close to Tao realm. The 3 existences in Tao realm in this place were clearly very respectful towards him. In this world, the strong were respected. If there was no absolute power to suppress them, how could they act like this? Ancient monk Ape Zen also recovered from his shock at that moment. He knew that he had lost his composure, so he put his palms together and said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely meet this mysterious Lord Alliance leader with my own eyes." Qing Feng was also a little dumbfounded at that moment. He did not expect that so many earth-shattering changes would happen during the years he was away from the immortal region. "Senior brother Qing Feng, I will explain these things to you in detail later," Sun Shuang said. Even she herself felt that the changes that had happened during the past few years could be described as a dream, as if she was dreaming. Ancient monk Ape Zen's arrival might have been unexpected, but it was still a pleasant surprise. When the leaders of the various races saw that there was nothing else, they bade farewell and left with their people to go back and give orders for what to do next. As for ancient monk Ape Zen and the others, they stayed in the Heaven Crusher Alliance for the time being. Ni Chen could not be certain of ancient monk Ape Zen's origins for the time being, so he could only observe for the time being and deal with the disaster first. Soon, this matter caused quite a stir in the Daochang true world, and it swiftly spread to the various universes. The various races began to make preparations, and killing intent could be seen filling the sky in all the universes. Many armies dressed in armor and holding all sorts of weapons charged out of the galaxy like a flood, ready to welcome the Great War. The solemn atmosphere on the eve of the Great War filled the hearts of all the races. Many people saw a foam-like substance approaching from the end of the sky. It was bleak and empty, as if it could devour all light. Buzz! 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 Dazzling gates of light opened in the depths of the various races' territories in the various universes. Immortal fog surged out, and the power of relocation filled the air. Ancient soldiers rushed out of the gates of light, as if they had come from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The powerful immortal soldiers who had once slaughtered their way to fame in the ancient war gathered together, once more to fight against the disaster. Rumble! A large number of ancient warships and flying ships gathered in the sky in the other regions in the distance. Strange beasts galloped about, and ferocious birds flew into the sky, blotting out the sun. Divine light shot into the clouds, and it was an incredibly grand sight. Aside from that, there were also many knights and soldiers heading over. They were densely packed together, and there were hundreds of millions of them. They were all disciples and warriors groomed by the various forces of power in the Daochang true world. Woo woo woo! In the skies, whistling sounds rang out. Numerous giant purple copper ancient warships crossed the horizon, speeding over, heading towards the boundless battlefield of the immortal realms. There was a large number of cultivators and warriors gathered on the ancient purple bronze warships. Their murderous auras surged into the clouds, and they were all led by powerful warriors at the true immortal realm. Countless powerful ancient beasts were galloping about in the mountains, lakes, and vast ancient forests. They covered the sky and cast a large number of shadows. Their momentum was great, and they brought with them a savage and ancient presence. There were tall figures sitting on the ancient beasts. They wore clothes made of beast skins, and their muscles were bulging. Their physical bodies were powerful, and their chi surged out of them, making them look like demon gods. They were a race that had migrated from a very remote universe. They had the characteristics of the ancient god race, and there was the mark of a planet at the center of their brows. Divine light continuously shot into the clouds from the ancient planets of life and the universes. Powerful auras surged out like surging volcanoes and swept through all directions. The ancient immortals, Heavenly Tao Sect, True Immortal Academy, Longevity Qin Family, Longevity Qin Family, Dao Ji Academy. Many of the imperishable forces and supreme sects were gathering their strongest forces. Many powerful warriors who had been born since the taboo epoch had been born. They either lived in seclusion or cultivated in seclusion, but now they had all moved and rushed over. Many races from the era of legends, such as the Golden Rocks, Phoenixes, Dragons, and Kirans, were also gathering their powerful warriors. The calamity this time was no small matter. Once the Dao Chang True World fell, no race would be able to escape. Everyone knew that when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. In the depths of the universe, an immortal light flashed past. Before Gu Xian, who had rushed to the immortal region from the first world, could go to the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance to ask about Gu Changa's whereabouts, she learned about the impending war. Right then, all the races in the Dao Chang True World were preparing and gathering their armies to face the calamity together. When she rushed to the immortal region, she saw many ancient warships charging past her. They crushed through the universe and rushed to the depths of the immortal region. There were existences at least at the level of true immortals guarding the ancient warships. There were also countless cultivators and living beings with other levels of cultivation. This forced Gu Xian to change her goal for the time being. It did not matter whether she wanted to search for Gu Changa or save Tao Yao. She had to get through this crisis. Otherwise, when the Dao Chang True World was destroyed, it would be difficult for her to protect her own life, let alone do other things. The ancient warships and the army are heading to a place called the Vast Expanse Battlefield. That place will be an outpost for the enemy's invasion. All the races are continuously sending powerful warriors to guard it. Gu Xian soon obtained this information. She might not be able to control the war with her current strength, but she could still be of some use. Chapter 983. The warships were like clouds blotting out the sun. Tens of thousands of ancient warships stretched across the universe. Billions of cultivators rushed out from various ancient planets of life and quickly gathered in the galaxy, ready to set off. At the same time, there were also immortal kings who took action and opened up the great universe tunnel, allowing the ancient warships to descend. In the many universes adjacent to the Vast Expanse Battlefield, deep and wide great universe tunnels could be seen being torn apart by huge hands. Large amounts of cultivators rushed out like a flood, blocking out everything and surging to the edge of the Vast Expanse Battlefield to form formations. Gu Xian followed an ancient warship and also rushed to the Vast Expanse Battlefield. Her mood was incredibly heavy. To the current Dao Chang True World, this disaster was definitely a threshold that was incredibly difficult to cross. They would need a long time to fight against it, and it was not something that could be easily resolved in just a few years or decades. During this period of time, many people would definitely die. In fact, she might not even be able to guarantee her own safety. Besides, no one knew what the final result would be. Rumble. In the great universe up ahead, a large hand appeared, plucking stars and grabbing moons. It was incomparably large, tearing at the void. Surging spiritual essence continuously swept in reverse. The space-time there distorted, continuously collapsing. Then a stable passage appeared. An immortal king appeared and opened up the great universe tunnel for the many ancient warships to rush to the Vast Expanse Battlefield. The same scene appeared in many places. These immortal kings were in charge of opening up the space-time tunnel to receive the armies of various races. At the same time, immortal kings had arrived early in the vast expanse battlefield to study how to fight against the enemy and how to set up runes to resist. The world was incredibly dark. Terrifying black clouds covered the sky and pressed down on the entire area. Tragic. Flames of war. Blood. Even the soil was dark brown, dyed black by endless blood. Countless corpses and weapon fragments were soaked in it. In the past, this was also the battlefield of the Heaven Crusade. It fell from the vast expanse, and the flames of war spread to this place. No living beings survived. Gu Xian rushed to the vast expanse battlefield with the army. She flew high in the sky and looked down at everything. I don't know how many years this calamity will last. Gu Chang'e, where is 513 now? Are they still in this true world? She asked softly. A torrent-like army shuttled through the battlefield like a giant python, rushing to the edge of the battlefield. The surging sounds from beyond the boundless expanse could even be heard clearly. It was as if the heavens were swaying, the sun and moon were rotating, and worlds were colliding, causing one's blood vessels to explode and one's soul to tremble. There were true immortals as well as immortal kings. However, most of them were existences below the true immortal realm. They were truly cannon fodder, and could only serve as the vanguard, fighting at the very front. The immortal king patriarchs of many races also followed the orders, and led the army to guard various places, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The oppressive atmosphere of the impending war enveloped the hearts of all living beings in Daochang True World. Even the ordinary cultivators sensed it. They were in a constant state of panic. They could feel that a great change was taking place in the world. Every day, one could see heaven-reaching qi and blood appearing everywhere, crushing down on stars one after another. Behind them were many figures that rushed into the outer realms. Su Qingge stood calmly in the courtyard outside Green Mountain Village and lifted her head to look at the sky. Even a remote village in the mortal world could sense the various changes in the world. An inexplicable oppressive presence and atmosphere enveloped everyone's heads. Daddy, is the disaster about to arrive? Is the world about to be destroyed? Su Qingge heard the child in the village asking his father, who was beside him, out of curiosity. This made her sigh softly. Even a child without any cultivation base would find it difficult to stay out of this and not be affected by it. The disaster this time seemed to be a threshold that was difficult to cross for Daochang True World. The war was about to begin. The weather and qi activity in the world had changed in a chaotic manner. The thick kismet that was originally gushing out had also changed drastically. However, to some people with great kismet, this was also a chance for them to rise to power. Some of the causes that Gu Chang'e had done in the past were gradually beginning to bear fruit. In a Tao orthodoxy that had been passed down for millions of years was a young man. He was organizing many of the sect's elders and disciples to discuss how they should deal with the disaster and do their best to continue the sect so that its legacy would not be severed. True immortals had appeared in their sect before, but that was something that happened a long time ago. The strongest people in their sect were only those who had attained Tao, and those who had attained Tao were as insignificant as dust in the face of this disaster. They did not even have the right to be cannon fodder. However, this young man wasn't discouraged. His tone was filled with confidence. He was confident that he would be able to protect the sect during this calamity. He was the eldest senior brother of this Tao orthodoxy. When he was young, he was practicing martial arts in the back of the mountain when he was chased by a tiger. As he was running for his life, he fell into a cold lake and accidentally obtained a mysterious ancient bell that contained serendipity. The mysterious ancient bell allowed him to give up on martial arts and cultivate Tao. He had reached his current level, and his cultivation was comparable to the patriarchs in his sect. This mysterious ancient bell of mine contains mountains and rivers. As long as it absorbs enough materials, it can form a real world inside. It won't be any weaker than the so-called ancient world. When the time comes, I only need to control the mysterious ancient bell to control the ancient world inside. It won't be a problem to protect my sect now. A lot of people will die in this war. Those broken weapons are the best materials. They can allow me to quickly grow and become a true immortal, or even an immortal king, in the shortest amount of time possible. The young man was very confident. After all, he had encountered a lot of opportunities along the way. Even if it was dangerous, he could often turn misfortunes into blessings. He was a person with great kismet. In such an environment, it was easier for him to survive compared to other cultivators, and he could also grow faster. In another world, a woman in black clothes with an expressionless face uprooted those sects that were doing evil in the vicinity because of the impending great calamity. Her black clothes were full of blood. Everywhere she walked, there were broken limbs and corpses. Blood flowed like rivers. The majestic sect was also turned into ruins. They deserve it. The woman in black entered the Tao through slaughter. She was emotionless and selfless. Every day she would kill people. Sometimes she would kill good people. Sometimes she would kill bad people. It all depended on her mood. She was also called the Black Demoness by many cultivators. Her Tao of slaughter had reached the realm of perfection. Every time she killed someone, her cultivation would become stronger. She was improving every moment. This great calamity is the most suitable for my cultivation. When I condense the embryonic form of the great Tao of slaughter, I can kill immortal kings. The merciless creation is definitely not shameful. I've already cultivated it to the 7th level. Normal true immortals might not be my opponent. When I reach the 9th level and truly master the great Tao of slaughter, I can attack immortal emperors and become the immortal emperor of slaughter. It's truly a wondrous art of creation. The woman in black mumbled to herself. Her tone was indifferent and calm. In the past, she was just a weak girl who was bullied by her official mother and servants. If she had not accidentally obtained this wondrous art of creation called the merciless creation art, she would not have become who she was now. Once she obtained this wondrous art, she started by killing chickens and ducks. Step by step, she condensed the embryonic form of her killing intent. Then she started killing the servants and servants who bullied her. In the end, she slaughtered her entire family and finally took revenge. From then on, a terrifying existence called the Black Demoness appeared in the world. She killed based on her mood. She did not care about good or evil. She only killed for the sake of cultivation. She also guessed that this wondrous art of creation might have been created by the once supreme devil master of the Tao Chang true world. The description of devils and slaughter within it pointed straight to the heart of the great Tao. She felt that even if she cultivated to the 9th level and created the 10th later on, she would definitely not be able to reach the Devil Master's level. However, she also believed that with her own serendipity, her future achievements would not be limited to the limits of this art of creation. This cultivation method was only a good start for her, and it established a good foundation for her. The great calamity that the entire Tao Chang true world was about to face was also a chance for her to madly improve. Similar scenes were happening in other places as well. There were people who obtained great providence called the acting system. They gathered all sorts of information regarding the Devil Master's origins and matters, wanting to act as the once most powerful existence in the Tao Chang true world. In order to match the 1,000th or even 1/10,000th similarity, they used all sorts of methods to search for information and ancient records. There were also people who obtained treasures that could summon ancient heroic spirits and formed their own forces of power in an attempt to deal with the great calamity. Gu Wuwang, Ming, and the other existences in Tao realm were gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven Attacking Alliance. With a secret treasure, they were calculating the situation beyond the vast expanse and predicting when the enemy would arrive. The round ancient warship finally approached from beyond the vast expanse, and they were able to see some of its vague outline. During that instant, dazzling gates of light appeared, and a vast and boundless army of warriors charged out from behind them. Like a torrent from the universe, they rushed towards the Tao Chang true world, which was right in front of the enemy. The power of unknown origins finally approached and launched its first attack. It came out of nowhere and caught everyone off guard. There was no sign of it. No one knew how large the army was, but there were definitely more than 100 million of them. They rushed out of the gates of light, and their murderous aura surged into the heavens along with raging killing intent. The enemy has arrived. Have all the people stationed in the vast expanse battlefield be prepared. The people in the hall immediately gave their orders. At the same time, hundreds of millions of runic symbols rushed out from the boundary embankment beyond the vast expanse battlefield. It was as if all the power in the universe had gathered there, and it was so dazzling that it was boundless. The boundary embankment had originally been dormant. No one knew who had built it, but it had been continuously defending against the attacks from the power in the vast expanse. At that moment, it seemed to have awakened. A matchless power that was like a torrent that had broken through the embankment, turned into terrifying beams of energy that rushed towards the army of the immortal spirit civilization. The cultivators and living beings stationed at the edge of the vast expanse battlefield were shocked when they saw this. They did not expect that the boundary embankment would contain such an astonishing power, that it would awaken at such a critical moment. The boundary embankment's origins are incredibly mysterious. No one knows who built it, but there are countless ancient runic symbols carved into it. They can activate a terrifying power to defend against the invasion of the enemy. The immortal kings in the forts were slightly excited. Clearly, they had not expected that there would be such a natural barrier outside the Daochang true world. The terrifying beams of energy shot out, and with just one strike, the army of the immortal spirit civilization at the front crumbled. Many of the figures were reduced to dust and vanished into thin air. However, they were just warriors of sacrifice raised by the immortal spirit civilization. They did not feel any heartache about using them as cannon fodder. More and more figures rushed out of the doors of light. At the same time, a huge ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle appeared. Suddenly, a terrifying figure shrouded in black mist appeared. He stretched out a large hand covered in all kinds of scales. They looked like dragon scales, but they also looked like iron scales. He slapped down from there in an attempt to destroy the beam of light that shot out. This was a terrifying existence that surpassed immortal kings. The strength of his presence was definitely above that of a quasi-immortal emperor. Based on the classification of the immortal spirit civilization, this was a person who was close to going through the first metamorphosis of his mind. However, he was not a member of the immortal spirit civilization, but a puppet battle servant created through enslavement. Splat! With just one swipe, he caused the tens of thousands of runic symbols that were resonating with each other to fall apart. They turned into mountains and seas that gushed out madly like a torrent. With one strike from an existence of this level, even immortal kings were like ants. This scene was very shocking, and it caused the hearts of the army of the Daochang true world to instantly turn cold. There was no doubt that this power was too terrifying. The pillars of light on the world dike could not withstand it at all. Boom! At that moment, the space-time outside the vast expanse battlefield distorted, and a blurry figure stepped out. He was also surrounded by black fog, and he also stretched out a hand and slammed it towards the giant hand, intending to destroy it. The Emperor of the other world. Many figures in the vast battlefield could not help but cry out in surprise. They recognized this existence, and they could not hide the excitement in their eyes. This was a true immortal emperor who was in charge of guarding this region. He had appeared at the first moment to fight against that figure. The other world might have had a lot of conflicts with the immortal region in the past, and they fought endlessly. But in this sort of situation, the Emperor of the other world still attacked without hesitation, not allowing the other party to take even half a step closer. Chapter 984. The battle had just begun, but a true immortal emperor had already entered the battlefield. He walked out of the distorted space-time and attacked in a domineering manner. His vast dermic powers caused the universe to tremble. Fragments of time surrounded him, and countless Tao laws surrounded him. They contained extreme power as they slammed down from the sky, wanting to stop the terrifying figure standing on the warship. In that instant, millions upon millions of spells and abilities appeared. All of them were unleashed and launched their attacks at Li Mu. The terrifying figure's hands slammed down without any resistance. As if he had no emotions, he tried to attack the realm dike and destroy the countless ancient runic symbols on it so that the army could descend. At the instant he was stopped, his aloof and merciless gaze swept past like a heavenly blade. It could easily cut apart the universe and evaporate the river of time. He had no choice but to turn around and fight against the immortal emperor of the other world. Rumble. This was a battle that was destined to surpass all that had happened since ancient times. The two figures fought in the distorted and shattered space-time. They fought from one aeon to the next, overturning the world. They wanted to overturn the past and cause the world to be reshuffled. Fortunately, they were in the vast expanse and did not erupt in the true world, or else just a wisp of aura would be enough to destroy countless universes. An existence at the level of an immortal emperor could pierce through universes and crush all living beings with just one finger. The two of them fought and used many terrifying methods. The originally cold and silent universes had long since been illuminated. An endless army of the immortal spirit civilization rushed out of the Gate of Light and charged towards the Daochang true world. The realm dike shone with a dazzling light once again. Ancient runic symbols shone on it. They were dazzling and filled with an ancient presence. Each runic symbol was an innate word that had a unique meaning. These runic symbols continued forming together to turn into terrifying pillars of light that crashed into the army of the immortal spirit civilization. At the instant they crashed into each other, the army was like snow in the face of a blazing sun. They could not even put up any resistance and were instantly reduced to dust. Besides those who surpassed immortal kings, all other living beings were like ants under the pillars of light. They could not be made up for with numbers. When they saw this, the army in the vast expanse could not help but cheer in excitement. Quite a few of the immortal kings looked delighted. Never in their wildest dreams could they have guessed that the realm dike, which had existed since time immemorial, would have such power. Not only could it defend against attacks from outside the vast expanse, it could also defend against invaders. The boundary dike that stretched on endlessly was like an immortal city wall at this moment. It was suffused with an ancient and grand aura that suppressed the heavens. Since ancient times, only those with a cultivation base, surpassing the immortal king realm, have the qualifications to walk over there and leave behind their footprints. Originally, we thought that it was to obstruct our footsteps, but who would have thought that it was actually to protect us? Back then, did the seniors who established the boundary dam long ago expect that such a day would come? Many immortal kings were abnormally excited, greatly encouraged. Countless ancient warships that blotted out the sun and blotted out the sky appeared on the vast expanse battlefield. Countless cultivators and living beings looked on with excitement. These words record the secrets of the immortal Tao civilization. I didn't expect them to be used to create a great formation. These are the clues to the immortal Tao flame seed that I'm looking for. Inside the round ancient warship that looked like a flying shuttle, Zhuoyu's eyes burned brightly as she stared at the realm dike. She did not care at all that countless soldiers of the immortal Tao civilization had been annihilated in an instant. To her, these losses were nothing. The immortal Tao civilization had raised countless races. This time, she had brought hundreds of millions of races with her on this expedition. These losses were not even superficial. They were just cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. Imprint those ancient runes for me. If we combine them, we might be able to obtain a scripture that belongs to the origin of the immortal Tao civilization. Zhuoyu ordered her subordinates to imprint the ancient runes. Each rune represented the origin of an ancient language of the immortal Tao civilization. Its value was immeasurable. Therefore, it was precisely the existence of these ancient runes that made the realm dike indestructible and indestructible. It absorbed the power of the laws of the multiverse and multiplied endlessly, allowing it to defend against invaders. Only when multiple immortal emperors attacked together would it be possible to destroy it. However, as of then, the true powerful warriors of this true world had yet to appear. Zhuoyu was very cautious. Even though her grandfather had divined her fortune, she could clearly sense that there were Tao realm existences in this new true world, and there were quite a large number of them. That was why she did not intend to truly attack. She was just probing. There were quite a lot of secrets in this true world. It was already incredibly difficult for a newborn true world to give birth to a single Tao realm existence. It would use up all the resources it had accumulated since ancient times. However, by the looks of it, there was definitely more than one of them. Zhuo Cheng, keep a close eye on the other side. If you sense the presence of a Tao realm existence, immediately attack and stop them. Don't let them get close to the mothership. Zhuo continued giving orders. An incredibly tall figure behind her. He was surrounded by an astonishing silver light, and seemed to be constantly changing. When he heard her orders, he answered, "Yes, my lady." He was also a powerful warrior, who was on par with the Tao realm existences of the immortal Tao civilization. He had gone through a metamorphosis of his mind, and was on par with the first blight of a Tao realm existence. The vast and boundless immortal spirit civilization's army charged into Tao Chang true world fearlessly, like a flood that had broken through a dam. At that moment, if anyone looked at Tao Chang true world from the distance, they would find that the immortal spirit civilization's army had flooded the vast expanse of space. The world dike might be shining and shooting out pillars of light, but it could not hold back the immortal spirit civilization's army. There were simply too many of them, and they were too densely packed together. They rushed down through the gaps in the pillars of light without regard for their lives, and charged into the vast battlefield. The vast battlefield was originally the gap between the vast expanse and Tao Chang true world. There was a large region that was not protected by the world dike. Otherwise, there would not be any immortal king families guarding this place. At that moment, an endless amount of immortal spirit civilization's army charged in through the gap. Runic symbols also lit up on the ancient warships. The Tao Chang true world's army was ready for battle. They gathered into an ancient rune and charged forward. A shocking battle had truly broken out. It was incredibly chaotic. All the cultivators and living beings who rushed to the vast battlefield were fighting against each other. Beyond the vast expanse, the battle between the two immortal emperors was equally terrifying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they had reopened the world. At that moment, Gu Xian also ran into a powerful enemy. A living being at the level of an immortal king led an army and rushed in through the gap. He ran into the ancient warship she was on. The immortal king on the ancient warship had long since left to fight against the army on the other side. He did not have the time to care about anything else. There were not many immortal kings in Tao Chang true world, including the immortal kings who were guarding the vast battlefield, and the ones who had rushed over. There were only a dozen or so immortal kings in the area. "If you dare to stop me, then die." The immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization had a thin face. He was cold and cruel. No one knew what race he was from, but there was a thick aura of death surrounding him. When he faced the ancient warship that only had a true immortal guarding it, he threw a palm strike at it, intending to destroy all the living beings and cultivators on it. The immortal king on the other side is coming. All the cultivators and living beings on the ancient warship were in despair, including the true immortal. However, during that instant, Gu Xian attacked. She seemed to be moving through time, and the power of time she controlled was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, she appeared in another space and returned to her original position. Then she threw a punch forward. Chaotic aura surged on her small, sparkling white fist, as if it had cracked through the ages. With a bang, the immortal king's palm trembled viciously, and cracks appeared on his bones. Then with a bang it exploded. There was no change of emotion on her face. She attacked again. Her thin and slender figure was surrounded by the immortal light of the great Tao. She was like a peerless fairy, who had been banished from the world. She was otherworldly, and there was a cold killing intent in her. With just one exchange of blows, the immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was heavily injured. He was shocked and had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. There's actually a female immortal king here, and she looks so young. All the living beings and cultivators on the ancient warship were stunned. They did not manage to react to the situation, even after a long time had passed. They had already sunk into despair, and they did not expect that they would suddenly be saved. All their gazes were gathered on Gu Xian'er, the true immortal guarding the ancient warship said excitedly. This is great. This is great. We have another immortal king. And she's so young. But her strength is already so astonishing. I didn't know that there was such a peerless prodigy hiding on the warship. Gu Xian'er's face was surrounded by immortal light. Even those at the same level as her might not be able to see her true appearance. However, even if they saw her true appearance, all the people in the area might not be able to recognize her. After all, she had disappeared from the Daochang true world for a long time. These living beings and cultivators came from different universes, so they might not know of her existence. However, they could generally tell that she was very young. Her bone age could even be described as young. For her to have such achievements at such a young age could be said to have shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Of course, Gu Xian'er did not care about this. Right then, there was only this immortal king in front of her. He was her opponent, and she had to kill him. After leaving the heavenly tomb, she had not truly fought against those at the same level as her, so she did not know what level she had reached. The immortal king in front of her was a perfect target for her to train herself. Boom! Gu Xian'er charged over once again. She did not use any weapons, only a punch. She was strong and powerful, and the terrifying light from her fist evaporated all things. A large amount of energy particles evaporated, as if they could cleanse all things and see through the universe. The expression of the immortal king in front of her kept changing. He did not dare to fight head-on, and fear filled his heart. The battle in this place was incredibly shocking. It shook the long river of time, and many great Taoists of order were crushed into powder. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was cold and cruel at the beginning. He wanted to destroy all of the surrounding ancient warships and open up a gap. But he did not expect to encounter Gu Xian'er. No matter what methods he used, he could only retreat in defeat, constantly coughing up blood and being injured. In the end, after hundreds of moves, this place exploded into a bloody mist. The immortal spirit civilization's immortal king was crushed by Gu Xian'er. However, an immortal king was difficult to kill. His primordial spirit wanted to tear through time and space to escape. Fortunately, Gu Xian'er had expected this. A slightly damaged ancient pagoda flew out. It was white and sparkling, and there was a waterfall-like great Tao order that fell, directly suppressing that primordial spirit, keeping it inside, planning to slowly destroy it later. This was a strange treasure she brought out from the heavenly tomb. Its level was unknown. It had a total of 9 levels, but only 7 levels were left. It could seal everything. The battle in this place had long alarmed all sides. The immortal kings in the other regions were also fighting. All of them were injured, but it was difficult for them to truly do anything to each other. When one reached the level of immortal king, it was already very difficult to truly kill them, unless the difference in power was too great. And Gu Xian'er had gotten rid of an immortal king so cleanly. This was truly shocking. It was especially so when she did not seem to have truly used her strongest power. An unprecedented genius, such a young and mysterious female immortal king, actually appeared in this disaster. Daochang True World is blessed with great fortune, and our kismet will last for a long time. We are destined not to die. Some of the veteran immortal kings could not help but laugh loudly. They were incredibly excited. The disaster had come too suddenly. Many people did not know why the other party had come, and why they wanted to destroy Daochang True World. However, this did not affect the people's resistance and unyielding will. Even if they were badly injured, they would still make the other party pay a terrible price. An immortal king from the immortal spirit civilization was dealt with just like that, causing the morale of the Daochang True World's army to increase greatly. They were incredibly excited and became even braver, as if they were not afraid of death. Gu Xian'er also received the other immortal king's messages. They were incredibly worried about her safety. They believed that her talent was terrifying, and that she was an unprecedented genius. Her future was unimaginable, and she could not take any risks here. They told her to quickly return to the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance. She could not die. In the future, she would definitely reach an even higher realm. A genius like her was a treasure to the current Daochang true world. They would do everything they could to protect her. There was no way they would allow her to take risks and fight in a battlefield where she could die at any moment. Many of the veteran immortal kings were sending her messages, telling her to quickly leave the front lines and leave this place to them. Gu Xian'er might know that these messages were sent out of goodwill, but at this sort of juncture, she could not leave. It was just like when she was the Heaven Crusher in her first life, and commanded the army of the true mountain and sea world to fight against the great liquidation. Besides, in this sort of battle, she could train herself and completely absorb the essence of the quenching heavens. Only then would she have a chance to cultivate the light of a quasi-immortal emperor in the shortest amount of time. Chapter 985. The devastating war of the immortal spirit civilization's invasion of the Daochang true world began. The vast army that covered the sky and earth turned into a terrifying flood that flooded towards the Daochang true world like locusts, intending to tear a hole in the Daochang true world. On the ancient warships, the Daochang true world's army was also fearless. They continued resisting and killing. Thick bloody light filled all the universes. It was an incredibly devastating sight. Corpses were everywhere, and many planets had exploded. In the war, they were instantly reduced to dust and no longer existed. Many of the leaders of the various races gathered in the headquarters of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance once again. They watched the war through secret treasures. At the same time, orders turned into flowing streams of light, and were passed down to continue dispatching the armies in various places to provide reinforcements. Everyone's hearts were heavy. They knew that the war would be incredibly devastating. Perhaps even the immortal kings would be exhausted and truly die in the end. This war might last for a long time. No one can slack off. This disaster is also a trial for the Daochang true world. We can be reborn from the ashes and become immortals, Deputy Gu Wuwang said. Then he swung his arm, and the picture on the secret treasure before him disappeared. The people were prepared for a long war. The truly powerful people had yet to appear in the ancient warship that stretched across the boundless expanse of space. The immortal emperor who had attacked was perhaps just a chess piece sent by the enemy to test the Daochang true world's strength. The true chess pieces had yet to appear. In fact, they did not know just how strong they were. As for the Daochang true world, they only had 4 Dao realm cultivators with the addition of 1 external helper, ancient monk Ape Zen. When the final war erupted, it would be difficult to say whether they would be able to withstand it. Lord Deputy Alliance Master, do you know why the civilizations from the other true worlds invaded on such a large scale? Are they fighting over something? The leaders of the races in the hall asked, and they voiced the questions that were in many people's hearts. Even Gu Wuwang could not give an accurate answer to this question. Ancient monk Ape Zen placed his palms together and said, "The universe is boundless, and countless civilizations and races are born. War is an eternal melody that never ends. Weakness is the source of invasions." When the people in the hall heard this, their hearts sank, and they felt powerless. Weakness was the original sin. Because of it, Daochang true world would be bullied and invaded by the civilizations of the other true worlds. No matter what the reason is, all of you should seize this time to increase your strength. I have observed the river of destiny in Daochang true world recently, and it shows no signs of weakening because of this sudden disaster, Gu Wuwang said flatly. When the great battle broke out, there were no signs of Gu Chang'e showing up. This made him guess that Gu Chang'e might have really gone to the boundless expanse domain. However, Gu Wuwang did not believe that Gu Chang'e did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. After all, there were still people he treasured in Daochang true world. The ripples from the great battle that swept through the entire Daochang true world made it seem as if heavenly punishment had descended and wanted to destroy the entire universe. Even if it was on the other side of the world dike, it still reached the many universes and worlds in Daochang true world. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. No matter what level of cultivation they were in, they could not help but shudder. Every single day, countless armies would rush out from various universes and dimensions to fight in that direction. After Daochang true world went through the second apocalypse, It had rested for many eons. Its overall foundation was not that bad. In the dark, true spirit Qing, he was also using all sorts of methods to help the powerful heaven destroyers reincarnate or protect a wisp of their true souls so that they could be resurrected and have their physical bodies reconstructed. Over the eons, many people had been cultivating in various places and dimensions, quietly recovering and waiting for the day when they would return to the peak. The eruption of the great battle had woken them up beforehand. Qi and blood continuously surged into the sky from many ancient lands and tore through the multiverse. Beyond the boundless expanse domain, the ripples from the battle between the immortal emperor from the other world and the immortal emperor sent by the immortal spirit civilization also stirred up the long river of time. Some of the existences who had been cultivating in the ancient dimensions were also alarmed and rushed out from other eons to show themselves. It had been countless years since the Forbidden Era, and during that period of time, there was also a period of time when the world was destroyed. That was a dimension where no one could enter. Even if the long river of time had been cut off and shattered, those who had power that surpassed immortal kings would not dare to take on the boundless burden and travel to this aeon. They would often experience backlash, the wrath of heaven, and disappear after turning into Tao. This was a chaotic dimension. The nodes were shattered, and it was impossible to determine the precise coordinates of this dimension. To cultivators, stepping into this dimension meant that they would be exiled forever. They would not be able to find the coordinates of the present world and would be lost forever. In this chaotic space that was filled with broken fragments of time, two figures sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. One of them was dressed in red. There was a dot of cinnabar at the center of her brows. Her eyelashes were very long, and her face was incredibly exquisite. She was only the size of a palm, and she could cause the downfall of a country. Beside her, demonic aura would occasionally surge, and immortal light would occasionally rise. Fragments of the great Tao intersected with each other. The other figure was dressed in white. Her hair was as black as jade, and she was so bright that she could reflect herself. The void around her seemed to have transformed into a sacred and pure land. The shadow of a gorgeous peach tree took root in the center. Peach blossoms fell from the sky, fluttering continuously, like a rain of light that turned into Tao. The two of them seemed to be separated by a sea of time. They could see each other, but they could not get close to each other. It was as if they were forever trapped in a circle. The turbulent storm of the great Tao could not hurt them at all. The moment it landed beside them, it dissipated into thin air. Their auras were sometimes weak and sometimes terrifying. The center of their brows glowed, as if something was nurturing in their bodies. These two figures were Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao. This ancient dimension was extremely chaotic. After losing the coordinates of the present world, it was impossible to return to the present world. To them, it was as if they were imprisoned and exiled in the endless chaotic dimension. With the help of High Priest of Fate Xiao Ruin's creation immortal boat, they traversed the forbidden epoch of ancient times to search for the truth of that time. Although they finally got what they wanted, the two of them were also exiled by Gu Chang'e into this chaotic dimension. They were like imprisoned criminals, unable to break out of that point or that circle around them. In air, the red-clothed Chan Hongyi opened her eyes. In the tranquil sea of time, a shocking wave suddenly surged. Fragments of time filled the sky, and a storm of the great Tao swept out, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power. However, this storm of the great Tao, which could easily destroy all life, disappeared the moment it touched her. The embryonic form of the seed of the true world. Is this the great gift that Master has prepared for me? Chan Hongyi's expression was very calm. There seemed to be a small seed between her brows. It shone brightly, containing endless mysteries of creation. She looked at Tao Yao in the distance. There was also a small seed between Tao Yao's brows. It was shining brightly, as if it was nurturing some sort of embryonic form. However, Tao Yao did not awaken. His body seemed to be in some strange domain, and the essence of his life was undergoing a shocking change. In this chaotic dimension from ancient times, there were all sorts of substances similar to the origin, as well as innate rules. It was of great help to them in condensing the imprint of the great Tao. Chan Hongyi did not know what method this seed of the true world had used to travel through countless dimensions of time and space to land on her and Tao Yao. But she guessed that this was Gu Chang'e's method. In truth, after learning the truth of the forbidden epoch, she did not hate Gu Chang'e anymore. It should be said that after traversing the long river of time, she had unexpectedly suffered a karmic backlash and nearly lost herself forever. But when Gu Chang'e saved her, she had already reacted. It was just as Tao Yao had said. If Gu Chang'e wanted to kill her, he had already done so during the forbidden epoch. Why did he have to spend so much effort to seal her in the demon burial abyss? Why did he have to personally go to the demon burial abyss after reincarnation, personally unseal her, and design a demon extermination assembly to attract the ancient existences of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help her recover? In the face of her revenge, he had never chosen to attack her. He had always treated her with a peaceful and tolerant attitude. Chan Hongyi had thought through many things during the years of being exiled and trapped here. She was wrong. She was terribly wrong. There was no turning back. Chan Hongyi did not know what Gu Chang'e was planning and what his goal was. But she knew that everything that had happened during the forbidden epoch was definitely planned by Gu Chang'e and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Qing Yi. However, after the forbidden epoch, Gu Chang'e had to bear the infamy of all worlds. He was deserted and turned into a demon feared by all worlds. Even his closest disciple had turned against him and was willing to pay any price to take revenge on him. In this world, there was no one who could understand him, understand his heart, understand his difficulties and stand with him. I wonder how much bitterness and indescribable bitterness Master felt when he was faced with my revenge. His once obedient disciple had become an enemy who hated him to the bone. Chan Hongyi's lips curled into a smile that was unclear whether it was self-deprecating or sarcastic. But even in the face of all this, Gu Chang'e still saved her when she was in danger. If she had not insisted on risking life and death to return to the past to find the truth, she would have probably lived in hatred and pain for the rest of her life, unable to forget. As for why she and Tao Yao were both exiled and imprisoned in this ancient era, Chan Hongyi had vaguely guessed the truth. She and Tao Yao knew the truth of the forbidden epoch and the grand scheme of Gu Chang'e and Qing Yi. Once they appeared in the present world, they would definitely disrupt the plans of the two and interfere with the grand scheme. To prevent any accidents from happening, Gu Chang'e could only take action and imprison them in this ancient era. But even so, you still gave us the true world seed. Master, oh Master, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? Or are you saying that even if you keep restraining yourself in your heart, you are unable to truly be absolutely cold and emotionless when facing us? As Chan Hongyi mumbled, she raised her hand, and the true world seed at the center of her brows flew out and landed on her palm. This small true world seed was not a real true world seed. It was just an embryonic form, but it also contained endless serendipity. Within the true world seed was a mysterious true world formed by the collisions of countless substances in the primal chaos. In an instant the true world was formed. Chan Hongyi did not know the name of this mysterious substance, but it was the guarantee that allowed her to step into Tao realm. I won't destroy your plans, Master. I just want to do my best to make up for everything. As she looked at the true world seed, her gaze was incredibly calm. There was no hostility in it, just like the calm surface of the sea. Buzz! The next instant, the center of Chan Hongyi's brows shone. A small nascent divinity that looked exactly like her took a step forward and swallowed the true world seed. She did not choose to refine it. Instead, she used the nascent divinity form 3-9 to swallow the true world seed. Since Qing Yi was an innate true spirit from the true mountain and sea world, why couldn't she use this to become an acquired true spirit and become an existence like the true world? This process might be incredibly difficult, and no one had ever heard of anyone being able to do it. However, the true world seed had allowed Chan Hongyi to see the direction she should take in the future. She had her own path. Today, I, Chan Hongyi, have made a great wish in the chaotic sea of time and space of countless years ago. I will turn into a true demon world. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. When I turn into a demon, all living things in the world will turn into a demon with me. Tao will disappear, demon will rise, Tao will rise, demon will disappear, and Tao and demon will coexist. Rumble. Due to Chan Hongyi's great wish to become a demon, a terrifying sound rang out in the ancient sea of time and space. There seemed to be some kind of magnificent and inconceivable power in the unseen world that was reflecting her great aspirations. Boundless demonic aura surged forth like a vast sea of stars. It turned into a boundless river that completely submerged her. The true world seed, that was originally shining brilliantly, was fusing with her nascent divinity. In an instant, it turned as black as ink, and was rapidly undergoing some sort of transformation. Every single one of her great wishes was incredibly loud. They echoed in every single spatial node, shaking the chaotic sea of time and space to the point that it started boiling. The storm of the great Tao did not stop in the slightest and continued crashing down. Chan Hongyi only closed her eyes quietly and allowed the boundless demonic aura to completely submerge her. Chapter 986. Guchanga, who was refining the imperishable substance and the substance of creation in the grand palace of the royal family in the ruins of spirits, suddenly opened his eyes. Red robes. He seemed to have sensed something, and a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. Before he left the Dao Chang true world, he deliberately searched for a lawless and unrestrained land and refined a true world seed. Then, he divided it into several portions and turned them into streams of light that entered the bodies of Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. The true world seed contained the pinnacle of the true meaning of Tao. In truth, it was refined using the imperishable substance and the substance of creation. It might not allow them to reach the heavens in one go and obtain inconceivable dharmic powers. However, it could help them lay down a sturdy foundation and become the most solid cornerstone for them to enter the Tao realm in the future. Of course, Guchanga had also left his mark on the true world seeds, allowing him to be aware of Yu Mingkong and the others' safety at all times. He would not let any accidents happen to them. He might not be a good person, but he was never stingy or lacking in concern for the people he treasured. Guchanga might not have asked them about their cultivation in detail, but he had always been paying attention to them. For example, Yu Mingkong's self-created great dream reincarnation, immortal art, was incredibly mysterious and profound in Guchanga's eyes. She had vaguely touched upon the true essence of the transformation between reality and illusion. Her cultivation and comprehension of Tao in the dream were completely dependent on her control over the dream. This dream could span the ages, but it could also disappear with the snap of a finger. It only lasted for a moment. With the help of the substance of creation and the imperishable substance, once she completely woke up, her strength might increase to a terrifying level. Over the years, Guchanga had investigated the truth behind Yu Mingkong's rebirth. He had also wondered whether she was a reflection of a certain person. However, all his guesses were overturned one by one. The most likely possibility was that Yu Mingkong had accidentally touched upon the tracks of a certain timeline, allowing her to accidentally learn about her future memories from another timeline. That memory of 16 years in the future was like a dream. If there was a dream within a dream, there would naturally be a time to wake up. Therefore, this was also the opportunity for Yu Mingkong to create the great dream reversal immortal art. She was already a stunning talent, but because she was willing to stay by Guchanga's side, she hid her brilliance. Guchanga had to admit that Yu Mingkong was much more important to him than the others. At the mention of Yu Mingkong, Guchanga couldn't help but think of Gu Xian'er and Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu had always been well-behaved and obedient. In front of Guchanga, he was even more submissive. Later on, she was even willing to give up her status as the human ancestor palace's holy maiden for him. She went against her beliefs and betrayed the human ancestor palace. Guchanga was not a person with a heart of stone, so how could he be indifferent? Jiang Chuchu's talent was also amazing. She had already touched the power of Kismet and understood faith. Guchanga did not need to worry about her cultivation. Even if he did not leave behind the embryonic form of the true world seed, Jiang Chuchu would still have a high possibility of entering Dao realm in the future. As for Gu Xian'er, she was once the heir of the true mountain and sea world. She was born with the kismet of a true world and experienced 3 lifetimes. With the fruits of her previous 2 lifetimes, she would definitely be able to reach an even higher level in this life. Besides that, Gu Chang'e had also arranged another path for Gu Xian'er. He was waiting for her to be born, so that he could take over everything. When he was still in the upper world, he had countless followers and subordinates. For example, Ada, who was condensed from the aura of true blood and demon burial abyss, the people who destroyed hell and Buddha, and the many dark puppets created when he built the heavenly court of darkness, as well as the puppet of the ancient celestial lord of reincarnation that he refined later. Gu Chang'e had long since made arrangements for these people. Over the years, he had nurtured them in a certain place. Their strength had already reached a terrifying level. The ripples of the mark on Hongyi's body have undergone a shocking change. Her life form is undergoing a metamorphosis. Looks like she wants to give me a surprise. Looks like this was the right move. Gu Chang'e collected his thoughts and sensed the ripples of the mark. He was not too worried. After personally traveling through time and returning to the past to see the so-called truth, with Chan Hongyi's personality, it was impossible for her to hate him again. On the contrary, Chan Hongyi might even feel guilty and want to make it up to him. Gu Chang'e did not think about how Chan Hongyi would make it up to him. After all, his thoughts were not pure from the start. Some of the things he did later were just making the best of his mistakes. The current results were somewhat out of his expectations. Now, he only wanted Chan Hongyi's existence to ensure that there would not be any mistakes in the overall situation. Wang. Then he rolled up his sleeves and a small golden bottle appeared. It was filled with traces of the great Tao, and was extremely heavy, as if it was made of chaotic immortal gold. The palace immediately shook violently. In front of Gu Chang'e, there were masses of substances that were as beautiful as a dreamy galaxy. They took on various forms, either in the form of mist or liquid. They underwent many changes, evolving chaos, and the 3,000 great Daos. Countless strands of fate were being extracted from the various worlds ruled by the royal family of the spiritual ruins and condensed into these substances. Gu Chang'e took action and collected all the immortal substances and creation substances into the small golden bottle. Although it was not much to him, it was better than nothing. It was better than nothing. The fate of an ancient true world was extremely rich and vast, but condensing a strand of immortal substance and creation substance from it was also extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to condense the fate of a new true world, unless it was accumulated over a long period of time. Such a small bottle can also help me avoid some troublesome matters. Gu Chang'e rolled up his sleeves and put away the small golden bottle. When he had more time, he would continue to condense these substances. From Gu Chang'e's perspective, immortal substances and creation substances represented the development and general principles of matter on the path of Tao realm. They were the beginning and end of Tao. At the same time, they were the source of all things, the beginning of chaos and primordial chaos. They were the source of everything before the lawless world. The other existences in Tao realm could not understand what this meant, nor could they understand the existence of these substances. It was even more impossible for them to condense them. They could only continuously explore these substances in the long process of cultivation and see a strand of aura, a prototype or a true meaning. Even if Gu Chang'e taught them how to condense immortal substances and creation substances, they would not be able to do it. Even if they spent their entire lives, they would not be able to condense even a strand of them. Only existences who had transcended and achieved true transcendence in life, and possessed inconceivable wisdom, would be able to understand the existence of these substances and condense them for their own use. This logic was a little complicated to explain, but in simple terms, it was like asking a human to tell an insect what substances were made of and what types of elements there were. That was why no matter how extravagant and detailed the human's explanation was, It was impossible to expect an insect to understand these things. As for Guchanga, his current strength might only be at the level of an insect, but his state of being was different. He could condense and use these substances to increase his state of being and his strength. He could also use these substances to help existences in Tao realm increase their cultivation base and state. Condensing immortal substances and creation substances by myself is too slow. If only I could find a vessel that could condense these substances. However, the possibility of finding such a vessel in the vast expanse world is close to zero. Unless there are some who have come into contact with the origin world, which is the world of the real world, and accidentally obtained clues and created them. But the possibility of that happening is also close to zero. Guchanga frowned slightly and began to think again. If he recovered to the peak of his strength as the Devil Lord and found suitable materials, with the great Tao as the fuel and the power of many civilizations, he would be able to create such a supreme treasure. However, even if he had the strength now, he did not have suitable materials. As for relying on the Tao Chang true world and the true spirit ruins world, that was even more unrealistic. The materials needed to create such a supreme treasure could only be found in the supreme true worlds. Even if they searched everywhere, they would not be able to find enough, and they would have to take the risk and come into contact with the real world. He did not expect the true spirit ruins world to have such a supreme treasure. After all, if he could condense immortal substances or creation substances from providence, he would definitely be able to create many peerless powerhouses. How could the true spirit ruins world be at his mercy? I can put the matter of condensing immortal substances and creation substances aside for now. I can have the spirit phoenix help me collect the providence of the spiritual ruins royal family over the years. When Guchanga thought of this, he stood up and left the grand hall. The power of providence was the most mysterious substance, and it was of great use to him now. Outside the hall, the black-robed old man that ancestor King Whitebone had transformed into stood respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." When he saw Guchanga walking over, he respectfully greeted him like an old servant. Beside the black-robed old man stood a beautiful woman in a green dress. Her eyes were charming, and there was a natural charm at the tip of her brows. She had the strength of an immortal king. "Lu Mei greets my lord." She was Emperor Ling's trusted aide, and had been standing outside the hall. If Guchanga had any orders, he could pass them to Emperor Ling through her. "Where is Emperor Ling now?" Guchanga nodded slightly, glanced at her and asked. Wanyan Xiao and the other patriarchs were in charge of recruiting the armies of the spiritual ruins royal family in the greater thousand worlds. Emperor Ling was arranged to follow him and do things for him, because she wanted to please him. However, when Guchanga was condensing immortal substances and creation substances, he told Emperor Ling not to stay by his side all the time, so she left. "My lord, Her Majesty has something to do and has left the palace," Lu Mei replied respectfully. In front of Guchanga, she did not dare to hide anything. Even the patriarchs of the spiritual ruins royal family were extremely afraid of Guchanga. Although she had the strength of an immortal king, she was no different from an ant in front of him. "Something to do?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. Emperor Ling had other thoughts when the spiritual ruins royal family was recruiting the armies. He did know that there were conflicts between Emperor Ling and the patriarchs of the spiritual ruins royal family. But as long as it didn't affect his matters, he wouldn't care. "Yes, before Her Majesty left the palace, she told me that if my lord has any orders, I can tell you directly," Lu Mei said hurriedly. Seeing that Guchanga seemed a little displeased, Lu Mei was a little afraid and hurriedly said, "It's fine." Guchanga pondered for a moment and didn't make things difficult for her. He wasn't in a hurry to gather the power of providence. However, Emperor Ling was a Tao realm existence after all. She ruled over the entire spiritual ruins royal family and supervised everything. Although she didn't know everything, there was basically nothing that could be hidden from her. However, if there was something that made her want to go out personally, it wouldn't be simple. At this point, Guchanga also had some thoughts and guesses. Then he thought about it and deduced Emperor Ling's current actions. Emperor Ling was a Tao realm existence, and her existence had already abandoned karma and fate. The past, future, and any space-time couldn't be seen, and were shrouded in fog. Guchanga couldn't really deduce everything that he wanted to know. He only wanted to deduce some clues. The mysteries of the heavens are in chaos, and there are variables that are disrupting the fate of the spiritual ruins royal family. It seems that there really is an unexpected variable. What a pleasant surprise. Guchanga retracted his thoughts and looked at the uneasy Lu Mei. He said gently, "You should know where Emperor Ling is now. Bring me to her." He didn't want to continue probing and deducing in case Emperor Ling sensed something and alerted her. Now that the true spirit ruins world was under his control, it was a power that was hard to come by. Guchanga did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Lu Mei was flattered and said hurriedly, "My lord, if you want to see Her Majesty, you can just ask her to come. There's no need to trouble you to find her personally." Guchanga waved his hand and said gently, "It's fine. Just bring me to her." Beside him, Ancestor King Baigu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He also guessed that Emperor Ling was hiding some secret. She probably didn't expect that Guchanga would leave the hall early and end his cultivation so quickly. Chapter 987. This vast land was originally the homeland of my Ghost Axe clan. However, it is now barren. There are only desolate mountains and mountains everywhere. There is no sign of human habitation. In the vast spiritual void world, there are only a few Ghost Axe clan members. I will definitely make the spiritual ruins royal family pay for this blood debt in blood. Chu Lian, dressed in martial arts attire, was leading a sturdy horse in front of a group of tall mountains and steep ridges. His junior sister Mingxiu sat on the horse and was also looking at the barren hills shrouded in clouds. Vaguely, one could see the silhouettes of some pavilions and palaces. The closer they got, the more they realized that those pavilions and palaces were actually very dilapidated and barren. Many places had already turned into ruins, and no one knew when they had been destroyed. Vines drooped and moss grew. Miasma filled the air. Ghost Axe Clan? Could young Master Chu Lian be a member of the Ghost Axe Clan? I heard that the Ghost Axe Clan has always been terrifyingly talented in forging weapons. All the divine weapons and Tao weapons here were forged by the Ghost Axe Clan. Behind Chu Lian and Mingxiu were the Ghost Emperor, the Spirit Emperor, who was also riding a snow-white steed with a veil covering his face, couldn't help but ask with a surprised expression on his face. There were many maids and guards beside her. They were powerful, and made her look like a young miss of a large family who was out training. She had indeed left the palace this time to go straight to Chu Lian and find out the secrets on him. However, in order to not arouse Chu Lian's suspicion, the Ghost Emperor thought of an excuse of an accidental meeting. They had met on the way, and the place they were heading to was in the same direction. Of course, Chu Lian didn't know that the Spirit Emperor had sent people to watch his every move. He did not pay much attention to the Ghost Emperor's wording. In his opinion, the Ghost Emperor's cultivation was only at the mortal realm, and her subordinates were not that strong. Now that he was about to touch the threshold of the immortal Tao, he was not worried about the Ghost Emperor's schemes. He was in a rather joyful mood. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected meeting of a beauty, and also the joy of improving his cultivation. The reason he had come to the old haunt of the Ghost Hatchet clan this time was to use the noble orb to absorb and condense the remnant karmic luck of this place. According to the function of the Sphere of Great Wishes, it could capture the illusory chi of heaven and earth and condense the best energy for Chu Lian's cultivation. It would allow him to achieve very high achievements in the shortest amount of time. However, the process of absorbing luck was not safe. One had to be vigilant at all times and could not relax. Some powerful orthodoxies and clans had Dharma artifacts or legacy weapons that were specially used to suppress fate. Once they realized that someone had stolen their fate, they would be enraged and would send people to investigate and kill them. Although Chu Lian's strength had increased rapidly, he knew his limits. He knew that he was definitely not a match for those large clans. Once he was captured, The secret of the noble sphere might not be able to be kept. The sphere of noble aspirations was mysterious and mysterious. It was the final crystallization of an incomparably ancient and powerful civilization. However, in Chu Lian's opinion, they did not have any means to help him fight his enemies. At most, they could only be considered as auxiliary tools. Therefore, he had to be careful and not expose the existence of the noble orb. In the end, after much thought, he found a suitable location, which was the Ghost Hatchet clan's former clan land. At the same time, it was also the homeland where he lived when he was very young. Originally, this was a flourishing sacred land. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere, immortal mountains were majestic, and ancient peaks were tall. There were also many small worlds and dimensions. However, following the conscription of the spiritual ruins royal family, a large number of Ghost Hatchet clan members were forcefully taken away and lost the power to protect this place. And this place gradually became barren. Later on, it was plundered by the other clans and factions and gradually turned into a wasteland. However, as long as the Ghost Hatchet clan was not extinct from this world, then the clan land would still nurture vitality and luck. Chu Lian had rushed over this time because he wanted to use the remnant luck of the Ghost Hatchet clan here to help him cultivate. He walked at the front and nodded. To be honest, Miss Huang, I am indeed a member of the Ghost Hatchet clan. My parents were summoned by the spiritual ruins royal family and brought into the palace. They said that they were going to repair the ancient array, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. I suspect that they have already been killed by the spiritual ruins royal family and have gone to the netherworld. So many years have passed, and there has been no news about them, so I don't hold any hope. When he spoke of this, he could not help but show great pain and hatred on his face. He might have been young when this happened, but the memory was still fresh in his mind, and he would not forget it. Ming Xiu's eyes dimmed as she sat on the horse. She also remembered what happened to her parents. The sovereign Ling frowned slightly under her veil. Her expression was slightly unnatural, but she soon recovered. Of course she knew about this. Not only did she know, she had also personally given the order. However, the spiritual ruins royal family's summoning of the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to repair the ancient array was actually the decision of the progenitors. It was not something she could decide. The sovereign Ling could not bear to see this happen and suggested to the progenitors to change to a better method. However, no one bothered with her and only asked her to do as she was told. She could not do anything about it. She still had to bear the crime of being a scapegoat and be cursed by all living beings. After all, the spiritual ruins royal family was about to reach the place where the new true world was, which was the current true mountain and sea world. They had to prepare the grand welcoming rune beforehand and start the grand ritual. The Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan had great talent in rune casting, so they were the most suitable to build and maintain the rune. Besides, the grand ritual required the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of lives. With their life essence as a guide, the coordinates of the spiritual ruins true world would be brought here. Once this matter spread out, it would definitely have a great impact on the spiritual ruins royal family's rule. That was why the progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family would not allow the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to leave. They would leak the news and cause unnecessary chaos and panic. During this period of time, the spiritual ruins royal family is still summoning the Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan to build the ancient array. It's a pity that I don't have enough power right now, or else I would definitely lead all the races to revolt and overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family, so that we can return peace to this world. Chu Lian led his horse and walked at the front. When he spoke, his eyes were bright and filled with determination. His words were firm, and there was an unconcealable righteousness in them. If there was anyone else around at this moment, they would definitely look at him with admiration, thinking that he was proud and determined, and would definitely become someone great in the future. The Spirit Emperor cast him a glance. She did not know what gave Chu Lian the confidence to speak like that. After all, even she, the Spirit Emperor, did not know how many Dao realm progenitors there were in the spiritual ruins royal family. She did not know how strong each Dao realm progenitor was. The Ghost Hatchet clan and the Heavenly Craftsman clan might have been huge clans in the spiritual ruins true world in the past, and had a deep foundation, giving birth to Dao realm existences before. However, things were different now. Their kismet was weak, and their powerful experts had retired. Only a few people were left, so who would dare to go against the orders of the spiritual ruins royal family? But then again, as a variable, Chu Lian did indeed have the possibility to do so. However, if he was too strong, he would break easily. With his current strength, if others heard what he said, it would be easy for him to bring disaster to himself. Dao realm existences had reached a stage where their cultivation base could reach the heavens and earth. They could sense any abnormalities beforehand and nip the disaster in the bud. The Spirit Emperor was dissatisfied with the progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family and had resentment towards them. However, she was the Spirit Emperor of the spiritual ruins royal family. What she considered was the interests of the spiritual ruins royal family. She admired Chu Lian's boldness and guts. In fact, she was even considering whether she should be generous and spare his life after learning about his variable secret. The actions of the spiritual ruins royal family are indeed not tolerated by the heavens. They have already angered the heavens, and they will suffer retribution sooner or later. Young Master Chu Lian, you don't have to worry too much. Who knows, your parents might just be trapped somewhere right now, and their lives might not be in danger. The Spirit Emperor spoke with a much gentler tone. During this period of time, the Ghost Hatchet clan and Heavenly Craftsman clan, recruited by the spiritual ruins royal family, were not in danger as long as they were obedient. Right now, they were actually imprisoned somewhere. After all, they were required to maintain and repair the formation, as well as the grand ritual when the time came. Although Guchanga's arrival had stopped the spiritual ruins royal family's plan to descend into the true mountain and sea world. However, the grand plan to receive the true spirit ruins world had never stopped. When Chu Lian heard this, he thought that the Spirit Emperor was comforting him. He shook his head and said, "Miss Huang, you don't have to comfort me. I have already accepted reality. Master is an old friend of my parents. He has long since received news of their deaths." The Spirit Emperor was slightly surprised. Among the people she sent out, no one had found out that Chu Lian had a master. She could not help but be more cautious. Soon, they went over the mountain in front of them, and Chu Lian finally approached the homeland of the Ghost Hatchet clan. His emotions were complicated as he stood on the mountain and looked at the dilapidated buildings in front of him. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The once prosperous scene had long since disappeared. Right now, only broken walls, vines, moss, and broken halls were left, along with burnt beams and pillars were left. "Senior brother, is this where you lived when you were young?" Mingxiu could not help but ask as she sat on the horse. She looked at the ruins curiously. She did not know why her senior brother would come here on the way. Could it be that he wanted to pay homage to his childhood? The Spirit Emperor was also slightly surprised, but she did not say anything. She stared at Chu Lian's back, wanting to know what he was planning to do. She was worried that if she attacked Chu Lian, she would trigger a calamity in her fate and suffer an inexplicable backlash from her kismet. Chu Lian was not stupid either. He would not tell her his intentions directly. The noble ball was his greatest secret and guarantee for his rise to power. How could he easily tell others about it? Even if that person was his junior sister. Even though Chu Lian and the Spirit Emperor conversed happily during their few encounters, and felt as if he had met a confidant, the Spirit Emperor's background was unknown. While Chu Lian had a good impression of her, it was not to the point where he trusted her completely. He was still considering how their relationship would progress in the future. "Before I left my homeland, I accidentally left behind a very important thing that my parents left for me here. After so many years, I don't know if it's still here. This time, I came here on the way because I wanted to look for it again and see if I can find that thing. It means a lot to me." Then, Chu Lian looked a little regretful as he explained. "I see. Shall I help you look for it? Tell me, what kind of thing is that?" Mingxiu did not doubt Chu Lian's words. Instead, she wanted to help him. Chu Lian shook his head. There are too many poisonous miasma insects here. Junior sister, you should stay here obediently. This will save me a lot of trouble. Mingxiu's face turned pale at the mention of poisonous miasma insects. She was clearly afraid. The Spirit Emperor did not believe Chu Lian's words. However, as long as she was here, she would naturally be able to see Chu Lian's intentions. Hence, she was not in a hurry. Why don't I send some people to help young Master Chu Lian look for it? This place is indeed a little big. I don't know how long it will take for you to find it alone. However, she still said this. Chu Lian waved his hand and said, Miss Huang, there's no need for you to help me. As long as I can sense the existence of that thing, it will be useless even if you send people to help me. Providence was an illusory thing, unless one specialized in cultivating providence, or had extremely terrifying strength. One would not be able to sense the existence of providence. The reason why Chu Lian could sense the existence of providence was because of the ball of great wishes. Hearing this, the Spirit Emperor did not say anything else. She waved her hand and signaled for the maids and subordinates to stop. Very soon, Chu Lian turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the ruins ahead. Mingxiu and the others were waiting for him at the mountain top. The Spirit Emperor returned to the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. She also sensed Chu Lian's movements. However, what surprised her was that after Chu Lian disappeared from her sight, his aura also disappeared into thin air. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. It seems that he does have a treasure on him that can conceal him from the heavens. Even his aura is difficult for me to figure out. It's really amazing. The Spirit Emperor's eyes revealed a strange look. Just as she was thinking about how to make a move to be absolutely safe, a series of messages suddenly reached her ears from a faraway place. What? My lord has left the palace and is coming to find me personally. The Spirit Emperor's originally calm expression changed greatly. She became very uneasy and incredulous. She did not dare to believe her ears. Chapter 988. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged in the middle of the carriage, and his expression suddenly changed. She clenched her fists tightly. Didn't he say that he would be in seclusion for a period of time, and asked me not to disturb him? Why did he suddenly leave the palace and look for me personally? She felt uneasy as she recalled Gu Chang's unfathomable strength, that even the White Bone Ancestor King and the other patriarchs were wary of. She did not dare to have any bad thoughts in front of Gu Chang'e. The Emperor Ling did not believe that Gu Chang'e would look for her personally for no reason. There was a high chance that he had sensed something unusual. After all, the existence of variables went against fate. The methods of those in the Tao realm were even harder to predict. It was normal for them to catch a glimpse of the changes in fate. At the thought of this, she felt even more uneasy. She might get into big trouble if she did not handle this matter properly. Putting aside how she was going to explain to Gu Chang'e, even the patriarchs would be severely punished if they knew that she did not report this matter to them. The Emperor Ling did not doubt the ruthlessness and coldness of those old fellows. At their level of cultivation, they had long disregarded their bloodline and seniority. If it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to go further, she did not believe that those old fellows would be willing to pay such a price for the sake of continuing the spiritual ruins world. No matter what, I have to calm this lord down first. He must have come to me personally because of this. I was too careless back then. I thought that he would be in seclusion for a long time. That was why I left the palace and came here to get Chu Lian's supreme treasure. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through the Emperor Ling's mind, but she soon regained her composure. She stood up and left the carriage, intending to welcome Gu Chang'e at the top of the mountain. As for how she was going to explain it, that would depend on the situation. She was also feeling uneasy. Gu Chang'e had been very calm and natural during this period of time. However, he was an existence that could decide the life and death of the spiritual ruins royal family with a single thought. His emotions were not something that she could guess. Miss Huang, Mingxiu, who was also at the top of the mountain, was surprised when she saw the Emperor Ling walking out of the carriage. This place was filled with miasma and poisonous insects. Even she wanted to find a place to hide. A noble lady like Emperor Ling would not be able to tolerate such an environment. However, she was willing to stay here and wait for senior brother Chu Lian to return. 763 She had a good impression of Sovereign Ling because of how loyal and righteous he was. In particular, his manner of speech was polite, decent and generous, and he was very well-mannered. With one look, one could tell that he came from a big family. The Spirit Emperor glanced at Mingxiu and thought for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "I'm here to welcome someone. Miss Mingxiu, you don't have to worry." Mingxiu stared blankly for a moment, but she didn't ask too much. She watched as Ling Huang's silhouette disappeared, and she walked towards the other side of the mountain. She could only withdraw her gaze and look at the ruins on the other side. What exactly is senior brother looking for? I've never heard him talk about these things before. She couldn't help but mutter. The Spirit Emperor came to the other side of the mountain alone. He did not bring any of his subordinates or maids with him. She raised her head and looked in the direction of the sky. She could faintly feel a wave of fluctuation descending. Wang. At this moment, the sky blurred and a mirror appeared. It pierced through the endless space and time. A tall and handsome young figure walked out of it. It was Gu Chang'e. Behind him was Ancestor King Whitebone, who was dressed like an old servant, and Lu Mei, who was the one who sent the message to the Spirit Emperor. "Greetings, my lord." The Spirit Emperor hurriedly put away the distracting thoughts in his mind and greeted respectfully. She was wearing a veil, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she looked like a flawless jade fairy. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly and glanced at her. He descended from the sky and said, "Originally, there were some things that I wanted to ask you to do. However, I didn't expect you to have already left the palace. I didn't take the initiative to look for you. Will it affect your matters?" Ancestor King Whitebone and Lu Mei followed behind him respectfully. As the Spirit Emperor's trusted aide, Lu Mei looked at her somewhat worriedly. However, Ancestor King Whitebone had a faint smile on his face, causing the Spirit Emperor's heart to sink. When she heard Gu Chang'e's words, she felt a chill run down her spine and hastily said, "How could that be? For my lord to personally look for me is my honor. How could it affect my matters? I don't know what my lord wants me to do." She felt that Gu Chang'e's words had a hidden meaning. He definitely did not look for her purely because he had something to tell her. Seeing that the Spirit Emperor seemed to have some sweat on his forehead, Gu Chang'e just smiled casually and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. I've said before that in front of me, you can act as usual. As for why I'm looking for you, I'll tell you later." The existence of an anomaly was something that could be encountered but not sought. Even among those true worlds with a deep foundation and countless eras of inheritance, it was very difficult for an anomaly to appear. An anomaly was a contradictory existence that defied common sense. They were not affected by one's natural talent. Their achievements after birth were immeasurable and unpredictable. The birth of an anomaly was something that happened after birth. In essence, they obtained some sort of heaven-defying object, supreme treasure, or some sort of inconceivable, unfathomable, or indescribable change. When he was in the Daochang True World, Gu Chang'e had appointed Enai Chun as the anomaly and let him take the position of Dao Child. He had also helped him to hide the secrets of the heavens. A large part of the reason for this was because the anomaly was not tolerated by the Tao of Heaven. They were destined to experience many twists and turns, as well as countless sufferings and tribulations. However, an anomaly could carry an incomparably large amount of kismet with them. In the end, they could comprehend the mysteries of the world, the mysteries of the universe, and understand everything, reaching a level that ordinary people could not imagine or hope to reach. However, the tribulations along the way were not something that could be easily overcome. Gu Chang'e had originally intended for Enai Chun to be groomed as an anomaly by the Daochang True World. His true goal was to let Enai Chun become a true anomaly and endure all the sufferings and tribulations, so that his future path would be smooth. This time, Gu Chang'e was rather surprised to run into someone who seemed to be an anomaly in the royal family of the Ruins of Spirit. An anomaly usually carried supreme treasures and terrifying kismet with them. They might experience countless twists and turns and tribulations, but in the end, they would be resolved, and there would be no danger. Many of the disasters would be resolved along the way, and it was rare for them to die along the way. The safest way to deal with an anomaly was naturally to scheme and scheme. Snatching by force was only to disturb fate and cause a backlash in the unseen world. This was somewhat similar to the child of Kismet. Sovereign Ling did not dare relax in the slightest because of Gu Chang'e's words, but she still braced herself and said, "Yes, sir." Gu Chang'e cast her a glance, but did not say anything. Sovereign Ling led the way. Her expression changed a few times, but in truth, she had already guessed Gu Chang'e's goal for coming. "Sir, did you come for that item as well?" Soon, many thoughts flashed through her mind, but she still made up her mind and asked. When Gu Chang'e noticed the existence of the anomaly, she might not have a share in that supreme treasure. Sovereign Ling had thought about this very clearly. That was why instead of hiding it, it was better to say it openly. She might even be able to obtain Gu Chang'e's recognition. At that time, even if the progenitors knew about this, they would not dare to say anything against her. Besides, with Gu Chang'e's abilities, he might already know everything, but he did not ask. When he heard this, Ancestor King Whitebone narrowed his eyes. He was actually very interested in this kind of thing. If not for Gu Chang'e being here, he would have grabbed Sovereign Ling and directly interrogated her. "Oh, what is it?" Gu Chang'e walked behind him at a leisurely pace and smiled faintly when she heard this. He was not surprised by Sovereign Ling's reaction. She was a smart woman and naturally knew what to do at this time. She wanted to obtain the supreme treasure alone and did not mention it to any of the progenitors. From this, one could see her ambition. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was not angry, Sovereign Ling sighed in relief and said, "To tell you the truth, sir, I left the palace and came here alone to obtain a supreme treasure. Although I am not very clear about what it is now, but I am sure that the supreme treasure is extraordinary and can transform an ordinary person into an anomaly." She didn't dare to hide anything and honestly told him everything she knew. With Gu Chang'e's means, she did not expect to hide anything from him. A supreme treasure that can transform an ordinary person into an anomaly? Hearing those words, Ancestor King Whitebone's expression changed. He seemed to be very shocked, and his breathing suddenly became a lot more rapid. At his level, he naturally knew a lot of things. There were very few things that he coveted and yearned for like this. At this moment, he also understood why Sovereign Ling left the palace alone. With such a supreme treasure in front of them, who would not have thoughts of snatching it? Sovereign Ling's trusted aide Lu Mei was confused. Although she was an immortal king, she did not know what an anomaly meant. A supreme treasure? Gu Chang'e seemed to have understood something. After all, the Spirit Emperor was a Dao realm cultivator. His judgment couldn't be wrong. From the looks of it, this anomaly should have been born not too long ago. If it was an anomaly that had grown up, it would be very difficult to deal with. Such a person naturally had extremely high intelligence and could easily see through and understand the dangers and disasters in the unseen world. Yes, but I encountered it by accident. After coming into contact with it several times, I was able to confirm this matter. My lord, you should also know that the existence of anomaly is unfathomable. It is difficult to determine one's fate. If you forcefully take action, you may incur some unpredictable calamity. The gains do not make up for the losses. That is why I decided to take things slowly, Sovereign Ling explained as she walked. She also mentioned some of the things she knew about Chu Lian. She had already given up on the idea of obtaining that supreme treasure. Instead, she thought that it was possible to obtain Gu Chang'e's favor. It was also a wise choice to present Buddha with borrowed flowers. Gu Chang'e only nodded as he listened. Forcefully seizing an anomaly was the same as disrupting one's fate. It would indeed incur some unseen calamity. For a Dao realm existence, these calamities were even more terrifying. It was likely that the heavenly blight tribulation would descend earlier. If one did not have the corresponding strength, they would surely be turned to ashes. However, if one was strong enough, they would naturally be able to ignore these so-called calamities. There was no need to worry too much. This guy named Chu Lian has yet to mature. Even if he possesses a supreme treasure, I'm afraid he won't be of much use. Gu Chang'e pondered and decided to make a decision based on the situation. Then, have you made any progress? He glanced at Sovereign Ling and asked casually. Sovereign Ling heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that Gu Chang'e did not have any intention of blaming her for hiding the truth. The stone was finally put down and the trace of uneasiness in her heart dissipated. Her tone returned to normal as she replied, My lord, I have become more familiar with Chu Lian during this period of time. I also found out some things about him under the pretense of approaching him. This guy is young and full of vigor, but he is ambitious. His goal is to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family. He has a good impression of me and does not suspect my identity. As for these, the place ahead is the former home of the Ghost Axe clan. I am not sure why he would come here. Although it is said that he is looking for a certain item of his parents, I feel that it is just an excuse. He must have other motives. The past and future of the Divergent were shrouded in fog and were not easy to deduce. Otherwise, she would not have used such a method. After hearing Sovereign Ling's reply, Gu Chang'e gradually outlined the image of a young, confident, and righteous man in his mind. He possessed a supreme treasure and was ambitious. If he followed the normal rules, it would be easy for him to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family and become the new generation of great emperors or saints. This so-called Divergent was actually not much different from a son of destiny. It was just that the Divergent's destiny was shockingly rich and had already undergone a transformation. While Sovereign Ling was discussing these matters, the few of them had already arrived at the mountain where Chu Lian had disappeared. Mingxiu was stunned when she saw Sovereign Ling leading such a young and handsome man over. It was as if she had seen a person in a painting walk out of the real world. Sovereign Ling saw that Mingxiu was staring at Gu Chang'e in a daze and was behaving very impolitely. Spirit Emperor frowned. He was worried that she would annoy Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said in a gentle tone, Is this cousin the junior sister of that little brother you told me about? Sovereign Ling was very smart and immediately reacted and explained, Yes, to be honest, this is Miss Mingxiu. Chapter 989. Initially, Emperor Ling was a little worried that such an answer would cross the line. However, she quickly recovered and addressed herself as cousin. On the way to this mountain, Gu Chang'e didn't say what to do. Spirit Emperor just went along with him and continued to speak. This young master is Miss Huang's cousin? Mingxiu finally reacted and felt that it was rude of her to keep staring at Gu Chang'e. However, she still asked curiously. When Gu Chang'e looked at her with a smile, she shyly looked away. Emperor Ling nodded. I have something to do this time, and I'm here to wait for my cousin's arrival. I see. Mingxiu did not doubt her words and secretly sized up Gu Chang'e. In her opinion, since Emperor Ling was a lady from a big family, her cousin's background must be extraordinary. Then, her cousin must also have an extraordinary background. He had the divine appearance of a noble young master, and his temperament was otherworldly. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. The Spirit Emperor also smiled and said, My cousin has heard about young Master Chu Lian, and is quite fond of him. So he wants to get to know him. It just so happens that we can go together this time. So we will wait here for young Master Chu Lian to come out. Mingxiu nodded and retracted her gaze from Gu Chang'e. It wasn't that she didn't have experience, but in this desolate place, how could she not be surprised to see such an immortal-like young man in a picture scroll? If senior brother knows about this, he will be very happy. He has great ambitions and ideals. He just needs to find some like-minded friends. Mingxiu smiled and thought that Gu Chang'e was like Emperor Ling. He was dissatisfied with the way the spiritual ruins royal family was doing and wanted to overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family's rule. A just cause attracts much support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Now many forces and clans were dissatisfied with the spiritual ruins royal family. They had been holding grudges for a long time, but they did not have a leader. Chu Lian had said before that as long as the time was right, there would definitely be many forces supporting him to overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family and build a peaceful world for everyone. Mingxiu admired her senior brother's ambition and did not think that he was boasting. Now, as long as he made enough friends and had enough resources and connections, would he still have to worry about the future? I have already heard about Brother Chu Lian's lofty aspirations from Ling Huang. I also admire a person with lofty aspirations like Brother Chu Lian. The Bitter Spirit Ruins imperial family has been around for a long time. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, you will definitely be able to overthrow their rule. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he smiled faintly. With an easygoing smile on his face, he started chatting with Mingxiu. Mingxiu was not guarded against Emperor Ling and the others. At first, she was a little uneasy and nervous. However, under the guidance of Gu Chang'e, they soon began to talk about their admiration for their senior brother Chu Lian. These things were actually not that big of a deal. However, the various races were fearful of the royal family of the spiritual ruins. Even their masters were unwilling to interfere. Yet, senior brother Chu Lian was willing to stand out and fight against the royal family of the spiritual ruins. Just this alone was enough to earn Mingxiu's admiration. Furthermore, many of the things that her senior brother Chu Lian did were things that others could not compare to. Senior brother is not only ambitious, he is also far-sighted. Now he is already thinking about how to deal with the royal family of the spiritual ruins. At the mention of that, Mingxiu was energized. Her eyes seemed to be shining with admiration for Chu Lian. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and added a few words from time to time. For example, such anomalies or children of destiny seemed to have one thing in common, which was that they had a goal and an obsession, as well as some sort of responsibility. The small ones were for themselves, while the big ones were for the sake of the world and all living beings. On the other hand, Emperor Ling did not agree. Even though Chu Lian had supreme treasures, he was still an ant in front of the entire royal family of the spiritual ruins. How dare he try to stop them with his own strength? Now that he had been noticed, it was impossible for him to grow. He did not even have a future. How could he be so naive to try to overthrow the royal family of the spiritual ruins? That was a fool's dream. Gu Chang'e looked at the ruins with his hands behind his back. Initially, he was not too bothered. However, as though he sensed something, he revealed an interested expression. Emperor Ling noticed his expression and glanced over as well. However, she did not sense anything. She could not even sense Chu Lian's aura, let alone see what was going on. At this moment, in the depths of the ruins shrouded in miasma, Chu Lian, who was pretending to rummage through the ruins, had a solemn expression. "You said that you are the weapon spirit of the ball of aspirations?" He was communicating with a consciousness in his mind. His expression changed a few times in disbelief. "Yes, you can call me the weapon spirit, the 11th host. Given the host's current situation, it is recommended that you leave this place as soon as possible." An indifferent and emotionless voice rang out in Chu Lian's mind. Then it started communicating with him. When Chu Lian heard this voice, his heart was once again in turmoil. He tried his best to calm himself down. He did not know what was going on either. While he was searching for the remaining luck of the Ghost Axe clan, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind, warning him that a great terror was approaching and for him to be careful. The sudden appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Later on, Chu Lian took some time to recover before realizing that it was the voice from the Ball of Aspirations. This voice claimed to be the weapon spirit of the Ball of Aspirations, and he was the 11th host found by the Ball of Aspirations. Before him, the Ball of Aspirations had 10 hosts. He did not expect that there would be such a weapon spirit in the Ball of Aspirations. When it recognized him as its master, he did not sense any fluctuations or changes. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Chu Lian's mind. Thankfully, he had experienced many things and witnessed the mysteries of the Ball of Aspirations. Therefore, he did not make a fuss. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by warning me that a great terror is approaching, and for me to be careful?" Now Chu Lian only wanted to know this question. He did not know that in this barren mountain range, There was only the ruins of the Ghost Axe clan. Where did this great terror come from? Could it be that it was transformed from the ancestral spirit of the Ghost Axe clan that had yet to dissipate? With his current strength that was close to the immortal Tao, could it be that he could not contend against it? The ball of aspirations' weapon spirit's indifferent voice sounded again, replying, "It means what it says. Within a 10,000-mile radius of the host, there is an incomparably terrifying aura approaching. With your strength, it is impossible to discover it." Chu Lian was stunned at first. When he reacted, he was shocked and his scalp went numb. He only wanted to turn his head and look behind him. However, his strong willpower did not allow him to feel anything out of the ordinary. Cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. He forced himself to calm down and communicated with the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit. "Then what should I do now? Where is that terrifying presence? Is he watching me? Could it be that he has always been living in this area? Did my arrival disturb him? Or did it come all of a sudden?" He could only pin his hopes on the ball of aspirations now. With his strength, even the other party could not discover him. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would absolutely be a simple matter. Moreover, since the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit could discover that terrifying presence, it meant that it might have a way. "Don't count on me. I am only a weapon spirit. Because of a special substance, I do not have any strength to help you. If I had not sensed that terrifying presence suddenly approaching, I would not have been startled awake. I have only seen that kind of presence on the first master. It is really inconceivable that such a presence would appear in the civilization that you are in now." The ball of aspirations' weapon spirit replied indifferently. However, when it reached the end, there were still some fluctuations in its emotions. Chu Lian noticed that it said first master and not first host. This should be a matter of recognition. However, now was not the time for him to consider this. Chu Lian didn't know what the noble wish orb was trying to say. He could only vaguely understand that the terrifying presence that had suddenly approached this place had extraordinary strength that was unimaginable. The first thing that came to his mind was the ball of aspirations. Could it be that the other party had sensed the existence of the ball of aspirations and suddenly arrived? Or was it just a coincidence? The ball of aspirations' existence can conceal the karma of the heavens and abandon all deduction and divination. Even if my first master was alive, he would not be able to calculate the existence of the ball of aspirations. As for you, as the 11th host, your presence is also concealed by the ball of aspirations. No one can sense your presence. Therefore, you can rest assured that the other party will not be able to hear our conversation. Although that frightening aura has disappeared, you still can't relax." The ball of aspirations' weapon spirit seemed to know what Chu Lian was thinking and explained. Chu Lian heaved a huge sigh of relief when he heard this. His mood was much more relaxed. Disappeared? Did it leave? As long as the other party did not come for the ball of aspirations, then he could rest assured. However, there was still a trace of doubt and worry in his heart. What if the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit was wrong? Did the other party come for the ball of aspirations? The environment that Chu Lian had grown up in made him somewhat suspicious and worried. Since the other party will not be able to hear our conversation, then why do you want me to quickly leave this place? Chu Lian asked. The ball of aspirations' weapon spirit only replied coldly. The ball of aspirations is a treasure that countless experts in this world want to obtain. If its existence is known by others, do you think that you can protect it with your strength? I do not think that with the host's intelligence, you can guarantee that in the eyes of those existences, you will not reveal any flaws or mistakes. Even if the ball of aspirations hides your presence, it is very likely that someone will sense something. You must know that intelligence is the most terrifying power in this world. As long as there is a trace of abnormality, you will be calculated by others. What you need to do now is to stay as far away from those people as possible. Even if they have already left, when they think about it later, they might discover something unusual. Intelligence. Hearing this, Chu Lian broke out in cold sweat. During this period of time, he seemed to have been a little too flamboyant. If someone paid attention to him, It was inevitable that they would discover something unusual. Zero, the ball of aspirations as weapon spirit, had completely reminded him, causing him to come to his senses. This was not a place to stay for long. No matter why that terrifying existence had come, he had to think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. I was planning to find some time to refine the remnant fate here, but it seems that it is too late now. Chu Lian made up his mind, but he was still a little afraid. However, at this moment, he thought of another question and could not help but ask. As the ball of aspirations is weapon spirit, you should not be telling me this. If the ball of aspirations is snatched away by someone else, then you can just find another host. Why are you still helping me? Why are you telling me this? This was also the question in his heart. Since the ball of aspirations had intelligence, then, wouldn't it be better to choose an even more powerful and unfathomable person as its host? Since the ball of aspirations has chosen you, then you are its current host. This is something that has been predestined. Moreover, the remaining energy of the ball of aspirations is not enough to support it to find another host. Your life is already tied to the ball of aspirations. If you die, then the ball of aspirations will also collapse and disappear. Hearing this question, the ball of aspirations' weapon spirit was silent for a moment before it explained. Chu Lian let out a long sigh of relief. This answer was not what he had expected, but to him, it was not bad. Then, after tidying up his emotions, Chu Lian made sure that he would not reveal any abnormality before he walked toward the mountain. He planned to bring his junior sister, Miss Huang, and the rest away from this troublesome place. If there was a chance, he would go to other places to see if he could absorb and condense the power of fate. The remaining power of fate of the Ghost Hatchet clan was not much, so he did not feel the pinch to give it up. At this moment on the mountain, Ming Xiu was standing on her tiptoes, looking toward the ruins. Whoosh! A streak of divine light quickly charged out from the desolate forest. It was Chu Lian, senior brother. When Ming Xiu saw her senior brother Chu Lian, a smile appeared on her face, and she hurriedly waved and shouted. However, she did not notice the somewhat shocked and abnormal expression on Chu Lian's face. Why is there an additional young man on the mountain? Who is this? Chu Lian felt that something was not right. He noticed the tall young man in white standing side by side with the spiritual emperor. He quickly reacted, and quickly descended from the sky without showing any expression. May I know who this young master is? Chu Lian did not care about his junior sister's expression. Instead, he immediately looked at Gu Chang'e and asked with cupped hands. At the same time, he was paying attention to the two people behind Gu Chang'e. One was a slightly skinny old man in black robes, and the other was a charming woman. However, no matter who it was, he could not see through their cultivation. Obviously, they were stronger than his hidden strength. Chapter 990. Chu Lian was a little puzzled and confused, but he was more cautious and careful. He tried to communicate with the weapon spirit of the sphere of great wishes in his mind, but the weapon spirit seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not respond to his questions. Chu Lian had no choice but to calm down and observe the situation. He did not know if the terrifying existence mentioned by the weapon spirit of the sphere of great wishes was among the few people in front of him. Chu Lian noticed that the spirit emperor seemed to be very close to the handsome young man in front of him, as if they knew each other. Just now, the two of them were standing side by side on the mountain, whispering something. The black-robed old man with unfathomable strength was most likely the young man's old servant, responsible for his safety. As for that enchanting and charming woman, it was very likely that she was his maid. Looking at it this way, the young man's background was definitely not ordinary, and he was either rich or noble. When Chu Lian opened his mouth to ask, his junior sister Mingxiu smiled and took the initiative to explain. Senior brother Chu Lian, this is young Master Gu. He is Miss Huang's cousin. Miss Huang is waiting here, because she is waiting for young Master Gu. Cousin? Chu Lian was stunned, and his surname was Gu? This was a very rare surname. He had never heard of any family with the surname Gu. He was a little cautious. At this moment, Gu Chang'e also retracted his gaze from Chu Lian, as if he knew what he was thinking, and said with a faint smile, Ling Huang has mentioned brother Chu Lian to me before. I am also quite impressed by your great ambition. The Spirit Emperor smiled and explained, Young Master Chu Lian, you don't have to worry. My cousin has always admired people like you. He praises all kinds of people with great ambition. Previously, I casually mentioned you in front of my cousin. He was also quite impressed and felt that there was a need to meet you. This time, my cousin and I have something to do and coincidentally met you. So we waited here for my cousin's arrival. Chu Lian's gaze swept across the Spirit Emperor and Gu Chang'e. He felt that the two of them did not seem to be cousins. That was because the way Gu Chang'e looked at the Spirit Emperor was simply too calm. There was not much intimacy in his eyes. This gave people a feeling of being high and mighty, as if he had been in a high position for a long time, and was in control of life and death. I see. Could it be that young Master Gu is also dissatisfied with the current atrocities of the Spiritual Ruins royal family? Chu Lian withdrew his thoughts and asked with cupped fists. Regardless of the relationship between Gu Chang'e and the Soul Emperor, the most important thing for him now was to leave this place as soon as possible. The artifact spirit of the noble sphere did not answer his question. Chu Lian guessed that the terrifying existence might have returned. The artifact spirit of the noble orb didn't dare to reveal any abnormalities, fearing that it would reveal any flaws and be discovered. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The Spiritual Ruins royal family is wasting manpower and resources, causing the other races to be dissatisfied. Sooner or later, they will be devoured. Gu Chang'e was still smiling faintly. He was indeed a little surprised. When he had just arrived here, he seemed to have been noticed by something. That was why he concealed his aura later on, and didn't reveal any abnormalities. Gu Chang'e guessed that it might be because of the supreme treasure on Chu Lian's body. The supreme treasure had a spirit, and had already chosen its owner. The moment he arrived, it sensed something and alerted its current owner. Logically speaking, if a supreme treasure with a spirit knew that an extremely powerful existence had arrived, it would usually choose a new owner. After all, a fine bird chose a tree to nest in, and a fine subject chose a master to serve. Most of the time, it wasn't the owner who chose the supreme treasure, but the supreme treasure who chose the owner. Although Chu Lian was a little special, and had an unpredictable fate, his current strength was indeed too weak. If someone snatched the supreme treasure away, he wouldn't have the strength to protect it. The reason why the supreme treasure chose to warn its owner was because there was another possibility, and it couldn't choose a new owner for the time being. Or perhaps Chu Lian had obtained the recognition of the supreme treasure? The second possibility was unrealistic in Gu Chang'e's opinion. He intended to find a chance to communicate with the supreme treasure. After all, this was a supreme treasure that could turn a normal person into an anomaly. If he couldn't create it with his current strength, then its origins would definitely not be simple. When he was sizing up Chu Lian just now, Gu Chang'e was basically certain. Chu Lian's current potential had indeed surpassed the limits, and could be called an anomaly. This anomaly was not like Yanai Chun and Dao Chang True World. It was not an anomaly created by someone to hide the secrets of heaven and create an anomaly. Instead, it was because he had become the owner of the supreme treasure, and was truly an anomaly. Young Master Chu Lian, have you found the item left behind by your parents that is very important to you? At that moment, Sovereign Ling spoke with a hint of concern, and cleverly changed the topic. When Chu Lian heard this, he reacted and shook his head. I went to the place where it was most likely to have fallen and looked around, but I didn't find anything. It must have been picked up by someone a long time ago, or dropped somewhere else. As he spoke, a slightly regretful expression appeared on his face. Ming Xiu also comforted him in a timely manner. Senior brother, don't be sad. You might find out one day that the item didn't fall. Perhaps you've forgotten about it somewhere. Chu Lian forced a smile, looking as if he was not in a good mood. He might have some doubts about Gu Chang'e's identity, but it was not good for him to ask. It did not matter whether it was the old man in black robes or the charming woman. They were both existences he could not fight against. Then Chulian spoke, intending to leave this place first. He also asked where Sovereign Ling was going next. If it was on the way, then they could go together. Sovereign Ling had already sent someone to watch Chulian's journey, and knew where he was going next, which was why he gave him the name of a place. That's great. Miss Huang can go with us again. Ming Xiu cried out happily. Chulian had quite a good impression of Sovereign Ling. It was pretty good for him to be able to travel with a beauty. It was just that he could not figure out the relationship between Gu Chang'e and Sovereign Ling. Not only did the two of them ride in the same carriage, Sovereign Ling was half a step behind when they got on the carriage, allowing Gu Chang'e to get on first. Chulian noticed this detail, and became even more curious about Gu Chang'e's identity. Moreover, Sovereign Ling seemed to be very respectful and fearful of the old man in black robes. Since she was his cousin, then logically, Sovereign Ling and Gu Chang'e should be of similar status. But why was there still a hierarchy? It's a pity that the weapon spirit of the sphere of noble wishes doesn't care about me right now. Otherwise I could ask it and hear its opinion. Chulian mounted his horse and followed at the back of the group, leaving the barren mountain. He did not think that Gu Chang'e could be the terrifying existence that the spirit of the sphere of great wishes had mentioned. In his eyes, the possibility of the old man in black robes and the charming woman was higher. There was actually a space in the carriage, and it was not as narrow as it looked from the outside. Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged on a praying mat with a pensive look on his face. Sovereign Ling was kneeling in front of him, boiling tea. She did not dare disturb Gu Chang'e's thoughts. There were runes in this space that isolated all senses and deductions. Even those in Dao realm would find it difficult to see what was going on inside. How is the army that has been recruited? Gu Chang'e seemed to have returned to his senses. He swept his gaze towards Sovereign Ling and asked. The progenitor and the others have already sent an order. The powerful warriors of the various great thousand worlds have come in response to the order. They will gather in the next few days, Sovereign Ling said respectfully. Even now, she still did not know which true world Gu Chang'e was planning to attack. If it was the true world that they had their eyes on beforehand, they would not have sent such a large army. The true spiritual ruins world might not be a very powerful ancient true world in the vast expanse, but its foundation was not to be underestimated. It was more than enough to sweep through a normal true world. However, she did not dare to ask too much about this matter. Gu Chang'e nodded, his gaze falling on Sovereign Ling's veiled face. He smiled faintly and extended his hand, as if intending to take off her veil. Sovereign Ling froze in the middle of boiling tea. Her movements became stiff, and she did not even dare to move. My lord. She was a little afraid. She did not understand Gu Chang'e's sudden action, and her voice trembled slightly. She did not want to become Gu Chang'e's subordinate, or a human cauldron. Besides, Gu Chang'e had said before that he was not interested in her. I don't like people being secretive in front of me. You don't have to be nervous. It's more pleasing to the eye this way. Gu Chang'e was still smiling faintly. He did not care about her nervousness and uneasiness, and just took off her veil. Sovereign Ling heaved a sigh of relief. However, for some reason, there was a strange feeling in her heart that made her face burn. This was the first time in her many years of cultivation that she felt this way. She could not help but look up at Gu Chang'e, then quickly retracted her gaze. Usually, when I leave the palace, I will wear a veil and almost never show my face to others. I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, Sovereign Ling explained softly. However, Gu Chang'e acted as if she did not hear her words. She looked out of the carriage and casually said, I know you are afraid and worried. I also know that your clan should be very curious right now. You want to know my origins and my plans. Even more so, you want to know why I asked you to gather an army. Hearing this, Sovereign Ling quickly discarded the messy thoughts in her mind and listened attentively. She did not know why Gu Chang'e suddenly said this to her. Usually, Gu Chang'e was very calm and did not speak much to her, or to the patriarchs of the spiritual ruins. But now, it seemed like something had suddenly touched his heart. Your strength is unfathomable. It would be difficult for you to find an opponent in the entire vast expanse world. We of the spiritual ruins world do not want to be destroyed and buried in the long river of time, just because we resist you. Sovereign Ling carefully considered her words before replying. She had actually obtained some information from the patriarchs. The patriarchs all believed that Gu Chang'e was a taboo lord who wandered in the vast expanse. Wherever he went, that place would become a forbidden zone. After an endless amount of time, he woke up again and wanted to find a suitable true world to devour and recover his qi and blood. If the spiritual ruins world resisted, they would become food and be devoured by him. Those who obey will prosper, and those who defy will die. Your spiritual ruins clan is indeed very smart. You are also very smart. However, I have always felt that instead of being feared, it is better to be revered. It is truly lonely at the top. Gu Chang'e smiled. Sovereign Ling did not know why, but she felt a sense of loneliness from his words. It was as if he was sitting alone in the ninth heaven and looking down on all living things without a single person beside him. She considered her words again and said, "But I feel that you would not do such a thing. You have a greater goal. The spiritual ruins world is not worth mentioning in your eyes." "Is that so? I did not expect that you would think so." Gu Chang'e smiled and did not express his opinion. Sovereign Ling felt that their clan seemed to have a deep misunderstanding and fear of Gu Chang'e since the beginning. Now that she had come into contact with Gu Chang'e, she could feel the change in their state of mind even more. This lord should have experienced many things. He might seem young, but in truth, he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. All his actions seemed to be for something. Otherwise, Gu Chang'e would not have said those words to her, as if something had touched his heart. At this moment, Emperor Ling felt much more relaxed, as if a great deal of pressure had been lifted from his shoulders. He no longer had to be so fearful when speaking to Gu Chang'e, nor did he need to carefully consider his words. Gu Chang'e noticed the change in Sovereign Ling's state of mind at this moment. There was still a faint smile on his face. However, there was no change in his heart. It was as still as an abyss. Since he wanted to let the name of the Heaven Crusading Alliance resound throughout the vast expanse, he definitely had to come up with a good name and a legitimate goal. Sovereign Ling in front of him gave him a good opportunity. These words that seemed to be from the bottom of his heart seemed to be closing the distance between him and Sovereign Ling. In reality, it was to perfect his image in the hearts of Sovereign Ling and the others. It was to plant a seed in advance. The Heaven Crusading Alliance sought to conquer the heavens. It would definitely bear terrifying karma and suffer endless calamities. Why was he willing to establish the Heaven Crusading Alliance and conquer the heavens for no reason? As the demon lord, he roamed the vast expanse. Had he encountered an existence from the origin world and died? Was that why he had a grudge? That was not enough. Everything before the demon lord was a blank. Who knew? Therefore, it was natural that they would have to trace back to his distant past. As for what past it was not important. It was enough to let people understand his past and the reason behind it. It was because of this past that Gu Chang'e made a great ambition to establish the Heaven Crusading Alliance. He wanted to mobilize the forces of the entire vast expanse to conquer the heavens and conquer the heavens. Gu Chang'e always liked to do things without leaving any loopholes. There must be a cause and an effect. Now he was going to perfect the cause in advance for this effect. Chapter 991. My lord, have some tea. Emperor Ling respectfully poured Gu Chang'e a cup of tea in front of him. After hearing his words, she also felt that the distance between the two of them seemed to have shortened a lot. She was no longer as fearful as before. She had also heard of some things. Those existences who had established their own forbidden zones had personally experienced the destruction of their homeland and the loss of their home. They had then witnessed their friends and family members die one after another, buried in the past, but they were powerless to do anything about it. Compared to a madman like the ancestor king of White Bones, who had abandoned everything and abandoned all emotions, the so-called master of a forbidden zone was more like a lonely soul drifting in the vast expanse for the sake of an obsession that could not be erased. Some did it for revenge, Some did it for the sake of reviving their family members, and some did it for the sake of repeating the long river of time and reversing the past. The two seemed the same, but in fact, they were fundamentally different. A madman, like the ancestor king of White Bones, could give up anything in order to survive. He was willing to work like an ox and horse in front of Wuxia, abandoning his dignity. He no longer cared about anything, so he naturally did not distinguish. As for Wuxia, who existed alone in the vast expanse for the sake of an obsession, his temperament was very likely to be more like a normal person. It was just that when it came to matters related to that obsession, he would do anything at all costs. After thinking through this, Emperor Ling also felt that Wuxia was not that scary anymore. Her entire mood inexplicably relaxed a lot. When she first met Wuxia, she completely thought of him as a monster with unstable emotions and temperamental moods. In order to recover his blood and qi, he could feed on billions of living beings and launch a dark upheaval that swept across the vast expanse. That was why she had a deep fear and dread. And now, after understanding this, she realized that she and the group of ancestors had completely misunderstood Wuxia. You don't seem to be as afraid of me as before? Wuxia smiled faintly and picked up the teacup. Emperor Ling also smiled and said, "Previously, I had a deep misunderstanding of you, my lord, but now I have thought it through. The fear and dread I had for you was actually caused by the ancestor king of White Bones' actions when he boarded the ship." 16. As soon as the White Bone ancestor king boarded the ship, it immediately attacked and killed one of the ancestors, devouring him until there was nothing left. The spirit emperor was naturally aware of this, which was why she was equally fearful of the ancestor king of White Bones. Even a grand ancestor was helpless against an existence like the Whitebone monarch. Wuxia was countless times more terrifying than the monarch. In the beginning, how could she not be afraid when facing such an existence? Especially the group of patriarchs. They were still hoping that she would curry favor with Wuxia. It was just that she had a strong temperament. Most of the time, she maintained her composure on the surface. Wuxia took a sip of tea and didn't comment. He knew that he had achieved the effect he wanted. Fearing power, but not virtue, was not the best way to control one's subordinates. It was impossible for him to do everything himself. His words had planted a seed in the spirit emperor's heart, making it easier for her to work for him in the future. A Dao Realm trusted aide, who was also quite talented. If he gave her some eternity substance or longevity substance, she might be able to break through to a higher level and be on par with the ancestors of the mystical ruins royal family. The current Wuxia lacks some capable subordinates. Although the ancestor king of White Bones was respectful to him, he was also fearful of his strength. He was an old monster with empty eyes and wouldn't work for him sincerely. In comparison, the spirit emperor was much more tender and innocent. "My lord, you are different from the ancestor king of White Bones. He is a true lunatic who has no scruples and is lawless. You, on the other hand, have a strong heart that won't be swayed by the outside world," the spirit emperor said with sincere respect. It was not that she was flattering Wuxia. It was just that she had been in contact with Wuxia during this period of time, and what she had heard today. Wuxia was such a person. "Is that so? My strong heart? But how long can this heart of mine hold on? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? Or even longer?" Wuxia smiled noncommittally. The spirit emperor was slightly taken aback, thinking that Wuxia was talking about his obsession. How long can his obsession last? "My lord, pardon me for asking, but can you tell me what you plan to do?" The spirit emperor thought for a while and couldn't help but ask. If it was before, she wouldn't have dared to ask such a question, even if she was beaten to death. When Wuxia heard this, he looked at her strangely and smiled. "I already said that you don't have to be nervous in front of me. I don't like cumbersome rules. Most of the time, I prefer people around me to communicate with me as equals. Just now, I just took off your veil, and you were so scared. If I want to do something else, what are you going to do? In the future, you don't have to call me Lord in front of me. Just call me young master." "Yes, young master." The spirit emperor didn't dislike this maid-like address. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. In a way, wasn't this a sign that she was closer to Gu Chang'e? If young master wants to do something else, I definitely won't dare to stop you. However, young master, you probably won't do that, she replied. She felt that the state of mind that she had cultivated for so many years was completely messed up at this moment. As the Empress of the spiritual ruins, she controlled the various universes and billions of lives. However, at this moment, she was like a little girl, and her words were inexplicably bashful. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "You seem to understand me very well now. I just feel that young master won't force me to do anything. However, if young master wants me to sleep with you, all you have to do is say it. I'm actually willing." The Spirit Emperor no longer had her previous worries and fear. Now her words were much bolder. Putting aside the difference in status and strength, Gu Chang'e actually fit her criteria for a partner. "Let's not talk about this topic anymore." Gu Chang'e still smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. "Yes, young master." For some reason, the Spirit Emperor felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment and discouragement. Although she didn't dare to say that she was the #1 beauty of the spiritual ruins, in the universes that she ruled, she was definitely the most beautiful. Few women could compare to her beauty. However, Gu Chang'e really didn't seem to be interested in her at all. She sighed faintly in her heart and raised her eyes to look at Gu Chang'e. He was sipping his tea. His face was handsome and elegant, like a peerless young master who had walked out of a painting. He wasn't tainted by the world at all. "Aren't you curious about my motive? Then I'll tell you now." Gu Chang'e put down the empty teacup. He felt that the time was about right. The Spirit Emperor should be less wary of him now. The Spirit Emperor heard this and immediately perked up. She listened attentively. She couldn't hide her curiosity as she stared at Gu Chang'e. "I want to unify the vast expanse world." And Gu Chang'e also said the second half of the sentence unhurriedly. "What?" The Spirit Emperor was stunned. At first, she thought that she had misheard, but Gu Chang'e's expression didn't seem to be joking. She couldn't help but be stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of shock and disbelief. No one knew where the end of the vast expanse world was. No one knew how many civilizations and epochs it had nurtured, and how much space and time there was. The spiritual ruins world might be considered an ancient world and wasn't weak, but in the vast expanse world, it was an inconspicuous duckweed that could be crushed and drowned at any time. And Gu Chang'e wanted to unify the vast expanse world? The Spirit Emperor had never heard of such a thing, nor had she imagined it. It was simply a fantasy. However, all of this came out of Gu Chang'e's mouth. "Young master." After a long while, the Spirit Emperor finally reacted. Her mouth was dry. It wasn't that she doubted Gu Chang'e's strength. It was just that this was too fantastical. No one could do it. Even the existences who had created the most powerful true worlds in the ancient legends couldn't do it. Besides, how many powerful true worlds were there in the vast expanse world? Besides the powerful true worlds, there were many powerful beings who didn't appear in the world, and whose whereabouts were unknown. Perhaps there were also existences who truly stood at the end of the 9th decay. There were too many unknowns and mysteries in the vast expanse world. It wasn't something they could guess or imagine. If you can't even do this, how can you attack the heavens? Gu Chang'e smiled, as if he had already expected the Spirit Emperor's reaction. He wasn't surprised at all. Attack the heavens? The Spirit Emperor was once again stunned by these two words. The heavenly Tao was heartless. Before the calamity, it would punish all living beings. During this time, many true worlds would choose to fight against the heavens, and many heaven destroyers would appear. But who could truly attack the heavens? It was just a decision to fight for survival in the face of death. If it wasn't because they were too powerless in the face of the calamity and couldn't fight back, how could the so-called heaven destroyers appear in this world? And it was clear that the heaven destroyer Gu Chang'e was talking about was different from the heaven destroyer during the calamity. "Sir, do you plan to truly settle the heaven destroyer and destroy the heavenly Tao?" The Spirit Emperor forced herself to calm down with great difficulty, but she was still shocked. From a certain point of view, Gu Chang'e was an even more terrifying lunatic than ancestor Whitebone King. How could he dare to talk about this sort of thing and make it his obsession? Attacking the heavens to achieve the Tao wasn't something that could be done with great willpower and decisiveness. The true heavens were in the real world, and they were definitely not something they could touch. Gu Chang'e didn't care about the Spirit Emperor's reaction. He only said these things so that she could be mentally prepared. The earlier he spoke about attacking the heavens, the better. It was normal for the Spirit Emperor to be shocked and feel that it was inconceivable. When he mentioned this to Gu Wuwang in the Dao Chang True World, Gu Wuwang had also been shocked and in disbelief. After all, not everyone had the courage to face this, even if they only knew about it. When the Spirit Emperor saw that Gu Chang'e had stopped talking and was only calmly looking at the undulating mountain range outside, the Spirit Emperor gradually calmed down. The Spirit Emperor also gradually calmed down. She was no ordinary person. After the initial shock, she began to seriously consider this matter. Even she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything when she learned about this matter. It could be imagined just how shocking and inconceivable it was. Perhaps even the progenitors would be shocked and frightened if they knew about it. And yet, Gu Chang'e was able to speak of it so calmly and casually, as if it was a small matter not worth mentioning. Young master, what are we going to do about Chu Lian? Should we let him continue to grow or? The Spirit Emperor still didn't dare mention the matter of attacking the heavens. She could only blame herself for asking just now. She quickly changed the topic and asked about Chu Lian. Let him continue to grow. If there's a chance, I'll look for that thing on his body and have a good talk, Gu Chang'e said casually. Based on the current situation, Chu Lian probably didn't know the Spirit Emperor's true identity. Gu Chang'e was also a little curious as to what the supreme treasure on his body was. Since it was a sentient object, he would think of other ways after talking to it. If it wasn't necessary, Gu Chang'e didn't want to snatch it by force. After all, from the current situation, this supreme treasure was bound to Chu Lian. If he snatched it by force, it might cause unnecessary trouble and accidents. It just so happened that the royal family of the mystical ruins still needed some time to gather all the troops. At the same time, Chu Lian, who was following at the back of the group, was also feeling uneasy. Artifact spirit. No matter how he tried to communicate in his mind, the artifact spirit of the sphere of great wishes did not respond. It seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. This made Chu Lian feel very helpless. He didn't know the reason, but fortunately, it didn't affect the function of the sphere of great wishes. His strength was slowly and steadily increasing, but he didn't dare to be too obvious, for fear that the black-robed old man beside Gu Chang'e would notice something unusual. A few days later, he followed the Spirit Emperor and arrived at a villa called Jixian Manor. This villa was hidden in the depths of a verdant mountain. It was built in a very grand and imposing manner. There were many hangers-on, and there were people from various races. Their strength was also very mysterious, as if there was a hidden qilin in the mountains. This made Chu Lian and Ming Xiu very surprised. After that, the Spirit Emperor introduced to the two of them that this was the faction that his cousin had been secretly building. It specialized in recruiting people with special abilities to discuss how to overthrow the royal family of the mystical ruins. At the same time, he wanted to recruit people and buy horses for use in the future. When he heard this, Chu Lian was shocked and extremely excited. Wasn't this his goal and plan all along? He did not expect this mysterious cousin of the Spirit Emperor to have been planning this for a long time. It was out of his expectations. Chapter 992. The Jixian Manor was built in a grand and majestic manner, and it was hidden in the deep mountains and ancient forests. There were many formation patterns set up in the surroundings, and it was shrouded in fog. Even if one came here by accident, they might not be able to enter successfully. Both Chu Lian and Mingxiu were astonished by the sight of the buildings. The guests here all had extraordinary auras. When they opened and closed their eyes, there was a divine light. Their qi and blood were like a boiling furnace, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The Spirit Emperor ordered someone to lead the way, and led Chu Lian and Mingxiu in. At the same time, she also arranged for the two of them to stay. After doing all this, she smiled slightly and quickly disappeared into the various courtyards. Senior brother, I didn't expect such a magical place to exist here. It seems like they're really recruiting all the talents in the world. I feel that everyone here has unfathomable strength. Mingxiu's eyes were filled with amazement and curiosity as she sized up the place. After arriving here, Chu Lian also relaxed and nodded to himself. Not only were there strong men of foreign races with bare arms, there were also Taoists in Taoist robes with compasses in their hands, calculating something at all times. If not for the Spirit Emperor leading the way, they might not have found such a place. It was truly too mysterious. Furthermore, when they thought of the Spirit Emperor's words earlier on, her cousin, the mysterious young Master Gu, had established this place a long time ago. Didn't that mean that he had been considering whether to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family since a long time ago? That idea was exactly the same as Chu Lian's. However, Chu Lian's current strength and resources were not enough to support him in planning such things. This young Master Gu, you really trust us by bringing us here. It seems like he really admires you, cousin, Mingxiu said happily. Chu Lian smiled and looked around, but he did not see anyone following them. He shook his head. You can't say that. This young Master Gu is too mysterious and has many experts under him. Rather than saying that he trusts us, it's more accurate to say that he thinks that we won't be able to cause any trouble by bringing us here. Even if we reveal the secret of this place, he can definitely send people to kill us. It won't affect him or cause any losses. When Mingxiu heard this, she immediately looked unhappy and said, Senior brother, how can you think of her like that? Along the way, I haven't seen anyone treat us well. Chu Lian knew that she would be angry if he said that, but this was reality. Secretly plotting to overthrow the spiritual ruins royal family was a heinous crime that could easily lead to the execution of 9 generations of the family. If news of this were to spread, and the royal family of the mystical ruins found out about it, even this mysterious young Master Gu would be in trouble. He didn't believe that young Master Gu would completely trust him and his junior sister, just based on a few words from Miss Huang. However, he couldn't be too full of himself. I feel that young Master Gu should be trying to recruit me. These capable people under him are not ordinary. Even I am unable to see through the strength of many of them. After parting ways with Junior Marshal's sister, they returned to their respective courtyards. Chu Lian first carefully looked around, worried that he would be spied on. Only then did he return to the house and close the doors and windows. At the same time, ancient banners less than the size of a palm were thrown out by him and landed in the surroundings. The banners trembled and emitted a hazy glow that enveloped the surroundings. The hazy aura spread and instantly turned the place into a blur. Even existences that were far stronger than him would not be able to spy on this place. The 8 directional cloud rain banners that I obtained from signing in through the sphere of noble wishes can prevent others from spying on me with their spirit consciousnesses. Seems like it has its uses. Only then did Chu Lian heave a sigh of relief. His experiences since childhood made him very cautious. Even though that mysterious young Master Gu didn't have any ill intentions towards him along the way, he still had to be wary of others. This was especially so because he couldn't forget what the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes told him in the Ghost Axe clan's territory. It's better to be safe than sorry. This young Master Gu's background is unknown, and the black-robed old man beside him truly makes me uneasy. I have a feeling that he has been spying on me with ill intentions. Could the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes be the black-robed old man beside young Master Gu that warned me? Chu Lian sat cross-legged on the bed as his expression changed. The Sphere of Noble Wishes was his greatest reliance and secret. He couldn't let others know about it. If that black-robed old man sensed all of this and reported it to young Master Gu, would he still be able to keep the Sphere of Noble Wishes? Weapon spirit. Thinking of this, Chu Lian began to summon the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Noble Wishes in his mind, intending to communicate with it and ask some questions. However, the weapon spirit of the sphere of noble wishes still didn't have the slightest reaction. Ever since leaving the Ghost Axe clan's territory, it seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. No matter how Chu Lian called, there was no response. Until now, he had used the 8 directional cloud rain banners to conceal the heavenly secrets of this place. However, the weapon spirit of the sphere of noble wishes still didn't have the slightest reaction. Could it be that some problem has occurred, and it has really fallen into a deep slumber? Chu Lian racked his brains, but other than waiting, he couldn't find the slightest solution. On the other side, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, in front of Gu Chang'e, the Spirit Emperor was telling him about the Virtuous Gathering Manor. Naturally, the Virtuous Gathering Manor had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. She was the one who secretly built it to recruit talents from all around the world. Her purpose was to monitor the world and solve some problems that the mystical ruins royal family couldn't solve on the surface. It was her sharp blade in the dark. As for why Gu Chang'e asked her to tell Chu Lian and the others that the Virtuous Gathering Manor was built to overthrow the rule of the mystical ruins royal family, all of this was to push the boat along with the current. After all, since Chu Lian wanted to be the savior of the world, saving the people from the abyss of suffering, Gu Chang'e was willing to help him. Thus, Gu Chang'e would fulfill his wish and fulfill his dream. Not only that, he could let Chu Lian accomplish all of this personally, to push the mystical ruins royal family down from their pedestal and establish his own dynasty, becoming the savior of the current era. Gu Chang'e could help Chu Lian lead this great drama of changing the dynasty and saving the people. After all, he wanted to have a good talk with Chu Lian about the treasure on him. Thus, the best way was to show the necessary sincerity first. Once that was done, it would naturally be easier to negotiate terms and conditions. Then it would be better for them to discuss openly. In the Ghost Axe clan's territory, Gu Chang'e already had a plan when he sensed that the treasure had a spirit. He first restrained his aura and waited for the treasure's spirit to let down its guard before suddenly releasing his aura again. Sure enough, in this way, it was completely shocked, and it hurriedly sealed off all connections and senses with the outside world, and fell into a deathly silent state. Therefore, it couldn't sense the many things that happened after that, and didn't know that Gu Chang'e was the source of its fear. Then I'll do as you said, young master. The Spirit Emperor didn't know what Gu Chang'e's motive was, and only followed his instructions. After she left, Gu Chang'e's gaze deepened, and he waved his sleeve. Ripples spread out in the space in front of him, and turned into a calm surface of water that reflected what was happening on the other side like a mirror. The terrifying army covered the sky and earth like locusts and flooded the Daochang true world. An endless army rushed out of the ancient warship of the immortal spirit civilization, as if they would never dry up. Beyond the Daochang true world, the world dike shuddered. Runic symbols shone like a flood, and turned into ancient words that continued changing and intersecting with each other. Pillars of light shot out and shook the universe. They tore apart the laws and order, and a large amount of time fragments evaporated completely. This was an incredibly devastating battle. Both sides were fighting against each other, without a care for their own lives. Corpses fell like rain into the endless darkness, or turned into powder and blood on the spot. In the depths of time and space further away were existences at the level of immortal emperors fighting. The ripples of power seemed to want to split the world apart, and spread from one end of the long river of time to the other. The entire river of time was illuminated. They stood in the depths of the fog, and their magical bodies had long since surpassed 100 million feet. At the instant the hand cut down, the great cosmoses were torn apart and exploded on the spot. A boundless amount of blood drowned out the great cosmoses around it. The existences in Dao Realm had yet to join the battle. They were still observing, but a battle of this level was definitely rare to see. Once the existences in Dao Realm fought, they could easily cause the endless space and time to fall into chaos. The great Dao would return to nothingness, and countless worlds and universes would be destroyed in an instant. There were plenty of figures standing tall on the ancient warship of the immortal spirit civilization. They were like ancient demonic shadows overlooking the Daochang true world, waiting for the right time to attack. The presences of those figures were not any weaker than the immortal emperors fighting. It was impossible for the battle to end within a short period of time. The immortal spirit civilization was still testing the waters, and the leaders of the various races in the Daochang true world were also watching. Gu Chang'e watched the battle calmly. There was not a hint of emotion on his face. However, when he noticed a battle beyond the world dike, he frowned. Nonsense. A tall and slender figure moved through the army, like an invincible female sword immortal. Sword light moved through millions of leaves and let out loud clanging sounds. Her sword moved the universe and tore apart her enemies. A boundless sword aura surged and exploded. It was like a sun from the Tao of the sword that illuminated the heavens. It was incredibly powerful. Even existences with similar levels of cultivation found it difficult to withstand one of her slashes. They were beheaded, their nascent divinities disintegrated, and they exploded. For a period of time, cries of excitement could be heard from various battlefields. Beyond the Daochang true world, an even larger army surged towards the slender figure. Even the demonic shadows standing tall on the ancient warship noticed her and cast their gazes over. With me around, no one will be able to take half a step into the Daochang true world. Her voice was cold as she leaned against her sword. Her voice was ethereal and dazzling. It was not loud, but it spread through the entire battlefield. Kill! More soldiers surged towards her. Murderous aura surged into the sky and formed some sort of rune. Its might was even more astonishing. Due to her actions, the pressure on the other powerful warriors of the Daochang true world was greatly reduced. Gratitude and worry appeared on their faces. Gu Chang'e watched the scene reflected in the mirror. The expression on his calm face became even more solemn. Gu Xiener, you've never let me worry. Isn't it good to follow the path I've arranged for you and walk to the peak step by step? Do you really want me to bind you to my side? Gu Chang'e mumbled. The figure stood tall in the universe. Her black hair and white dress were dyed in blood, but it did not affect her speed or the piercing killing intent at the center of her brows. Her originally ethereal appearance had long since changed. She looked like a female Azura bathed in blood. Her methods were also incredibly fierce. It was clear that she had been honed a lot in the battles over the years. Gu Chang'e cast a glance at her. When he saw that she did not do anything too arrogant, and that her strength was steadily increasing, he calmed down. Gu Xian, might have always acted like a fool in front of him. However, it did not mean that she was an idiot who would do something as risky as throwing an egg at a rock. The battle might have been filled with life and death dangers, but it was a suitable training for her, and could allow her to grow quickly. Gu Chang'e understood Gu Xian's personality very well, which was why he did not say anything else. It was impossible for her to let the immortal spirit civilization's army attack the Daochang true world without doing anything. However, compared to the safe path he had arranged for her since a long time ago, Gu Xiener would rather choose the path filled with thorns, danger, and the unknown. Buzz! Gu Chang'e swung his arm again and wiped away the scene before his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. This girl always made him feel uneasy. Gu Chang'e had not seen her for a long time, and he missed her a little. However, at that moment, he only wanted to hold her down and beat her up through space and time. But by the looks of it, someone has stretched their hands into the Daochang true world. I won't allow anyone to touch my territory. Gu Chang'e returned to his senses. When he sensed the Daochang true world just now, he had coincidentally seen another Dao realm existence. He might have left a Dao law magical body in the Heaven Attacking Alliance's headquarters, but it was only to prevent accidents from happening and not be able to protect the people around him. He usually sat in the depths of endless space and did not interfere with anything. If he had not sensed it just now, he would not have known that someone had stretched their hands into the Daochang true world. Gu Chang'e wanted to know who had the guts to plot against the Daochang true world, right under his nose. I'd like to see who is scheming against me. Gu Chang'e's eyes were profound. In an instant, he made millions of deductions in his heart. With his mind, he moved through endless space and time to search through every inch of space and corner. When he made deductions from the past to the future, He had to find that strand of karma. When that person was scheming against the Daochang true world, he had formed a karmic connection with him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Gu Chang'e to make deductions about his existence. It was especially so for some Dao realm existences. They could escape all karma and not be tainted by any space-time connections. Chapter 993. Gu Chang'e's gaze was profound. In an instant, millions of thoughts appeared in his mind, covering every inch of space and time in an attempt to deduce who was scheming against the Daochang true world. In truth, when he met a man in the Daochang true world, he had noticed it a long time ago. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He thought that it might just be an accident, and that a man's appearance in the Daochang true world was purely a coincidence. After all, outliers were rare existences. If they were truly outliers, how could they be allowed to appear in another true world? It was especially so when a man was going through a trial of life and death that could be said to be a dream within a dream. If Gu Chang'e had not exposed her, she might have continued to sink into that dream that she could not wake up from and search for the truth that she could not break through. Gu Chang'e was not surprised by this trial. At that time, he only thought that a man had a great background. There was a high possibility that she came from another true world and ended up in this place by accident. Then she went through a trial in the Daochang true world. The disciples of some of the supreme true worlds in the vast expanse would often be asked to head to some desolate places to undergo trials. Only by passing the trials would they have the right to improve their status and become inner sect disciples or true disciples. They would then be able to learn the true Taoist skills and divine abilities of the Tao orthodoxy. At that time, Gu Chang'e had deliberately left a mark on a man's body to determine her origins, so that he could use her in the future. A man was not from the Daochang true world, and she was not tainted by its presence. The land she lived in was called the Savage Continent. It was originally one of the origins of the Berserkers, and had no connection to her. Unfortunately, during the many cycles of life and death, she had forgotten her past, and always believed that she was a berserker. As the last princess of the Berserker tribe, she shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Berserkers and fighting against the immortal Tao. At the same time, she wanted to search for the truth behind the god of Berserkers' disappearance. However, she did not know that the real first god of Berserkers was watching them coldly from another true world. He treated the tribe leaders of the Berserkers who sought the truth and the other gods of Berserkers as food. Among them was naturally her current adoptive father, the tribe leader of the Berserker tribe. The elder a man had always revered was the true master behind the first god of Berserkers. He was also one of the main culprits behind this beautiful dream. She had reincarnated 193 times in this process, experiencing death, rebirth, and the cycle repeated itself. Gradually, she had forgotten her past and her origins. When Gu Chang'e accidentally saw her, he did not feel much pity for her. As for this young girl with a tragic fate, he only wanted to nurture her for his own use. And in the future, she would be able to help him harvest providence. But later on, he saw a shadow of the former Chan Hongyian wild. She was stubborn, unyielding, and patient. Only then did he feel some compassion for her and point out some of the truth for her. He also carefully taught her and passed down a cultivation method to help her break through the situation. In addition, Wild had a demon heart. If nothing unexpected happened, she was destined to become a demon in the future. Gu Chang'e had awakened her demonic heart in advance, which could be considered as making it easier for her to take that step. If he had not pointed it out, Wild would have seen through everything sooner or later and experienced the pain. Only extreme hatred could make the demon heart truly transform and awaken. Perhaps this was also the true goal of the person who planned this trial behind the scenes. Gu Chang'e did not think too much about it at that time. He just thought that Wild's trial was a coincidence. Once he thought about it again, he immediately felt that the motive of the person who planned all of this was definitely not simple. Wild might have appeared in the Daochang true world because that person had personally sent her there. Besides that person, there is another person who is scheming against the Daochang true world. Could it be that there is still some secret in the Daochang true world that I don't know about? Many thoughts flashed through Guchanga's mind. He connected the matter with Wild to the Dao realm ancient monk, who had appeared in the Daochang true world. When he had turned into the demon lord and walked the world, it was purely a coincidence that he had saved Qing Yi, who was a true spirit. At that time, he had not chosen a suitable true world to live in seclusion, and had not started his own plan. However, he had coincidentally seen Qing Yi leading an army to fight against the Great Liquidation, which was why he had thought of it. As for why he would get closer to Qing Yi and live in seclusion in the true mountain and sea world, he had just gone with the flow and let nature take its course. Looks like this presence is just as I expected. It does come from the 9 heavens. While Guchanga was deep in thought, he finally captured the karmic connection and confirmed the identity of the person who had plotted against the Daochang true world. However, if it came from the 9 heavens, then he could ignore it for the time being. After all, he still had another chess piece in the 9 heavens that was even deeper in his plans. Guchanga did not want to get involved with the 9 heavens for the time being, but sooner or later, he would have to take action against them. The 9 heavens might seem to have a transcendent status in the vast expanse, but there were legends about them in all the worlds. They were the legendary source of the immortal Tao. However, in Guchanga's eyes, the 9 heavens were more like the final resting place of the incarnations of the heavens, who had been destroyed during the Great Liquidation. They were rather unique. In terms of power and resources alone, they were far inferior to those supreme true worlds. Once he confirmed who had plotted against the Daochang true world, Guchanga had another plan. He could take advantage of the situation, and when the time came for him to take action against the 9 heavens, it would save him a lot of trouble. Once the royal family of Spirit Ruin's army was gathered, Guchanga planned to send them to attack the immortal spirit civilization. The immortal spirit civilization might not be able to compare to the supreme civilizations, but among the ancient civilizations, it was still above average. It was definitely not something the Spirit Ruin's civilization could compare to. Once they conquered the immortal spirit civilization's world, it would save Guchanga a lot of time in gathering resources. After all, he was going to do something that was no different from creating a new world for the entire vast expanse. If he did not have enough resources to support it, how could he do it? Chu Lian's matter was just a small interlude. He would not put too much effort into it. In the sage-gathering manner, Sovereign Ling personally came to Chu Lian's courtyard and sat in front of the stone bench. She was also following Guchanga's instructions and telling Chu Lian that she intended to recruit him. My cousin admires you quite a bit, young Master Chu Lian. He thinks that you have the potential to be a commander and will definitely achieve great things in the future. With your help, it won't be a problem for you to overthrow the royal family of Spirit Ruin's rule. Sovereign Ling spoke with a smile. Her posture was elegant and dignified. Her sleeves were wide, her hair was like the clouds, her neck was snow white, her legs were straight and slender, and her skirt dragged on the ground. Her words and actions showed the good upbringing of a lady from a noble family. Chu Lian was frowning, because the artifact spirit of the Great Wish Ball did not respond to him. Sovereign Ling's sudden visit surprised him, but also made him feel much better. After all, a beauty was right in front of him, and her gentle words were indeed pleasing to the eye. Senior brother, look, even Miss Huang personally came to recruit you. It's enough to show how much young Master Gu values you. His junior sister Ming Xiu also said with a grin. She could tell that her senior brother had a good impression of Miss Huang. During the journey, he would occasionally pay attention to Miss Huang's actions. Go to one side. I have something to discuss with Miss Huang. Chu Lian waved his hand, asking this eyesore junior sister to leave quickly. It was rare for him to have a chance to talk to Miss Huang alone and ask her some questions. Sovereign Ling had a smile on her face, and her actions were elegant and calm. There was an entire stone table between her and Chu Lian, maintaining a distance that was neither close nor distant. After Mingxiu left, Chu Lian also sat down on the stone bench and couldn't help but say, Miss Huang, along the way, You and I can be considered to have a pleasant conversation. I believe you have some understanding of my character, and know that I am not the kind of person who will be ordered around by others and depend on others. I can only say that I appreciate young Master Gu's good intentions. I also admire his actions. He has done something that I have always wanted to do, but did not have the ability to do. I hope that Miss Huang will thank him for his good intentions in front of young Master Gu when you return. Now that the artifact spirit of the Great Wish Ball did not move, Chu Yen did not know if this place was safe or dangerous. Was that black-robed old man the person he was worried about? Therefore, he could only reject temporarily and think of a way to leave this place first. Although he also wanted to achieve great things and overthrow the tyrannical rule of the spiritual ruins royal family, purge the world and restore peace. Young Master Chu Lien, you don't have to be in a hurry to reject, you can consider it again. Cousin's power is beyond your imagination. If you become his guest, he can give you many benefits that you can't imagine. Be it strength or resources, he can help you. Moreover, I think that young Master Chu Lien is in urgent need of some resources. Even if you don't need them, your junior sister should need them. Moreover, young Master Chu Lien should have other relatives behind him. You can consider it more, Sovereign Ling said with a smile. She was not surprised that Chu Lien would reject immediately, because this was also within Gu Chang's instructions and expectations. Her main purpose now was to inform Chu Lien that Gu Chang'e was interested in recruiting him. In essence, she wanted Chu Lien to trust them as much as possible and let down his guard. Chu Lien was actually a little moved when he heard this. Although he had the help of the Great Wish Ball, cultivation resources were still a huge expense. Besides that, Sovereign Ling was right. His junior sister's cultivation resources, how could he not consider these? There were other things that did not need to be said. Since Miss Huang has said so, I will think about it again. Chu Lien replied and then looked at Sovereign Ling. However, compared to this, I am more curious about the relationship between Miss Huang and young Master Gu. I think that you two are not cousins, right? Along the way, Miss Huang has been very respectful to him. Moreover, she has removed her veil in front of young Master Gu. If not for his meticulous observation, it would be difficult for him to notice these details. Every time she walked out of the carriage, there would be a slight change in the veil on Sovereign Ling's face. This meant that she had removed her veil when she returned to the carriage. In front of them, she had always worn a veil and did not show her face. Sovereign Ling was slightly stunned when she heard this. She did not expect Chu Lien to say such straightforward words. Moreover, how could he tell? She thought that her performance was good and did not show any abnormalities along the way. However, Chu Lien was right about another point. Apart from in front of Gu Chang'e, she had worn a veil the rest of the time. She was the empress of the royal family of the mystical ruins, the youngest Dao realm existence. How could she show her face in front of outsiders? Young Master Chu Lien is really observant to see through this. However, it is not convenient for me to tell you about my relationship with my cousin. I hope you don't mind. My cousin's identity and status is not something that I can reach or look up to. Although he is usually gentle, he still has to show respect. Sovereign Ling smiled and shook her head without revealing too much. Hearing this, Chu Lien was enlightened. It was similar to his guess. After all, the strength of the black-robed old man was unfathomable. However, these words coming from the mouth of a woman he had a good impression of made him feel uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Then, the two of them talked about some other matters before Sovereign Ling stood up and left to report. Chu Lien felt a little regretful. He had a good impression of Sovereign Ling, but she seemed to only treat him as a friend. Instead, she seemed to be full of respect and admiration towards young Master Gu. This feeling made him feel very jealous. However, he was not someone who cared about romantic feelings. He had more important things in his heart. Not long after Sovereign Ling left, Chu Lien was pleasantly surprised to find that the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes seemed to have awakened and started to respond to his words. He hurriedly used the 8-directional cloud rain flag to conceal the heavenly secrets of this place to prevent anyone from spying. Then, he hurriedly asked, and threw all the doubts and questions he had during this period of time to the weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes. The weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes had sealed off its connection with the outside world during this period of time, so it did not know what had happened. Only after Chu Lian finished explaining everything did it understand. At that time, in the land of your clan, that terrifying aura that had suddenly disappeared returned. It seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and turned back. I was frightened and knew that something was wrong. I was worried that something unexpected would happen, so I resolutely cut off all connection with the outside world to prevent the owner of that terrifying aura from detecting it. The weapon spirit of the Sphere of Great Wishes explained. While Chu Lian was enlightened, he was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. If not for its explanation, he would not have known how dangerous and terrifying the situation was at that time. Chapter 994. The weapon spirit of the noble sphere was like a flickering ball of light. It floated around in Chu Lian's mind, flashing with a mysterious aura. Its tone was very cold, and there were not many ripples in its voice. But now, there was a trace of fear that could not be detected. If we didn't cut off the connection with the outside world in time, we wouldn't have been able to leave that place. I've only seen such a terrifying existence on the most powerful person in the civilization that created the noble sphere. He was the first owner of the noble sphere. I don't know why such a terrifying aura would appear in such a weak civilization. I just don't know if the terrifying existence you're talking about noticed our abnormality. Chu Lian could not help but ask. He was indeed afraid. If he had not left decisively or stayed for a while longer, he might have really been targeted by that indescribable terrifying existence. However, he did not forget to ask the weapon spirit of the noble sphere about the current safety situation of the village of Worthies. He was really worried about the mysterious Sir Gu and the black-robed old man beside him. They gave Chu Lian a sense of fear and uneasiness. I don't think so. If they did, the owner of that terrifying aura would not have let you leave safely, the weapon spirit of the noble sphere explained. If it was really captured by that unknown existence, it could only be destroyed along with the noble sphere. The remaining energy in the noble sphere was not enough to continue binding a host. Moreover, according to the rules set by the civilization that created the noble sphere, once the noble sphere recognized an owner, it had to prioritize protecting the owner's life. Other minor details could be abandoned. As the weapon spirit of the noble sphere, it could not interfere with the noble sphere's choice of owner. At most, it could only be considered as the host's guide. Apart from that, its existence was also bound together with the noble sphere and the host. Unless it could really destroy the noble sphere, it could only follow the rules and be destroyed like the host. The weapon spirit of the noble sphere was an independent consciousness to the noble sphere. It had been through many hosts. If there were no accidents, Chu Lian should be the last host. The previous hosts did not manage to reach the level of the first host. They all died along the way. At the same time, the sphere of noble aspirations had also experienced unimaginable damage. It was almost irreversible. I've already probed this virtuous gathering manner. There's no danger that you're worried about. As for that young Master Gu, he's indeed mysterious. He should have some sort of treasure that can conceal his cultivation. I can't see through it in a short while. As for that black-robed old man, judging from the aura he revealed, he's not far from the Dao realm. To have an existence that almost stepped into the Dao realm as a servant, that young Master Gu's origin is probably not simple. I suspect that he might not be a living being from this civilization. Instead, he might have come from an even more ancient and powerful civilization. Even the inheritors of the civilization that created me might not necessarily receive such treatment at such a young age, to have a being that is close to entering the Dao realm as a servant. The artifact spirit of the sphere of noble aspirations began to explain. Although it was unable to use the energy within the sphere of noble wishes, it could use its intelligence to infer and determine the strength of Gu Chang'e and the black-robed old man. To it, wisdom was indeed the most miraculous and powerful force in the world. When Chu Lian heard this explanation, he could not help but be stunned. This was a direction and possibility that he had never thought of. Artifact spirit. You're saying that young Master Gu might have come from an even more ancient and powerful civilization? That he's not from the true spirit ruins world? He could not help but ask. He was simply too shocked and found it hard to believe. If it was true, then this was the first time he had come into contact with a living being from another civilization, and in such a manner. Before this, Chu Yan had only learned about other civilizations from his master, who had adopted him. However, that was all in the ancient records. He had never thought that he would actually run into them. The artifact spirit of the sphere of noble aspirations said with certainty, there's a 90% chance of that happening. If he's a living being from the true spirit ruins world, then no matter how great his background is, it's impossible for him to have an existence that almost stepped into the Tao realm protect him. Even the royal family of the true spirit ruins world that you want to overthrow does not have such a foundation and qualifications. In truth, it was also very moved. While it was asleep, Chu Lian had unexpectedly come into contact with such a person. Could this be the so-called anomaly, where one's luck was so astonishing that they could coincidentally meet a benefactor? Chu Lian was completely stunned. He truly did not expect that the mysterious young Master Gu would have such a terrifying background. Compared to his background, the royal family of the true spirit ruins world was not even worth mentioning. He swallowed his saliva and suddenly understood why Miss Huang would say such words to him. She probably knew about young Master Gu's background. However, due to some reason, they addressed each other as cousins. In that instant, Chu Lian figured out many things. However, he still had another question in his heart, and could not help but ask. Artifact spirit, since you said that this young Master Gu has such a terrifying background, why did he appear in the world of the true spirit ruins world, and seem to be staying here for a long time? That was also what he did not understand. When it heard that, the artifact spirit of the Grand Wish Ball was not surprised and answered calmly, Host, your vision is still too narrow. You only know about the true spirit ruins world, but you don't know how many terrifying and ancient civilizations were born in the vast expanse. Before these civilizations, the true spirit ruins world is not even worth mentioning. The territories under the jurisdiction of the giant forces of power in those civilizations spanned an unknown amount of time and space. It is difficult to imagine. Even the ancient true worlds can only rely on them. And the successors or disciples of those giant forces of power will be sent to many places to train and train before they succeed to the throne. After hearing this explanation, Chu Lian finally reacted. He nodded his head and said in realization, I know. The reason why young Master Gu appeared in the spiritual mound civilization is very likely to be because of the training of the faction behind him. That black-robed elder is a protector in charge of his safety. The artifact spirit of the Grand Wish Ball said, Your luck is really good to appear in the eyes of such a person. Besides, he is very young and has a bright future ahead of him. You are highly regarded by him. If you have the chance in the future, leave the true spirit ruins world and wander the vast expanse. It is also good karma. Chu Lian knew what it meant. However, his current goal was to overthrow the rule of the royal family of the true spirit ruins world and return peace to this world. Besides, how should he say it? He always felt a little uncomfortable in front of young Master Gu. He felt that the other party's tone and expression were always calm and looking down on him, as if he was standing in a very high world and looking down on all life. His tone was always unhurried and calm, as if there was nothing that could shock him. Even the women he had a good impression of were full of admiration and reverence for him. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely leave the true spirit ruins world and visit other civilizations. Chu Lian thought to himself with longing and yearning in his eyes. With the Grand Wish Ball's explanation, he was completely at ease and no longer thought about leaving the virtuous gathering manor. At the same time, for junior sister's sake, I have to stay and become a guest elder. After making his decision, Chu Lian went straight to the point and found the Spirit Emperor to explain his intentions. However, he still pretended to consider for a long time before reluctantly staying behind as a guest of young Master Gu. Cousin has many guests under him, and there are many capable people. According to their strength and methods, they are divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and mortal. The salary and benefits of each level of guest elder are also different. It can even be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Originally, according to the rules, if young Master Chu Lian becomes a guest elder, he has to go through some trials before he can be awarded a guest elder token. However, because young Master Chu Lian is more familiar with me, Cousin made an exception and directly made young Master Chu Lian a heaven-ranked guest elder to enjoy the highest salary and resources. In the courtyard, the Spirit Emperor had a graceful figure in jade-like skin that shone with a moving luster. She led a large group of people over. With a smile, she read out the rules and requirements of being a guest elder to Chu Lian, as well as the salary. At the same time, she also got someone to hand an ancient token with the word heaven engraved on it to Chu Lian. As she spoke, the group of people brought over by the Spirit Emperor moved boxes of rare treasures over and placed them in the courtyard. There were Dharma artifacts, Taoist scriptures, mystic arts, jade bones. Instantly, immortal clouds rose and treasure mist surged. It was as if they had arrived at a treasure trove, with dazzling divine light everywhere. Some of the treasure chests were opened, releasing a strong medicinal fragrance that made one's pores open and become immortals. These are the starting salaries, the Spirit Emperor said with a smile. These heavenly treasures were considered rare and precious divine items in the spiritual mound civilization. They were priceless. Cultivators at the immortal Tao level would fight for them with all their might. Chu Lian looked at the dazzling light and medicinal fragrance in the courtyard and was speechless for a long time. Even though he was already prepared, he was still shocked and his head was buzzing. What did it mean to be rich? This was what it meant to be rich. Even though he had a supreme treasure like the noble ball, he could not help but swallow his saliva and look away for a long time. Chu Lian finally understood why the Grand Wish Sphere's artifact spirit would say those words. Just the salary he bestowed was already so frightening. How frightening would the treasures and wealth he had on him be? It was probably unimaginable. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of young Master Gu's background. Senior brother. In the courtyard, Mingxiu, who had also witnessed this scene, was also in a daze for a long time. This was the first time she had seen so much wealth, and she wondered if she had seen wrongly, especially when there were many treasures that were compatible with her cultivation. At this moment, Mingxiu was envious of her senior brother. This was only the first day of being young Master Gu's guest, and he had already obtained so many treasures? If he was valued highly, how shocking would the rewards be? She did not dare to think about it. Miss Huang, I would like to know what one has to do to become young Master Gu's guest? It's impossible to obtain so many treasures for no reason. Chu Lian recovered with great difficulty, but there was still a trace of shock in his eyes, and he could not help but ask. He did not believe that this young Master Gu was purely doing a good deed, and did not have any ulterior motives. He was just giving out a salary and supporting a group of guests. Young Master Chu Lian will know about this in the future. I can't tell you about it now. Just focus on cultivating and raising your strength. Of course, as a guest, young Master Chu Lian will need to follow my cousin's instructions in the future. There are rules and regulations in this token. If young Master Chu Lian accepts it, you can refine it. And once you refine it, it means that young Master Chu Lian will be bound by the agreement. You have to look carefully. The Spirit Emperor still had a faint smile on his face as he explained to Chu Lian. He even kindly reminded him. Chu Lian had already expected this. It was impossible that there were no corresponding restrictions. So he immersed his mind in this token and quickly looked at the contents of the agreement. It was an equal agreement and would not force him to do anything that was against benevolence, righteousness, and morality. He still had some reservations and asked the weapon spirit of the noble ball to help him see if there were any problems with the agreement. After getting a definite answer, he was relieved to refine it. It was considered that he had signed this agreement, and a binding force was formed in the unseen world. After doing all this, the Spirit Emperor returned to report on his mission, satisfied. Chu Lian originally wanted to keep her and say a few more words, but when he saw this scene, he felt sad and regretful. I suggest that the host should not have any ideas about this woman. She should not be a simple person. Furthermore, she seems to be highly regarded by that young Master Gu. If you get too close to her, it will inevitably displease that young Master Gu and create more complications. This will not be beneficial to your current development. Now that the host is living under someone else's roof, it's best not to cross that line. There is a hierarchy. The weapon spirit of the noble Baal's voice rang in Chu Lian's mind, reminding him. Chu Lian naturally knew this. He was not someone who only cared about his personal feelings and forgot about other things. With these resources, my strength can be greatly improved, and I will soon break through to the immortal Dao level. Then, his eyes burned with passion as he looked at the piles of wealth that were shrouded in immortal light. On the other side, the Spirit Emperor had also returned to Gu Changa's side to report on the matter of recruiting Chu Lian. You did well. In a while, go find some people and create some trouble for him. You can't let him be too calm. It's reasonable to arrange some face-slapping scenes for him, so that he won't be suspicious. After that, you can arrange for more experts to be brought out for training. At the right time, you can recruit him into the army and let him fight with the soldiers. Gu Changa nodded and instructed. Chapter 995. Yes, young master. Although the Soul Emperor was puzzled by Gu Changa's instructions, she did not ask too much. In her opinion, since Chu Lian was an anomaly, there was naturally something unusual about him. She could not treat him like an ordinary person, and what Gu Changa was doing now, she might be plotting something. Gu Changa was quite satisfied with the Soul Emperor's efficiency and intelligence. He could not help but think of Yin Mei. In the upper realm, Yin Mei was also like this when she worked for him. He did not need to explain or tell her anything, and she would naturally do a good job. This was why it was easier for a smart woman to win his favor. I have a strand of something that is very beneficial to your cultivation. After you return, completely refine it. It can increase your chances of passing the second heavenly blight tribulation by 80%. Thinking of this, Gu Changa opened his sleeve, and a palm-sized crystal jade bottle appeared in his hand. Specks of starlight filled the air, giving off a magnificent and mysterious feeling. This was the immortal substance and creation substance that he had condensed some time ago. It could help Dao realm existences break through bottlenecks and increase their cultivation strength. However, the immortal substance and creation substance were very rare and could only be extracted and condensed from the vast power of destiny. With Gu Changa's current ability, condensing the immortal substance and creation substance would take a lot of time. Moreover, the process was very boring and long. He could give the Soul Emperor a strand because he felt that she was very smart and would be of great use to him in the future. Young master. Hearing this, the Soul Emperor was stunned and looked over in confusion. She did not understand what Gu Changa meant. Her puzzled gaze fell on the sparkling white jade bottle, a substance that could increase her chances of passing the second heavenly blight tribulation by 80%? She'd never heard that such a mysterious substance existed in the world, and all existences that had attained the Dao realm were all peerless and terrifying figures that had dominated numerous eras. On this path, they comprehended the essence of the Dao and comprehended the method of transcendence. They had experienced many hardships and tribulations. However, she had never heard of a mysterious substance that could help Dao realm existences cultivate. This was because it required them to continuously accumulate magic power and break through restrictions and shackles. Gu Changa was not surprised by Ling Huang's reaction. Those in the Dao realm couldn't understand the essence and development of Dao, nor could they understand the evolution of matter, because this was a cognitive process of Dao realm cultivation. Only when they were in this realm could they break through the restrictions of the natural order of life and develop inconceivable wisdom. Would they be able to understand what the Dao realm was and what the material realm was? And at this time, even if he explained to them in an extravagant manner, they would not be able to understand, and would only be more puzzled and at a loss. The substance in the small bottle is something that Tao realm existences need to cultivate. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. As long as you refine it, you will naturally experience its benefits. Could it be that you still think that I want to harm you? Gu Chang'e smiled and explained to her with an easygoing expression. Ling Huang didn't think that Gu Chang'e would harm her. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled. Of course I don't think that you will harm me. I just feel touched that you are explaining to me so patiently. She received the small white jade bottle. However, before she opened it and touched the substance inside, she felt an instinctive urge to swallow it. This made the smile on Ling Huang's face disappear. She stared at the small white jade bottle in her hand and became shocked, a little surprised, and a little incredulous. This was an indescribable feeling. It was like someone who had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a delicious meal, or like someone who had been walking in the desert for a long time without drinking water and suddenly saw a lake in front of them. This was an instinct that came from one's soul. It was uncontrollable and unexplainable. It was as if it was innate. Young master, what substance is in this bottle? Why does it make me want to refine it so badly? My consciousness tells me that it is very important to me. Ling Huang's voice trembled slightly and was full of disbelief. A Tao realm existence could completely hide their karma and not be tainted by fate. They could eliminate all thoughts and thoughts. How could they not control their own instincts? And now, she was struggling to control her instincts so that she wouldn't do anything bad. She finally understood what Gu Chang'e meant when he said those words. There really was a substance in this world that could help a Tao realm existence cultivate. This was something that could cause a group of Tao realm existences to kill each other madly. Even if it was just a strand, it could change the color of the sky and dye time and space red. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to understand what it is. However, you can understand it as spiritual energy in the eyes of mortals and immortal energy in the eyes of cultivators. Spiritual energy can help a cultivator cultivate and also allow a mortal to be reborn and live longer. As for immortal energy, it allows a cultivator to comprehend the changes of the immortal Tao and undergo an unimaginable transformation. Gu Chang'e's gaze was calm and he faintly smiled. What he said was just a simple description. Naturally, it wasn't enough to explain the mysterious nature of the immortal substance and the creation substance. However, the Spirit Emperor also vaguely understood the preciousness of this material. She couldn't hide her excitement. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement as she said gratefully, "Young master, thank you so much. Thank you, young master, for bestowing me with such a precious item. Ling Huang is extremely grateful. I will do my best to serve young master and not disappoint young master." This was her sincere expression, and it was difficult for her to calm down. Not only her, but even the group of old ancestors and the white bone ancestor king wouldn't be able to calm down and treat this lightly. What were Tao realm existences most worried about? Naturally, it was the heavens blight tribulation that they couldn't pass. Celestials had 5 blights, and Tao realm existences had 9 blights. Although every time they passed a blight, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. But if they couldn't pass the heavens blight tribulation, their body and soul would be destroyed, and their Tao would vanish. And it could be said that the majority of existences would turn into dust and disappear. For Ling Huang, if she didn't have a heaven-defying opportunity or a way to change her fate in the future, she might stop before the second heaven's blight tribulation. Therefore, after learning that Chu Lian had a supreme treasure on him, she had schemed and plotted to seize it. "You worked hard for me, so I naturally won't treat you unfairly." Gu Chang'e smiled. Ling Huang was excited and only wanted to go back and refine this mysterious substance, so Gu Chang'e didn't let her continue to stay by his side. Although it was just a strand of the creation substance, it was enough for Ling Huang to refine for a long time. For Gu Chang'e, this was just a catalyst. The development and changes that would follow were what he valued. After Ling Huang refined this strand of immortal substance, her strength would definitely undergo a great leap forward. Although it wasn't enough for her to immediately pass the second heaven's blight tribulation, and enter the middle stage of the illusory Tao realm, it would give her a greater chance of success. As long as the ancestors of the spiritual ruins weren't blind, they would be able to see Ling Huang's change. Similarly, ancestor White Bone, who pursued strength all his life, would definitely be able to see it. And Ling Huang's change only appeared after she followed Gu Chang'e and worked loyally for him. What did this mean? Ancestor King White Bone and the group of spiritual Mound Imperial ancestors should be able to guess. Therefore, they will definitely try to find a way to get information from the Spirit Emperor. However, with the Spirit Emperor's intelligence, he will definitely not reveal anything. Therefore, they can only start with me. The only way is to gain my favor and work for me loyally. Only then will they be rewarded. Gu Chang'e let out a soft chuckle. A strand of immortal substance and creation substance was enough for him to truly use the entire spiritual ruins. This was much simpler and more practical than any sort of threat. How could increasing his own strength be more important than prolonging the life of the spiritual ruins world behind him? Time passed quickly. It had been half a month since Ling Huang received the immortal substance and creation substance from Gu Chang'e and returned to the palace to refine them. Gu Chang'e might have lived in seclusion and stayed in the virtuous Gathering Mountain Villa, but he was also paying attention to the overall movements of the spiritual ruins royal family. He currently didn't have much energy to refine the immortal substance and creation substance. He could only wait for Ling Huang to come out of seclusion, so that she could collect the power of providence gathered by the spiritual ruins royal family over the years. During this period of time, the spiritual ruins royal family continued to recruit troops. Brilliant light shone in the various greater worlds, and divine light shot into the clouds. Flying ships and warships crossed space one after another and gathered continuously. The vast and mighty army was assembled in preparation for the upcoming war. This was an incredibly terrifying force with nearly 100 immortal kings. They could completely wipe out many of the new civilizations. Of course, this was different from the army that was currently fighting against the Dao Chang True World. On this ancient warship, all the forces of the spiritual ruins world were gathered. Aside from the 100 immortal kings, there was also a considerable number of quasi-immortal emperors and immortal emperors. After all, this was an order personally given by the oldest group of progenitors of the spiritual ruins royal family. All the powerhouses in the 8 greater worlds did not dare to disobey. Over the years, the spiritual ruins royal family had raised hundreds of millions of battle-type tribes. These tribes had no intelligence. As long as they were provided with enough food and resources, they could grow madly. They were like chives that grew again and again after being cut. There were countless tribes like this in the lesser worlds under each greater world's jurisdiction. Unless the small world was destroyed or the resources were completely exhausted, these tribes would be able to rapidly develop and multiply in a very short period of time. In a war between civilizations, these domesticated races were often the weapons at the forefront of the war. Gu Chang'e was quite satisfied with the overall situation of the spiritual ruins royal family. Right then, they only needed to confirm the coordinates of the immortal spirit civilization in the vast expanse before invading and occupying it. He was also paying attention to Chu Lian. Based on his various actions during this period of time, he guessed that the supreme treasure Chu Lian had obtained might be related to the power of Kismet. When the powerful civilizations in the vast expanse reached the peak of their power, they would usually create one or several supreme treasures to stabilize the river of Kismet and prevent the decline of their power. Comparatively speaking, the supreme treasures of each civilization were different. They had different mysteries and different focuses. Naturally, there were also differences in strength. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense. Supreme treasures related to the power of Kismet were very rare. For Chu Lian to be able to obtain a supreme treasure created by a civilization, his luck was naturally not simple. Based on what Gu Chang'e knew, the spiritual ruins royal family did not have the right and foundation to create supreme treasures. Based on the current situation, Chu Lian and the vessel spirit of the supreme treasure he obtained did not seem to have realized what was going on. They were not very wary of Guchanga. Instead, they thought that he was very likely a young disciple of an ancient civilization who had descended here to participate in the trial. Guchanga had not thought of playing such an identity at first. However, during this period of time, he had some understanding and guesses after interacting with Chu Lian's junior sister. 2 Chu Lian had not completely let down his guard against him, but his junior sister was rather naive. Guchanga sent someone to casually send some things to express his concern, which made her have a good impression of him. In the following few interactions and conversations, she could not help but mention some things that Chu Lian had said to her. This included guessing Guchanga's background. Of course, it was not that Mingxiu was too stupid. It was just that her senior brother, Chu Lian, had been sent out by Guchanga with a random reason. He had asked him to lead the rest of the guests in reverence to eliminate a demon that was causing chaos in a certain place. That was why Mingxiu could only stay in Assembly of Sages Mountain Villa alone. Besides cultivating, she was also rather bored. Some time ago, Chu Lian had spent a lot of effort and paid a huge price to convince all the guests in reverence to acknowledge his identity as a heaven guest. This also led to Mingxiu, who was his junior sister, being ostracized in Assembly of Sages Mountain Villa, and did not have many friends. She was not old to begin with, and was in the prime of her life. She was not too wary of Guchanga, who had given her and her senior brother a large amount of wealth. After learning about all of this, Guchanga conveniently confirmed Chu Lian's and that treasure's tool spirit's guess, and dispatched people to give them another task to complete. They also gave Guchanga an idea. With his current strength and the power of the army under his control, it was actually very difficult for him to take down a supreme true world that had noticed something. It was just like the Sudan true world that the grand ancestor of the spirit ruins, Wanyan Xiao, had mentioned. If he could not forcefully attack them on the surface, then why could he not change his perspective and train of thought? Chapter 996. It had to be said that Chu Lian and the artifact spirit's guests gave Guchanga some inspiration. After thinking about it, he felt that it was very feasible and would be much more convenient in his next plan. However, he had not found a second suitable target and could only put this matter aside for now. Half a month later, Emperor Ling woke up from her seclusion. She was originally at the early stage of the Void Dao realm, which meant that she had just passed the first heavenly blight tribulation. The strength she had accumulated was far from enough to touch the threshold of the second heavenly blight tribulation. While refining this wisp of eternity substance and creation substance, her strength had stabilized greatly and reached the limit of what she could bear. It could be said that she had reached the small perfection of the early stage of the Void Dao realm. Of course, she was still very far from the threshold of the second heavenly blight tribulation, but the increase in strength was extremely obvious. She had only absorbed less than 1% of the eternity substance and creation substance, and could not truly refine them. Emperor Ling estimated that with her current strength, it would take her thousands of years, or even longer, to completely refine them. She was overjoyed, but she was not greedy. She needed to properly digest this power and take it step by step. Therefore, after coming out of seclusion, she came to find Guchanga. According to his instructions, she sent people to build a formation and forge a container in the palace to collect the power of providence accumulated by the spiritual Mound royal family over the years. Wanyan Xiao, ancestor King Baigu, and the others naturally sensed the changes in Emperor Ling's body and were shocked. This was especially so for Wanyan Xiao and the other patriarchs who knew Emperor Ling well. They had poured a lot of resources into nurturing Ling Huang and watched her grow step by step. She had reached where she was today, so everyone knew how talented she was. Originally, it was already heaven-defying that Emperor Ling could enter the Dao realm and successfully pass the first heavenly blight tribulation. However, after following Guchanga, her strength had increased by 20% compared to before. This was almost impossible and inconceivable for Wanyan Xiao and the others. For a time, they were all speculating. Many patriarchs also wanted to find Emperor Ling and ask her the reason. Emperor Ling thought that she had received great benefits from Guchanga. Not only did she gain his trust, but the two of them had also confided in each other previously. Naturally, it was impossible for her to tell him this. Besides, she had Guchanga standing behind her. Normally, she still had to be courteous to the group of patriarchs. But now, she couldn't be bothered with them, and focused on working for Guchanga. The old ancestors were dissatisfied. They gnashed their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. They nurtured the spirit emperor, because they wanted to nurture a puppet to better control the spiritual Mount Imperial family. This would save them a lot of cultivation time. At the same time, he would collect more resources for them. Now, after this puppet had gained Guchanga's favor, it no longer had any respect for these patriarchs. Their hearts were filled with hatred and helplessness. This lord's origin is mysterious, and he might possess something that can help us cultivate. From a certain point of view, he bestowed it to Sovereign Ling. From a certain point of view, he also wants to tell us that if we focus on working for him, there will be many benefits. Wanyan Xiao was indeed worthy of being the great ancestor of the spiritual Mount Imperial family. He possessed great wisdom, and quickly guessed Guchanga's goal. He quickly told the other patriarchs to be tactful, and not disturb the spirit emperor, lest they anger Guchanga. No matter what, the spirit emperor was now considered one of his people, and not a puppet they could control. If the spirit emperor remembered their old relationship, he would speak up for the spiritual Mount Imperial family in front of Guchanga. On the other hand, it would bring them great trouble. Guchanga saw all of this and wasn't surprised. Even the Whitebone Ancestor King couldn't avoid this method of increasing one's strength, let alone them. Thus, while the army was gathering, some patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family would occasionally pay him a visit and take the initiative to express their loyalty. Among them, some had a premonition that they would soon welcome the second heavenly blight tribulation. However, with their strength, they definitely wouldn't be able to survive this tribulation and would die without a doubt. The great increase in the spirit emperor's strength this time allowed them to see the light of hope. Guchanga naturally wouldn't give out the eternity substance and creation substance so easily. He needed to spend a lot of time to condense them himself, and he felt that it wasn't enough for his usual cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the spirit emperor to specially collect the power of providence. The patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family almost had hope written on their faces. Some even had the intention of giving up their lives for the soul light they cultivated, and were willing to be slaves for Guchanga. At this point, as long as they could survive, it was more important than anything else. Guchanga naturally didn't agree. He didn't want to waste resources on these people. Currently, the Spirit Emperor and the Whitebone Ancestor King were enough for him. If he fought with other civilizations in the future, these patriarchs of the spiritual Mount Imperial family would be no different from cannon fodder in his eyes. On the other side, the war between the Daochang True World and the Immortal Spirit Civilization lasted for several years. Outside the vast battlefield, tragic sounds of killing could be heard almost every day. Bloody light soared into the sky and flooded the universe. Large amounts of corpses fell from the sky like rain. Most of the runes on the world embankment had been worn away, and they were no longer as dazzling as before. The powerful warriors of the Immortal Spirit Civilization continuously captured the ancient runes on the world embankment and analyzed the profound mysteries within. During this process, they gradually understood some of the mysteries. Then, powerful warriors who surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm took action and tore open a terrifying hole at the edge of the vast battlefield. The vast army charged through the hole that had been torn open. The armies of the various races in the Daochang True World were forced to retreat and set up camp in the vast battlefield to fight against the Immortal Spirit Civilization. Both sides suffered great losses in this war. Several immortal kings from the Daochang True World had already died. The Immortal Emperor from the other world was heavily injured and was forced to retreat back to the Daochang True World to heal his wounds. Of course, the immortal spirit civilization had also suffered great losses. The terrifying demonic figure standing on the ancient warship personally entered the battlefield and tore open the rune around the vast battlefield, making it easier for the army to descend. However, during the critical moment, one of the disciples of the ancient monk Ape Zen took action. A terrifying saber glare swept out and shattered the universe, forcing the terrifying demonic figure to retreat. Only then did it stop. During the next few years, the immortal spirit civilization's army still did not choose to attack with full force. They continued testing the Daochang true world strength. Even so, the various races and Dao orthodoxies in the Daochang true world still suffered great losses. It was especially so for the immortal kings of several great races. They died in the war, and a large number of their people died. Even if the war ended, it would be difficult for them to recover in the future. Many of the ancient existences in the Daochang true world had already guessed the enemy's goal. As long as the war continued, the enemy would continue eating away at the Daochang true world's power. It was especially so for the ancient warship that looked like a shuttle. There were still many terrifying presences in it, but they had never entered the battlefield. In this sort of life and death war, the ones who played the decisive role were usually those who stood at the pinnacle of their power. This sort of existence could kill an immortal king with just one hand. They could move through the great worlds and defeat countless cultivators and living beings. I can already sense that there are 4 presences that surpass Dao realm in this true world. The strongest among them should be about the same level as me. If we really fought, he might not necessarily be my opponent. One of the other 3 presences is also very powerful, but we only need to send 2 of our people, who have gone through 2 metamorphoses, to deal with it. Zhuoyu's gaze was aloof. Many strange substances shone on her flat face. In front of her was a crystal wall that shone with a dim light. She could clearly see the devastating war outside the Daochang true world. Countless living beings died. In her eyes, it was as natural as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. She did not show any emotion on her face. In front of her, the elites of the immortal spirit civilization stood solemnly. They were also paying close attention to the war manifested in the crystal wall. When Zhuoyu left her family this time, she brought many powerful warriors with her, and they belonged to the bloodline behind her. Among them, there were 6 people who had undergone a metamorphosis. Including her, there were 7 of them. This meant that there were 7 existences who had surpassed Dao realm on her side. This was an incredibly terrifying and invincible power that could completely sweep through any new civilization or true world. However, Zhuoyu had always been careful. Even if her grandfather had divined her luck, she still needed to test the Daochang true world. That was why they had been continuously probing Daochang true world's strength. Once they learned of its true strength, they truly attacked, paying particular attention to killing in one strike. We can truly attack now. We don't have an advantage in numbers against the Dao realm existences. Besides, I have a secret treasure of my family with me. During critical moments, I can disturb their minds. As Zhuoyu spoke, her eyes shone with a cold glare. Crystalline pieces of armor appeared and covered her body, turning into a streamlined and aesthetically pleasing armor that shone with a cold light. She intended to attack personally. Once she finished speaking, she disappeared from the ancient warship with a bang and appeared in the great cosmos outside. The other figures in the ancient battlefield quickly put on their spirit armors and held their weapons before disappearing. Daochang True World, Heaven Crusher Alliance's headquarters. The leaders of the various races and orthodoxies were gathered there, discussing major matters with solemn expressions. The atmosphere was heavy. Ancient monk Ape Zen, Gu Wuwang, Winesword Immortal, and the other existences in Dao realm were also there, but their expressions were different. In front of them was an ancient mirror that was crystalline and flat. It shone with a sparkling light and reflected the scene outside Daochang True World. The vast and surging army was like the torrent of the universe. It continuously pressed down and killed, and its attacks were even more astonishing and terrifying than before. What made them uneasy was that the terrifying demonic figure, standing on the ancient warship, had started moving. As the army approached, it wanted to descend upon Daochang True World. Is the enemy launching their final attack, and not intending to continue probing? A veteran quasi-immortal emperor asked with a solemn expression. They should have investigated the current situation of Daochang True World and gained confidence, or else they wouldn't have taken the risk to launch such a large-scale attack. Another ancient existence said in a low voice. Many people's hearts turned cold at that moment. They did not know what to do. Was there any way to deal with this sort of disaster? The atmosphere in the hall was incredibly heavy and oppressive. The existences in Dao realm did not speak. The various races had suffered great losses during the war. They originally thought that they could stall for some time, but they did not expect that the enemy would come in such a menacing manner, see through the situation, and launch a full-out attack. Looks like we can only throw a cup of water into a burning cart of firewood and burn all our boats. Someone could not help but sigh, feeling that their chances of winning were slim. The enemy had clearly figured out the situation of Daochang True World. Once they gained confidence, they chose to launch an all-out attack. Even if the various races mobilized their armies to fight back, it was useless. The losses they had suffered over the years were simply too great. Even though it allowed the young and middle-aged prodigies of the various races to grow quickly, and quite a number of outstanding people had appeared, the price of this price was too high. However, such a price was truly too great. No one was willing to bear it. At that moment, a cult master of an ancient sect could not help but ask Gu Wuwang and the others, Vice Alliance Master, do we still not know the Alliance Master's whereabouts? His words caused the expressions of all the people in the hall to become lively. Many gazes fell on them, and there was a hint of anticipation in them. Even some of the new youths who had appeared over the years could not help but look over. They were incredibly curious about the Alliance Master, who was rumored to have caused everyone's expressions to change, fear, and respect. These youths were all outstanding people who had appeared over the years. There were both men and women. Some had outstanding talent, some had astonishing luck, and all of them had different serendipities. Their performances in the war against the immortal spirit civilization were incredibly shocking, and they were later brought to Heaven's Slaying Alliance to be groomed. Vice Alliance Master Gu Wuwang stood in the hall in a black robe. His face was covered by a hood, and his expression could not be seen clearly. He only shook his head and said, "The Alliance Master has something important to do. We cannot rely on him for this." This answer caused many people's expressions to darken. Over the years, whenever this question was asked, Gu Wuwang's answer would always be the same. He would say that Gu Chang'e had something important to do. In the beginning, the people thought that this was true, but when they thought about it later, perhaps even the Vice Alliance Master did not know where Gu Chang'e was at that moment. His answer was only to make the people feel at ease, so that their hearts would not scatter. Looks like there's a high possibility that the Alliance Master is no longer in Daochang True World, and has long since abandoned this place. There were people who guessed that the Alliance Master had only built Heaven's Slaying Alliance out of interest, and had never thought about managing it. That's right. With the Alliance Master's strength, it would be easy for him to move about freely in the vast expanse. Why would he spend so much effort to do these things? At that moment, some whispers rose in the hall. The originally oppressive atmosphere became even heavier. If this had happened in the past, perhaps no one would have dared to say such things to slander Gu Chang'e and make wild guesses about him. But now, he was no longer in Daochang True World. The disaster had arrived, and it was hard to say whether Daochang True World would still exist at that time. Who would care about such things now? Even Gu Wuwang only frowned, and did not ask them to keep quiet. Right now, the only ones who were able to maintain their tranquility were the ape Zen ancient monk and his disciples. Chapter 997. Many people's gazes landed on the Dao realm existences in the hall, wanting to hear their opinions. Gu Wuwang remained silent, but his eyes seemed to be shining with light. He was calculating and thinking about something. The Wine Sword Immortal had also changed from his usual shabby appearance. His expression was incredibly solemn, as he stared at the image of the great battle reflected in the ancient mirror. The multiverse in the barren lands continued crumbling. Its laws were destroyed, as if it was about to completely return to dust. Uncle Gu isn't the kind of person they say he is. When he was in Green Mountain Village, he treated people really well. How could he abandon the Daochang true world? Wang Xiaoniu, who had grown up a long time ago, now looked like a young swordsman. He stood on his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, and mumbled to himself softly in disbelief. In the great battle against the immortal spirit civilization, he had also shone brilliantly and killed many of his enemies. He could be considered to be a dazzling figure among his peers who were incredibly talented. At that moment, quite a number of the younger generation in the hall, who had a good relationship with him, could not help but start talking to him. Many people knew that Wang Xiaoniu, who had been taken in as the Wine Sword Immortal's disciple, had once called Gu Chang'e Uncle Gu. This also caused his identity to be rather unique. As for the reason, Wang Xiaoniu had never mentioned it to anyone. When they heard him call himself Uncle Gu, many people immediately had strange expressions appear on their faces, and they looked over. Wang Xiaoniu shook his head and did not say anything more about this topic. Gu Chang'e had once lived in Green Mountain Village for a period of time. Besides him and his master, the Wine Sword Immortal, very few people knew about him. The atmosphere in the hall was still heavy and oppressive. It was as if there were thick clouds pressing down on the people's heads, causing them to be unable to breathe. Many people stared at the devastating battle reflected in the ancient mirror, and they could not bear to see it, and grief rose in their hearts. I wonder if the Dao child has any news about the Alliance Master. He is highly regarded by the Alliance Master, and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds during this period of time. He almost killed a quasi-immortal emperor from the immortal spirit civilization. As long as he has enough time, he will definitely be able to reach the level of the Vice Alliance Master and the others. The Alliance Master is grooming the Dao child as his successor. It's impossible for him to ignore the Dao child's safety. What's more, I heard that the Alliance leader's reverse scale was fighting against the foreign enemies in the vast expanse battlefield some time ago. There's no way the Alliance leader wouldn't care about her. That's true, but the Alliance Master doesn't have to care about us. He has backup plans to protect the people around him. What are we to him? Many people began to discuss in low voices as bitterness appeared on their faces. The most talked about was Wang Wuxiang, the current Taoist of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, and Gu Xian'er, who had appeared in the vast expanse battlefield a while ago and performed amazingly. Anyone who knew about the upper realm and Gu Chang'e's past would know about Gu Xian'er's identity. That was why when they found out that she was killing enemies in the boundless battlefield, many ancient existences from the Heaven-Punishing Alliance were alarmed. They personally went there to bring her back, worried that something might have happened to her. In that place, even immortal kings didn't have the confidence to protect themselves. Although she was talented, she was too young to stop the army of the immortal spirit civilization. Unfortunately, Gu Xian'er didn't listen to them. She continued to stay there and kill enemies, and no one dared to attack her. The Heaven-Punishing Alliance could only keep an eye on her at all times, worried that something might have happened to her. Gu Xian'er's performance in the boundless battlefield was extremely outstanding. She killed several immortal kings from the immortal spirit civilization. This also greatly boosted the morale of the army from the Daochang True World. This also allowed her to gain a lot of prestige. Many powerful warriors were willing to follow her and fight bravely in the boundless battlefield. When the news reached the Daochang True World, many young and middle-aged prodigies also rushed over to fight against the enemies. Even the other Dao realm existence from the Daochang True World, Ming, personally appeared to protect Gu Xian'er. He was a person from the era of Khanate legends, and in terms of seniority, he was the oldest person in the Daochang True World. He knew that Gu Xian'er was the lord who had led the Heaven-Punishing Alliance in her previous life. Gu Xian'er might have already reincarnated, and perhaps no longer cared about her past. However, to Ming, she was still a lord who was worthy of his respect and admiration. It was a pity that Gu Xian'er didn't want his protection. She felt that this battle was a form of training for her. It would allow her to grow faster and make up for what she lacked in the past. When Gu Xian'er was mentioned, the expressions of many people in the hall changed. Ming guessed their thoughts and swept his gaze across the crowd coldly. Miss Xian Er's decision to train in the boundless battlefield is her own decision. It has nothing to do with the Alliance chief. It's best if you don't set your sights on Miss Xian Er. In his eyes, Gu Chang'e would definitely not ignore Gu Xian Er and the others. However, protecting one's family and one's lover was one thing, and protecting the entire Daochang true world was another. They couldn't be mixed together. Gu Chang'e had said it before. What did the lives of the people in the world have to do with him? Since Ming had said so, the people in the hall naturally didn't dare to say anything else. They all fell silent. At that moment, ancient monk Ape Zen had a solemn expression on his face. He put his palms together and said, "I came here with the intention of helping the immortal region get through this crisis, but I didn't expect that the enemy would be so strong. I'm weak, and I might not be able to provide much help when the time comes." He said those words because he wanted to tell the crowd the truth. If it was a matter of life and death, he would definitely not fight to the death. Before he came to the Daochang true world, ancient monk Ape Zen hadn't expected that the enemy they would run into would be so strong. During this period of time, the immortal spirit civilization had been investigating the Daochang true world's strength. On the other hand, weren't they also prying into the other party's strength? Master! Qing Feng's expression was slightly dejected. He might have the strength of an immortal king, but he wouldn't be of much use in this war. Ancient monk Ape Zen cast him a glance and shook his head. As long as you're alive, you won't have to worry about not having firewood. This disaster is difficult to deal with. You must be mentally prepared. The 9 heavens might be far away, but I still have the ability to bring you and your people there. If Dao Lord Eternal Life had not ordered him to do so, he would not have asked about Qing Feng and the Daochang true world. He had no choice but to do so now. When even ancient monk Ape Zen said those words, the people's expressions became even more distressed. Quite a number of them felt despair, unable to see any hope. No matter what, this disaster is something all of us will have to face. It's useless to place our hopes on anyone at this moment. Even if we die in the end, we will make the invaders pay the price. An ancient existence in the hall sighed, no longer placing his hopes on Gu Chang'e. No one could guess Gu Chang'e's thoughts and plans. So how could they be sure whether he was planning to protect the Daochang true world? Before this, Gu Chang'e did not have a good reputation. When his name was mentioned, it was accompanied by fear. Instead of placing their hopes on the vague hopes of Gu Chang'e, it was better to truly rely on themselves. What are your plans, Vice Alliance leader? We can only rely on you now. Some people cast their gazes on Gu Wuwang. Besides ancient monk Ape Zen, Gu Wuwang could be considered the strongest expert in the Daochang true world. If he could turn the tide, then perhaps there would be a chance for a change in the situation. The long river of destiny has not dried up. Even if it is a disaster, there is still life, Gu Wuwang said calmly. The instant his words left his mouth, a frightening scene suddenly appeared in the ancient mirror. At the edge of the vast battlefield, a terrifyingly large black hand suddenly descended from the starfields. Along with the fragments of time and the great Tao, it tore through the great cosmoses and sank them. This is bad. The existence in Tao realm has taken action. The immortal spirit civilization is about to launch a full attack. When they saw this, Ming and the Wine Sword Immortals' expressions changed, and they instantly disappeared from the hall. The leaders of the various races were also shocked and horrified. They turned into divine light and rushed out to look at the vast battlefield. Even if there was an endless distance between them, they could see that the sky had shattered and was completely pierced through. Terrifying waves of power pressed down and covered the entire area. The great Tao trembled, and the light on the world dike was quickly extinguished. The pillars of light that could easily destroy an army crumbled in an instant, turning into a rain of light that broke through the dike and scattered in all directions. A terrifying figure seemed to be standing in the depths of multiple dimensions of time and space, looking down at the entire Daochang true world coldly. He stretched out his hand, which was as black as ink, and pierced through the great cosmoses below him layer by layer. It covered the entire world. Mountains and rivers collapsed, planets exploded, and the cosmos was instantly torn to ashes. No living being or cultivator could stop it. It was like smoke that scattered when the wind blew. It disintegrated in midair and disappeared. Boom! The hand shuddered lightly, and many of the broken universes at the edge of the vast battlefield crumbled and disintegrated. The ancient warship that rested there even more so exploded, completely shattering. The great river of time was directly evaporated. No matter what sort of living being it was, they could not withstand this sort of wave of power. It was a wave of power that completely crushed them. This was the wave of power when an existence in Tao realm attacked. He merely stretched out his hand and did not use any divine abilities, but it could already be said to be able to destroy the world and reopen the chaos. Rumble! The laws of the world crashed into each other. The laws of Tao were obliterated, and violent sounds of turbulence rang out. Behind the terrifying figure was an even larger army from the immortal spirit civilization. It was so vast that it covered the sky and the sun. The terrifying fog stretched across the heavens and the earth, as if there was no end in sight. Boundless black clouds covered the sky, shrouding the entire area in all directions. Behind the army stood many terrifying figures. They were too large, and their presences were incredibly terrifying. They were so oppressive that everyone found it hard to breathe. The immortal spirit civilization invaded on a large scale. An endless army rushed out from the shuttle-shaped ancient warship. Worlds opened up one after another, and more living beings surged out. They were endless, completely drowning the world. Everyone listened to my orders. Break through the barriers of the worlds and slaughter all existences above a mortal realm in this true world. The terrifying figure who attacked gave the order. The hand did not retreat and continued to strike down. It wanted to break through the barriers of the worlds, so that the army could rush over more easily. Boom! A violent tremor rang out, as if it wanted to destroy all the universes. You're courting death. The wine sword immortal rushed out, and sent out a sword aura that could cut through space and time, and annihilate the laws of Tao. He wanted to cut down the hand. Since the existence in Tao realm from the immortal spirit civilization had attacked, he naturally had nothing to say. He fought the other party to the death. In an instant, his figure pierced through many spaces and appeared in the endless world beyond. Laughable! You want to stop us with just this amount of power? Over the countless years, there are plenty of true worlds that are much stronger than you. If you know what's good for you, don't fight back. Become our slaves and serve as our slaves. Then you can continue to live. Another person from the immortal spirit civilization, who was equivalent to Tao realm, appeared. There was a strange ripple around him, as if he did not exist in reality. It also seemed like he had been placed in the universe, and was always there. At the edge of the vast battlefield, Abyss rushed out. With an aloof expression, he fought against that person. When the battle erupted, the remaining waves alone were enough to make immortal kings explode. Boom! At that moment, figures rushed out from many directions in Tao Chang true world. Their levels of cultivation varied. Some were equivalent to immortal kings, and some were quasi-immortal emperors. They continued fighting. The world was overturned, and the great cosmos collapsed. The immortal spirit civilization's army was like a hot knife through butter. They could not fight back. In another direction, existences equivalent to Tao realm appeared as well. The hand only shook, and space and time were destroyed. Forget immortal kings. Even immortal emperors coughed up blood and exploded. At that moment, ancient monk Ape Zen had no choice but to bring his disciple to fight against those existences equivalent to Tao realm as well. Fortunately, his level of cultivation was stronger, and he was only slightly weaker than Gu Wuwang. Those enemies were also equivalent to those who had gone through their first and second decay in Tao realm, so they could somewhat handle them. The final battle came too suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. Many people in Tao Chang true world did not even manage to react to it. In just an instant, the vast battlefield was lost, and a large part of the universe fell. Many regions crumbled and disintegrated in an instant. The cultivators and living beings in them did not even have the chance to react before they turned into a rain of light. Countless people were fighting, from immortal kings to mortal Dao domain cultivators. Within the various small worlds, sounds of battle could also be heard. Gu Xian was bathed in blood. He fought against several immortal kings alone, but he still had the strength to help the other people in the battlefield. In another region, his younger sister, Shen Xian was also fighting. Her black hair was dyed in blood, and there were many wounds on her body. No one was spared from the battle that affected the entire Dao Chang true world. The immortal spirit civilization's army came in too fiercely, and it was far more terrifying than any of the previous attacks. There were also Dao realm existences supporting them, and they broke through the barriers of the great cosmos. The Dao Chang true world's army could only retreat continuously. In the blink of an eye, many of the cosmoses outside the immortal region were occupied. Many people's eyes turned red, and they fought without any regard for their own safety. If they continued retreating, then their final line of defense would crumble. The heartland of Dao Chang true world, the worlds and cosmoses where the various races and orthodoxies were located, would welcome a destructive blow. Chapter 998. The worlds were in turmoil. An endless amount of blood-red light surged into the heavens. Large swathes of universes collapsed under the battle. The cultivators living in them exploded continuously under the attacks of the immortal spirit civilization's army. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Many figures rushed out of the Dao Chang true world. To fight against the army, they fought to the death, not caring about anything else. Even if they died, they would make the other party pay a terrible price. Boom! In the depths of the universe in the distance, blood-red light surged into the heavens. An immortal king faced two people of the same level, but in the end, he could not win against them and chose to self-destruct. The fruit of Dao crumbled, and a terrifying power shook the entire river of time, heavily injuring the two enemies. Their bodies exploded, and they were forced to retreat. But even so, they could not stop the immortal spirit civilization's army. There was not even the slightest sign of slowing them down. There was still a shocking battle erupting in the depths of space-time. Those were ripples of power belonging to immortal emperors. Among the few remaining immortal emperors in the Dao Chang true world, there was one who was fighting against his opponent. A terrifying aura burst forth at that moment, turning into black light that shattered the fog of chaos to reveal his appearance. It was a middle-aged man with black hair that fell on his shoulders. His chi surged, and his eyes were like a sea of lightning that could see through time and space. This was the first time he revealed his true appearance before others, but his current state was not right. He was injured. There were people of the same level as him from the immortal spirit civilization, who sensed his ripples of power, and descended to kill him with their companions. The ripples of power from the battle between immortal emperors had already spread to other dimensions, not the current one. But even if a hint of it leaked out, it would be a devastating disaster to the other living beings. Compared to the immortal spirit civilization, the Dao Chang true world's foundation was too weak, especially since they had not recovered from the second calamity. On the other side, the great commander from the immortal palace's surviving races was also fighting against someone of the same level as him. His silver armor was dyed in blood, and he held a silver spear. The light from his spear cut through the universe and shook it. His opponent was also someone of the same level as him. He had fought against the immortal emperor from the other world before, and he also had companions by his side. The two of them worked together to fight against him, and firmly gained the upper hand. They did not even use their full strength. The immortal emperor from the other world had been injured badly when he fought against this person outside the vast expanse. He had yet to heal, and it was difficult for him to bring out his peak state. These were the immortal emperors that the Dao Chang true world could fight against as of then. They could not compare to their opponents at all. On the ancient warship that was shaped like a flying shuttle, there were a few figures that were shrouded in the dust of primal chaos. They didn't make a move, and they just watched coldly and watched the situation of the battle. Without a doubt, this was also an existence on the level of immortal emperor realm. Space-time fragments and great Dao mists curled around his body, suppressing the universe to the point where it was about to collapse and explode. The power of the new true world and the ancient true world could not be surpassed. Even with Dao Chang true world's current power, it was impossible for it to hope to fight against them. And this was only a portion of the power of one of the clans in the immortal spirit civilization. If the immortal spirit civilization decided to invade with all their forces, then true Dao Chang world would definitely not have a chance to fight back. Not to mention that there were two figures comparable to the Dao realm, who were still standing there without making a move. That incomparable pressure made it hard for the army from Dao Chang true world to breathe. It was as if they were suffocating. Their souls trembled, and they were filled with fear and despair. Are you still going to put up a desperate struggle? You are not the immortal spirit civilization's opponent at all. Be smart and seal your own limbs and arcane powers. Then you might be able to keep your lives. The immortal spirit civilization has fought in the vast expanse world and destroyed countless true worlds. The true worlds that were far stronger than you were all reduced to ashes and buried under our feet. It is your honor to be enslaved by us. Aren't you going to be grateful? Zhuoyu was clad in armor. His entire body shone as he stood outside Dao Chang true world. There was an aloof look on his face, and the ripples of his voice spread through the various universes and great worlds. When countless living beings and cultivators heard his words, they lifted their heads in fear and terror. She appeared there with a terrifying presence that surpassed those in Dao realm spreading out from her body. It covered the sky. All sorts of terrifying substances surrounded her. Some of them were like flowing streams of light. Some were like heavenly lightning. Some were like flames. They did not have a definite shape, as if they were an unknown deity that had transcended the world. This is truly a rare blood-red feast. The blood-red flower is so beautiful, but it's a pity that it will soon wither again. Another blurry figure beside Zhuoyu spoke as well. He had a cruel and callous smile on his face. He treated the great battle as a beautiful sight, and admired the blood-red flower that bloomed in the universe. This was another existence in Dao realm who had not attacked. He was also a supreme warrior from the immortal spirit civilization, who had gone through a metamorphosis in his heart. His strength was only below Zhuoyu's. We have no grudge against you. So why did you descend and slaughter us? An ancient existence in Dao Chang true world roared furiously with bloodshot eyes and bone-deep hatred in his heart. He had lived for a long time, but his level of cultivation was only that of a true immortal. In the great battle, he could only be cannon fodder. He could only watch as many of the people he was familiar with died, crumbled, disintegrated, and turned into blood fog. This filled his heart with hatred and pain. He wanted to kill all the invaders to quell the anger in his heart. Why are we talking to them? Even if I have to sacrifice my last drop of blood, I will not submit. I will make them pay the price. There was also an ancient cultivator roaring furiously in another great cosmos. His entire body shone with light, and he chose to self-destruct to fight against his enemies. The situation in the other great cosmoses was also incredibly tragic. Some people were covered in wounds. Their blood had almost run dry, but they were still fighting against their enemies. Master has passed away, and we have been stuck in this realm for many years. It's difficult for us to improve. We have let down our master. Today, I hope that we can protect Master's homeland with this remaining body. In a land of a great sect that had already fallen, several old men whose blood had dried up used the last of their strength to burn their essence. Crimson rays of light rushed out from the top of their skulls, and they led all their disciples to charge forward. So what if we burn the last bit of our remaining strength today? We are cultivators who practice the will of heaven and follow our hearts. Why should we be afraid of a battle? We will live and die together with Dao Chang true world. In another great cosmos, old men with white hair and stubble on their beards walked out of their land. Their chi had long since declined, but they were not afraid of death. They wanted to continue fighting for their foundation. Their levels of cultivation were different. The strong were already in the immortal realm, and the weak were only in the mortal realm. Kill them. Countless cultivators and living beings rushed forward. They had long since cast aside all thoughts of life and death. Their eyes were filled with madness. Foolish living beings, you are ants trying to shake a tree. a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. The figure beside Zhuoyu watched all of this with disdain. His eyes were filled with indifference. Zhuoyu was also indifferent. She did not show any change in her expression. She had seen this too many times. Many people in the true worlds occupied by the immortal spirit civilization were like this. They wanted to fight to the death to protect their homeland. But so what? It would not change anything. But there's something strange. There was still some doubt in Zhuoyu's heart. She had noticed some abnormalities. The living beings who had died did not seem to have truly had their bodies and souls destroyed. There seemed to be some sort of power protecting these souls, not letting them completely disappear. If you want to destroy this world, then you must think carefully about what sort of price you will have to pay. Gu Wuwang's figure also appeared at that moment. He appeared in front of Zhuoyu and spoke calmly. He did not attack immediately. Although he was not weaker than Zhuoyu, the immortal spirit civilization had always been mysterious. Their method of existence was very unique, and it was very difficult to completely kill them. Besides, there was another existence beside him, who was only slightly weaker. If they fought, she would definitely lose. Zhuoyu was not surprised to see him appear. She only said coldly, "My immortal spirit civilization has dominated the vast expanse for countless eras. This is the first time I've heard a new true world threaten us." The figure beside her was called Zhuohua. He let out a derisive laugh. "Sir, could it be that you think you can stop all of us by yourself? Since it was not easy for you to reach this step, it's best if you don't seek your own death. Why don't you let us leave behind a soul imprint so that we can control you? Perhaps in the future, you will have a chance to transform." The new true world might have the spark of the immortal Tao civilization, but it had not yet fully developed. However, even if it had grown to the level of an ancient true world, it would not be able to make the immortal spirit civilization pay attention to it. After all, the immortal spirit civilization could be considered as one of the most powerful civilizations, below the most powerful civilizations. It was ranked in the upper middle. The turbid race behind them alone had the power and resources to sweep through some of the ancient true worlds. Gu Wuwang's expression was still very calm. He was not affected by the words of the two people. He simply said, "I'm just reminding you of this. If you stop now, give the various races enough compensation, kneel down, and repent sincerely, there may be a chance for things to turn around. Otherwise, when the time comes, the civilization behind you will face a great calamity and be destroyed. At that time, you will regret what you did today." Gu Wuwang spoke very calmly, as if he was explaining something very simple. "I think you've gone mad. Look at the situation now, and you're still saying such foolish words. Do you think we're stupid? That we'll face a great disaster? Do you think we're easy to fool? That a new true world can't even fight against one of our warships, and that our civilization will face destruction?" Before Zhuoyu could speak, Zhuohua, who was beside her, sneered again. His voice spread through all the universes and great worlds without bothering to hide it. He thought that Gu Wuwang had gone mad. Perhaps he knew that he could not turn the situation around at the last moment. So he wanted to trick them. What a joke! This is just a painful struggle before death. It's just a baseless fantasy. When the powerful warriors of the immortal spirit civilization, who were fighting in the other battlefields and space-time, heard these words, they could not help but laugh loudly. Many of them had pity on their faces, as if they were watching an ant struggling in pain before death. Many of the powerful warriors in the Daochang true world knew what Gu Wuwang meant. There was originally some hope in their eyes, but in the blink of an eye, it faded away. Zhuoyu's eyes flickered. She remembered the uniqueness of this true world. Since the flame seed of the immortal Tao had been left behind, then there must have been an unfathomable existence who had once stayed in this true world. Could this person be talking about that unfathomable existence? Grandfather divined for me that there won't be any danger. This person is just trying to trick us. If there was really such an existence keeping watch over this true world, why would he only appear now and say these things? When Zhuoyu thought of this, her expression became aloof again. She laughed coldly. "Unfortunately, your tricks are useless against us. I've already seen through your plans. You can't trick us." Gu Wuwang sighed in his heart. In truth, he did not have much hope. He only wanted to stall for time, but he did not expect that Zhuohua would see through it so quickly. However, he still said calmly, I hope you won't regret it in the future. That lord's rage is not something the civilization behind you can quell. You're just asking for death. Zhuohua's expression turned cold. He did not expect that Gu Wuwang would continue saying those words. It made him angry, and he attacked. He and Gu Wuwang instantly fought. Their figures filled the entire universe in an instant, as they rushed into the world beyond. Zhuoyu also knew that Gu Wuwang was the strongest person in Daochang True World at the moment. As long as he got rid of him, there would be no hope for the war. It would soon end. She also attacked. Her boundlessly powerful presence was far stronger than that of any of the Dao realm existences. Time and space exploded, and the chaos became chaotic. The countless living beings in Daochang True World noticed this scene, and they were incredibly worried and terrified. Even the Abyss, Wine Sword Immortal, and the others who were fighting against the other Dao realm cultivators from the Immortal Spirit civilization were no exception. Progenitor. In a great cosmos, Gu Xiener also noticed this scene. She put away her worry, and her gaze was calm and cold. Her figure moved like a swan as she moved through the universe. Her sword swept through the air, and the sword light moved through millions of leaves. It cut down planets, cut galaxies, and cut through universes. The Immortal Spirit Civilization's army that rushed forward was cut into pieces and turned into ashes under the sword light. At the same time she fought against the two immortal kings, she still had the strength to stop the army's attack. Xian if this continues, there will be no way to break out of this situation. There are simply too many enemies. No matter how strong you are, sooner or later, you will be exhausted to death. Hurry up and retreat. Don't continue taking risks. By her side, the big red bird shouted anxiously. It was incredibly worried, and did not think that Gu Xian could continue holding on. There were simply too many powerful warriors from the Immortal Spirit Civilization. She could still fight back and forth against the Immortal Kings. However, once she ran into an existence that surpassed the Immortal Kings, accidents might happen. Chapter 999. I can't retreat. If I retreat, who will protect the villagers of Peach Village? Who will protect Master, Village Chief, and the others? Gu Xiener shook her head. Her breathing was very calm, and her tone was also very calm. As she spoke, she sent out another wave of sword aura. It swept through millions of miles and stopped the charging army. Girl, why are you so foolish? Even if you stay here, you won't be able to stop them. You're so stupid. With your talent, you should just find a place and cultivate for a few hundred years. Then, you'll be able to easily defeat these people. The big red bird was anxious. It felt like there was something wrong with this girl's head. At this juncture, she was not thinking about running for her life, but still wanted to resist. If the other immortal emperors were to free themselves or notice them, how was she supposed to fight against them? After all, the life-saving items Gu Chang'e had given her had all been used up in the heavenly tomb. Gu Xiener did not have any life-saving items now. Previously, she still had her masters and Tao Yao to protect her. But now, if she really encountered a life-threatening situation, then only death would await her. I know what you said, but I can only do my best. I cannot watch these people die miserably and do nothing. Besides, I was once the true mountain and sea world's Tao child. This world used the kismet of all eras to help me grow. I am indebted to it. Gu Xiener's expression was very calm. As she quickly attacked, she answered. How could she not know this? But if she chose to flee at this moment, then she would be betraying her Tao heart. This was definitely not her character and choice. As soon as Gu Xiener finished speaking, she felt as if there was some kind of power supporting her from the unseen world. Her nascent divinity was shining. The essence of the heaven incarnation she had absorbed earlier was turning into a vast amount of magic power. Your nascent divinity is transforming into the light of a quasi-immortal emperor. It might only be a hint, but it's just an opportunity. The big red bird could not help but be shocked. It could only be said that Gu Xiener was indeed a person born to face calamity. During the battle, her nascent divinity actually gave birth to an opportunity to transform. If the transformation went smoothly, she could break through and become a quasi-immortal emperor in one go. Her strength would undergo a tremendous change. At that moment, in another direction, there were tens of millions of cold knife lights. They were also whistling over. They were going to split the great universe. The other two opponents were also taking action, their faces carrying anger. They never thought that they would be held back by a young girl, unable to take her down in a short period of time. They were existences comparable to immortal kings. Even in the immortal spirit civilization, they were supreme experts who ruled over many worlds and were extremely powerful. The young girl in front of them was clearly young, but her cultivation was not inferior to theirs. Let's join hands and quickly capture this woman. Don't let her complete her transformation, otherwise, none of us will be her match. One of them coldly grunted. He noticed the change in Wuxia. His words shook the entire universe, and he showed no mercy. Wuxia raised her jade-like hand. The fluctuations of her Tao filled the air, turning into an immortal ancient shield. It shone with resplendent light and blocked this attack. How terrifying were the shockwaves from the battle between Wuxia immortal kings. Boom! A great explosion happened here. It was as if countless stars exploded. The radiance was dazzling, making it hard for one to open their eyes. It was enough to destroy all Tao laws. Her figure trembled slightly, retreating several tens of thousands of li in the cosmos, before stabilizing her body. Then she brandished her sword again. Sword energy scattered out, millions and millions of strands covering the sky dome, shaking up the long river of time, cleansing past and present. Wuxia fought a great battle against them again. Sword energy and knife light weaved about, wreaking havoc in this ruined cosmos. Tao laws shattered. In that instant they were blasted into ashes. At this time, even if other immortal kings entered this place, they would still be in danger. Countless strands of destructive aura extended, continuously seeping in, wiping out everything. The void was already riddled with holes, filled with great rifts. Strong winds blew out, biting cold and soul-shattering. Immortal spirit civilization's two immortal king-level experts' methods were tyrannical and powerful. One of them brandished a black heavenly blade light enough to sever the great cosmos. It was boundlessly brilliant, crushing down. It was bone-chilling cold, like an autumn wind that swept through the heavens, bringing with it a destructive aura. The other person's methods weren't simple either. When his large hand was brandished, all kinds of terrifying methods swept through the sky, cutting through space and time, directly slaughtering towards Wuxia, killing intent on full display. Immortal king laws that blotted out the sky and covered the earth descended with a loud rumble. In an instant they submerged this battlefield, causing the endless void to suddenly explode. Then there was another blade extremely strange. The aura seemed to have come from the long river of time, releasing the immortal will and killing intent of an immortal king, shocking the entire world. These two immortal king existences had been familiar with each other for many years, often sparring and discussing the Tao together on how to cooperate against enemies. When they joined forces, even if it was three immortal kings of the same level, they could still contend against them. Wuxia's beautiful brows furrowed, momentarily encountering a dangerous situation. She quickly retreated towards the great cosmos behind her, instantly retreating millions and millions of li. However, the two's killing moves were like maggots in one's bones, following closely behind. The star domains along the way exploded and collapsed, directly collapsing. The entire cosmos was about to explode, unable to bear this type of aftermath at all. I already told you not to force yourself. If something unexpected happens to you, if Wuxia finds out, he won't be able to obliterate my true soul. The big red bird couldn't help but cry out in alarm, its eyes revealing human-like fear. Wuxia didn't have time to pay it any attention, firing out streak after streak of great Tao symbols, divine light brilliant, every single symbol the size of a star, trying to resist the two's killing moves. However, these two immortal kings were much more powerful than the immortal kings she faced before. to the extent where she felt like they were about to reach half immortal emperor level. Under their joint attacks, the other immortal kings would instantly explode into bloody mist. If not for Gu Xian'er being powerful, far exceeding ordinary immortal kings, she might have long been injured as well. In the heavenly tomb, she obtained many magical artifacts. Right now they were all activated, flying out. However, most of them were damaged, precious pagodas, ancient cauldrons, all of them turning into dazzling divine light, all of them smashing towards the two. Boom! The universe trembled, and the black blade light flew past. These magical artifacts trembled, then exploded, turning into powder that dissipated. Where do you think you're going? The immortal king who attacked had a cold expression. There seemed to be a huge star rotating in his eyes that could obliterate all things. It was impossible for them to let Gu Xian'er complete her metamorphosis. At that moment, they attacked with all their strength, and also activated their own immortal king magical artifacts. Ugh! Gu Xian'er coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her skirt, which was already stained with blood, became even redder. She continued retreating towards the great universe behind her. Time and space became blurry as she avoided the other immortal king's killing move. In the other battlefields, quite a number of people noticed this scene, and worry appeared on their faces. However, at that moment, they couldn't spare any energy to help Gu Xian'er. Even they themselves were like clay bodhisattvas crossing a river, unable to protect themselves. The battle on Gu Xian'er's side was only a small part of the entire battlefield. The Daochang True World's foundation was far inferior to the immortal spirit civilizations. Her delicate and fair fists clenched, wanting to throw it away. Shut up. I have the ability to deal with these two enemies. I don't need that fella to save me. However, you seem to have reminded me. Gu Xian'er scolded it softly, and then muttered to it in a low voice. Even when facing this type of danger, she still didn't truly feel any worry about retreating. Realm shaking shadowless. Immediately afterwards, she took a deep breath, her eyes calm. A drop of blood that carried resplendent radiance flew out from between her brows, landing on the Dao sword she always held. A terrifying ray of light rushed into the sky, wanting to tear apart the world. She did not hesitate. The Dao sword she brought out swung out once again. It let out clanging sounds, as if it wanted to turn the world upside down. At that moment, endless shadows of swords appeared beside her. They were not illusions, but were formed by the ultimate law of the Tao of Sword. In an instant, countless flying swords moved about freely in the great universe. Some were as red as blood, some were yellow like the morning sun, some were blue like the ocean, some were like the sun, some were like the brilliant moon. Countless shadows of swords slashed down like long arcs that could destroy the universe. They were densely packed together, endless, and turned into a universe of swords. Why did she suddenly become so much stronger? The expressions of the two immortal kings, who were chasing after her, changed at that moment. They did not expect that the girl would have such a method. The war in Daochang True World swept through all universes and worlds from the vast expanse battlefield. Practically no races were spared, and they were all fighting against each other. At that moment, in the headquarters of the Heaven Crusher Alliance, on an island surrounded by rising rays of light and surging immortal aura, Wang Wuxiang sat cross-legged on the island. The dazzling light of a quasi-immortal emperor appeared in his sea of consciousness, and his entire person seemed to have undergone some sort of shocking change. The devastating war in the world outside did not seem to affect him at all. The more people who die in this war, the better. When the time comes, I'll come and clean up the mess. I can use the power of the fragmented souls who died to restore the life force of the Abyss Defiance. It's about time that the great show of possession of Daochang True World begins. Wang Wuxiang was in Aichun. He looked at the scene in the sky without joy or sorrow on his face. He did not participate in the war. That was not all. There were many presences comparable to immortal kings lying in wait on the island. There were also several quasi-immortal emperors guarding the island. Even if the great army of the immortal spirit civilization arrived, they could fight against them without fear. As a Dao child of the Heaven Crusher Alliance, he had roped in many races over the years, and there was no lack of super elites who surpassed immortal kings among them. Unfortunately, there was no one comparable to Dao Realm by his side as of then. However, the War of the Immortal Spirit Civilization's invasion of Daochang True World was the best opportunity for Enai Chen. The secrets of the universe were in chaos at the moment, and all the powerful warriors were fighting against their enemies. Even Gu Wuwang and the others did not have the time to care about other things, so how could they notice his small actions? He already had the power of a quasi-immortal emperor. As long as he completely possessed this true world, his power would jump to the level of Dao Realm. At that time, he would be equivalent to the new true spirit of Daochang True World, and the power he could bring out in this true world would be even greater. After the war, both the Daochang True World and the power of the Immortal Spirit Civilization would definitely not be at their peak. With the unique innate talent of the Abyss Defiance, Enai Chen could definitely seize the chance to possess and refine the other existences in Dao Realm. As long as he could successfully take over a person's body, his advantage would snowball like a rolling snowball. At that time, I will be invincible in this true world. Enai Chen's eyes were filled with ambition. At that moment, his nascent divinity spread out like fog. In an instant, it covered 1,000,000 lis. While the chaos was going on, it started spreading in all directions. The arrangements he had made over the years were starting to come into effect. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.